Chapter 301. Passerby player Little Rookie. Yin Yuntian was too lazy to wait any longer. Jedi, Yuan, Xiao, you three team up with the big brother, he directed. I'll form a team with the other two anchors. The group offered no objections, following Yin Yuntian's proposal to begin the lobby formation. Both captains hovered their cursors over the match button, ready to click simultaneously. I'm spending a month's worth of luck here. Let's hope we actually land in the same match. Yin Yuntian's voice crackled through the mic, full of earnest prayer as the matchmaking timer ticked upward. Wang Haoran watched his screen transition. I'm in, he responded. Me too. Yin Yuntian cried out in delight. Matching at the exact same second almost guaranteed they would be assigned to the same instance. While Yin Yuntian waited for the map to load, he glanced casually at the random passerby player the system had slotted into his remaining team vacancy. Inside a cramped rental house, a young man named Xiao Ye stared at his monitor, ecstatic. Talk about luck. They're all anchors. His life had recently changed. He was bound to a game live broadcast system that gathered popularity through streaming. He could consume that popularity to draw from a lottery or exchange it for incredible, reality-bending abilities. Upon binding, the system had granted him a novice gift package, allowing him to instantly master any game on the market to the level of a peak professional. Xiao Ye was already familiar with battle royale shooters, so he chose to maximize his skills in eating chicken. With professional-grade mechanics now hardwired into his brain, the next step was exposure. Growth through normal streaming was a slow grind. To bypass the struggle, Xiao Ye planned to hijack the viewership of established stars by matching into their games and putting on a show. He had been monitoring the rooms of major players, waiting for a gap. He had landed in the stream of The Young Lady Drove By, a channel boasting over 100,000 viewers. The anchor was short one person. Xiao Ye timed his entry perfectly, and sure enough, he was matched with the miss-arrived team. Little Rookie. My god, your ID makes me very worried, Yin Yuntian muttered into the team voice chat, eyeing the newcomer's nickname. Hello, miss. Xiao Ye replied, his voice brimming with feigned excitement. He had checked her profile earlier. This anchor was a freshman and a renowned beauty. The prospect of playing with her made his pulse race. Hey, Little Rookie, did you buy this account? Yin Yuntian asked, suspicious. He was secretly afraid the random might actually be better than him. Yes, I just bought it. I've only been playing for about 3 days, Xiao Ye lied. He planned to play the part of the pig eating the tiger, pretending to be a novice only to reveal his god-level skills later to impress the beautiful lady. It's over, Yin Yuntian wailed. We're going to roll over and die. Xiao Ye smiled but kept quiet. Let her think he was useless. The shock would be even sweeter when he saved the day. He had seen her highlight reels. She wasn't a technical player. Once she saw his professional maneuvers, she would be begging him to carry her. With her platform, he could advertise his own stream and rake in the popularity points he needed for the system lottery. Yin Yuntian, oblivious to his teammates' internal monologue, gave up on the Little Rookie. He scanned the pre-match lobby, searching for Wang Haoran's character. He found him near the edge of the crowd. They were definitely in the same game. As the transport plane hummed over the map, Yin Yuntian switched to a private channel with Wang Haoran. Where are you jumping? I'm coming with you. The school, Wang Haoran replied. Don't hit me when you see me. I'm not really playing seriously. Of course not, Yin Yuntian said, his tone turning sweet. Even if you're the enemy in the game, I'd never hurt you. The plane crossed over the school buildings, and several figures leaped into the sky. Wang Haoran and his 3 anchors descended in a tight cluster. Yin Yuntian's team followed suit, his 2 fellow anchors trailing his lead. Xiao Ye, eager to perform for the eldest lady, stayed right on their heels. The school was quiet. Only these 2 teams had chosen to land there. It's safe here, Yin Yuntian told Wang Haoran over the link. Just focus on searching for resources. Got it, Wang Haoran replied. He ducked into a nearby building, but the loot was lackluster. Not wanting to emerge completely empty-handed, he snatched up a cast-iron frying pan and stepped back out into the courtyard. Yin Yuntian was already there, running toward him instead of looting. Hello, what did you find? Yin Yuntian asked, his character bumping into Wang Haoran's. Just a frying pan. It's useless. Wang Haoran swung the weapon, the metal whistling through the air. A pan is great. You can knock people out with it, Yin Yuntian insisted. Wang Haoran looked at the dull hunk of metal. How many hits does it take to eliminate someone? Oh, 2 or 3, Yin Yuntian guessed, sounding confident despite having no idea. Really? Wang Haoran didn't buy it. He moved his character closer, brandishing the pan playfully. Come here. Let me test it out. No. Stay back. Yin Yuntian chirped, backing away. Just a try. Don't run. Wang Haoran gave chase, swinging the pan wildly. Ah, help. Domestic violence, Yin Yuntian shouted, laughing as he bolted around the corner of the building. The 2 flirted and chased each other through the open yard, their voices filled with easy laughter. From a window in a nearby building, Xiao Ye watched through a scope. He saw a man chasing the young lady with a weapon. The lady is in danger, Xiao Ye whispered. Time to act. He had found a rifle almost immediately. He smashed the glass of the window, lined up his sights, and centered the reticle on the bad guy harassing his teammate. Bio. A single shot rang out. A perfect headshot. Xiao Ye puffed out his chest, proud of the shot. He began running toward the courtyard, eager to loot the pan from the dead player's crate. A frying pan was a top-tier item for a pro. It could block bullets from behind. Then, the kill feed scrolled across the top of every player's screen. Teammate Little Rookie eliminated Big Brother with 98k. The bright, playful smile on Qin Yunhan's face froze instantly. Chapter 302. Save the car, save the car. Qin Yunhan turned around to find Wang Haoran's character had already collapsed into a wooden loot box. Xiao Ye, the mysterious newcomer, dashed over to the crate. He picked up the cast iron frying pan and spoke into the team voice chat with a note of pride. Miss, no need to thank me. We're teammates, it's just what I do. Thank you. I'll thank your entire family. Qin Yunhan's temper flared, her voice rising in a sharp spike of frustration. Are you crazy? That was my friend. We were joking around. We know each other. Why on earth would you kill him? The smugness vanished from Xiao Ye's voice, replaced by a stuttering embarrassment. Miss, why didn't you say something? I didn't know. Qin Yunhan slammed her hand against her desk. You said it yourself. You told me you were a novice who couldn't hit anything. I didn't think I had to warn you not to snipe my friend, because I didn't think you had the skill to put him in a box in one shot. Why would I waste my breath? Miss, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I was wrong. Xiao Ye's apologies came in a frantic rush. He had intended to showcase his professional-grade mechanics to impress her, but the plan had backfired spectacularly. He needed this girl to be happy. If she stayed angry, she wouldn't play with him, and his dreams of using her massive viewership to boost his own popularity points would go up in smoke. Before Xiao Ye could offer another excuse, the notification popped up. The eldest lady had disconnected. Qin Yunhan had only joined the match to play with Wang Haoran. With him dead and looting his own grave, she had no reason to stay. The two anchors on her team, sensing her mood, followed her lead and quit the match instantly. Xiao Ye stared at the empty team list, a hollow feeling in his chest. It was nearly impossible to match with three famous anchors at once, and he had thrown the opportunity away by trying too hard to show off. Inside the luxury villa, Wang Haoran stared at his grayed-out screen. His first reaction was actually a sense of relief. He had no talent for shooters and found the experience tedious. He was only here because Qin Yunhan had begged him. Now that he had survived 2 rounds, he figured it was the perfect time to bow out. Just as he reached for the exit button, a system prompt chimed in his mind. Ding. The host has passively sabotaged the protagonist Xiao Ye's opportunity to gain popularity in-game. Reward 600 villain points. The message left Wang Haoran confused. He hadn't done anything. He had been playing tag with a girl and then died. How did becoming a loot box destroy a protagonist's pretending opportunity? Who is this Xiao Ye? He wondered. Is it that little rookie who shot me? Dear, it's all my fault. I matched with a total idiot. I'm so sorry. Are you still willing to play? Qin Yunhan's voice came through the link, sounding genuinely distressed. I'll play, Wang Haoran replied. His interest suddenly piqued. He didn't care about the game, but he cared very much about a new protagonist. Are you serious? Qin Yunhan asked. She expected him to quit after such a frustrating death. The game doesn't matter, Wang Haoran said, slipping into a smooth, practiced tone. What matters is being with you. If you're having a good time, I'm happy. Ding. The host has stirred the heart of the heroine Qin Yunhan. Reward 500 villain points. You're so sweet, Qin Yunhan cooed, her voice dripping with affection. Okay, let's go again. Same as before. We match on 3, Wang Haoran directed. They clicked the buttons in unison and once again landed in the same lobby. In a stroke of bizarre luck, Qin Yunhan's team was assigned the same random 4th player as before. Miss. What a coincidence. We matched again. Xiao Ye's voice was ecstatic. He had been stalking Qin Yunhan's live stream, waiting for the exact moment she clicked match to jump in. The system seemed to be aiding his luck. He wasn't going to let this second chance slip away. Listen to me, Qin Yunhan warned, her tone ice cold. Do not touch our friend's team. Do you understand? I understand. I really didn't know before, Xiao Ye promised. It's all up to you, miss. I'll find the best gear and bring it right to you. Qin Yunhan grunted a soft acknowledgement. She was willing to let it slide as long as he behaved. Wang Haoran, listening on the other side, smiled to himself. If this little rookie truly was the protagonist Xiao Ye, he needed to observe him closely. The second game progressed differently. The two teams maintained a tense but peaceful coexistence, looting different sides of the map. As the safe zone shrank, the bodies piled up until only Wang Haoran's squad and Qin Yunhan's squad remained. Wang Haoran had been meticulously protected by his 3 professional anchors. He had survived to the final circle, though the process was humiliating. He had been knocked down more times than he could count. His main contribution to the voice chat was a constant, desperate cry for rescue. Every time he went down, the 3 anchors would swarm him like Secret Service agents protecting a VIP. For them, this wasn't a game of survival. It was a mission titled Protect the Big Brother. Qin Yunhan was in a similar boat, frequently being revived by her teammates. Wang Haoran had at least managed to finish off 3 players his anchors had weakened. Qin Yunhan, a true novice, hadn't even landed an accidental hit. Still, she was thrilled. They were both in the final circle. Suddenly, a 98K rifle barked from across the field. Teammate Little Rookie used 98K to defeat Big Brother Bang. Qin Yunhan's joy turned to ash. Little Rookie, what is wrong with you? I told you specifically not to shoot that team. Xiao Ye sounded defiant this time. Miss, there are only 2 teams left. How can we be friendly? It's the finals. We have to fight. Through the course of the game, Xiao Ye had realized the big brother on the other team was a wealthy player being carried by pros. He felt a natural, instinctive disgust toward the man. When he saw the big brother peek his head out from behind a rock, he couldn't help himself. He pulled the trigger. On the other side of the hill, Wang Haoran's character slumped to the dirt. Help me, he called out. His 3 anchors abandoned their cover, rushing toward him to start the revive. Seeing them exposed, Wang Haoran spoke to Qin Yunhan. Tell that little rookie to stand down. Tell him I want to settle this with a duel in the final circle. Chapter 303. The Professional Peak. Throughout the match, Wang Haoran remained under the tight protection of his 3 expert teammates. While they scrambled to keep him alive, his attention stayed fixed on the performance of the player known as Little Rookie. From Qin Yunhan's chatter, Wang Haoran gathered that this newcomer possessed frighteningly high skill. By the time the match neared its end, Little Rookie had eliminated 28 players single-handedly. Compared to the 5 major streamers in the lobby, this man was a force of nature, playing at a level comparable to a world-class professional at their absolute peak. The evidence was undeniable. Little Rookie was a protagonist, likely tied to a system revolving around gaming or live broadcasting. While the exact details of his powers remained a mystery, Wang Haoran knew one thing for certain: preventing the protagonist from winning was always a winning move. Received, Qin Yunhan responded to Wang Haoran over their private link. She immediately switched to her team's voice channel. I told you our teams were friendly, Little Rookie. Attacking like that was a cheap shot. My friend says he wants a proper duel with you in the finals. A duel? Fine. Xiao Ye's voice was smug as he shouldered his rifle. He looked at his screen with a mocking grin, picturing the big brother he had just humiliated. Just him? He actually thinks he can stand against me? Talk about overestimating yourself. With the immediate threat paused, Wang Haoran's teammates successfully revived him. He ducked behind a rock, methodically consuming health packs and energy drinks until his status bar returned to maximum. The final blue zone began to contract. The poison was closing in. Both teams scrambled toward the shrinking circle, preparing for the ultimate confrontation. As Wang Haoran ran, his mind drifted away from the screen and into the system mall. God-level competitive gaming talent, 7,000 villain points. Upon activation, the host's operational skill and game sense will instantly elevate to a world-class professional peak in any competitive title. That's the one, he whispered. He authorized the purchase. 7,000 points vanished, replaced by a sudden, crystalline clarity. The mechanics of the game, once clunky and confusing, now felt as natural as breathing. He was no longer a novice, he was a god of the battlefield. The finals arrived in a blur of gunfire. Wang Haoran no longer needed a vanguard. He bypassed his protectors and claimed a dominant sniper nest overlooking the final circle. Xiao Ye was no slouch. As the two sides traded shots, the streamers fell one by one. Xiao Ye picked off all 3 of Wang Haoran's teammates, while Wang Haoran systematically eliminated Xiao Ye's 2 professional escorts. The only other person left standing was Qin Yunhan. Wang Haoran had pointedly ignored her, and he knew she would never pull the trigger on him. The battle between Wang Haoran and Xiao Ye reached a fever pitch. In the spectator booths and across the live streaming platforms, the audience sat in stunned silence. No one expected the man who had been screaming "Save the car" all afternoon to suddenly display such terrifying precision. He had been a wolf in sheep's clothing the entire time. Dear, you were lying to me. Qin Yunhan's voice was a mix of shock and pure joy. You're actually amazing. Of course, your boyfriend is the best, Wang Haoran replied, his voice calm even as his fingers danced across the keyboard with surgical intent. Across the field, Xiao Ye was sweating. Every time he peeked, a bullet whistled past his ear. He realized the man on the other side was his equal in every way. The outcome would come down to a sliver of luck, a single frame of performance. However, Wang Haoran had an edge that the system couldn't grant Xiao Ye. Report his position, Wang Haoran commanded coldly. He's under the red pine tree at 9 o'clock, Qin Yunhan replied instantly. Since she was Xiao Ye's teammate, his position was permanently marked on her map. In a duel between masters, information was the ultimate weapon. Wang Haoran shifted his character with ghost-like silence, finding an angle that bypassed Xiao Ye's cover. Bio. Xiao Ye's health plummeted as lead tore into his character. He reacted with lightning speed, diving behind a new bunker to heal, but his confusion was growing. How does he know exactly where I am? He barely had time to finish an energy drink before the next shot rang out. Bio. A clean headshot. The screen faded to gray for Xiao Ye. Ding. The host has eliminated the protagonist Xiao Ye, lowering his popularity. Reward 1,200 villain points. Xiao Ye's protagonist Halo -60. Host's villain Halo +60. As expected, Wang Haoran thought. Crushing him is much more profitable than letting him play. Dear, you got him. 666. Qin Yunhan cheered, using the slang for an amazing play. Basic operation, Wang Haoran said with a smile. Now me. Hurry up and kill me so you can win the game, Qin Yunhan said, stepping out into the open and dropping her weapons. What nonsense is that? Even in a game, I couldn't bring myself to hit you. Come on out, and you can be the one to finish me. Ding. The host has stirred the heart of the heroine Qin Yunhan. Reward, 300 villain points. Ding. The host has stirred the heart of the heroine Qin Yunhan. Reward, 300 villain points. I can't hit you either, Qin Yunhan cried out. Moved by his sentiment, she turned and sprinted directly into the poison zone. She stood in the glowing blue wall until her health depleted, sacrificing herself so he could claim the victory. The winner chicken dinner banner flashed across the screen. In his dingy rental house, Xiao Ye slammed his fist against the desk. Damn it, how did he win? He lit a cigarette with trembling hands, his eyes glued to the replay. He was desperate now, waiting for them to match again. Are you still playing? Qin Yunhan asked. It's rare to have this much fun with you, Wang Haoran said. Of course I'll stay for a while. The third match began shortly after. Once again, the cosmic coincidence of the protagonist halo pulled them together. Qin Yunhan's team was filled by the same streamers and, inevitably, little rookie. The protagonist's luck is truly absurd, Wang Haoran mused. To match with the heroine this many times in a row, it's a miracle of the script. This time, I'm bringing the lady to the finish line, Xiao Ye muttered to himself, his eyes narrow. I won't let that big brother take another win. Wang Haoran was relaxed. He knew Xiao Ye would be suspicious of the reporting trick from the last game. To win a second time, he needed a different approach. Have you picked up any grenades yet? Wang Haoran asked Qin Yunhan privately. Chapter 304. Hard to guard against teammates. Starting the game this fat, we're definitely eating chicken this round. Xiao Ye's confidence surged. He had only searched a couple of houses, yet his equipment and supplies were already near capacity. With his professional skills backed by a dream start like this, the win felt practically preordained. He didn't relax his vigilance though. Most of the players in this lobby were irrelevant, but he kept a mental lock on the big brother. That man's skill level was a genuine threat. I saw him drop into this sector. If I hunt him down early and wipe him out, the match is mine. The thought had barely crossed his mind when the target appeared. Through a glass window, Big Brother Bang's character swayed into view, disappearing into a nearby house. A smirk played on Xiao Ye's lips. He had already picked that building clean. There wasn't so much as a pistol left inside. To Xiao Ye, the big brother was already a loot box waiting to be opened. He crouched by the window, clicked his magnifying scope, and aimed into the shadows of the house's only exit. He just had to wait for the man to walk out, and then put him in the ground. Little rookie, how are you so geared up already? Qin Yunhan's voice chirped through the team chat. Her character jogged into the room beside him. Here, let me give you the good stuff. Xiao Ye dropped a portion of his high-tier loot, eager to stay in her good graces even while his crosshairs remained glued to the house across the way. Qin Yunhan, who had been empty-handed, was suddenly armed to the teeth. Thank you, she said with a bright laugh. She paused, noticing something was missing. I don't have any grenades. Give me a grenade. Is one enough? Xiao Ye hadn't offered them initially. He knew her skills were barely sufficient for firing a gun, let alone handling explosives. But since the young lady asked, he couldn't refuse. He dropped a single frag, figuring he shouldn't give her too many. One is plenty. A sly smile touched Qin Yunhan's face, hidden behind the anonymity of the internet. How do I use this? She asked. It's simple, I'll show you. Xiao Ye patiently explained the mechanics, guiding the novice through the steps. Do you understand now? Is it like this? Then like this and then like this. Qin Yunhan manipulated the controls. A heavy metallic thud echoed as a grenade hit the floor right at Xiao Ye's feet. He froze. The room was tiny, and the fuse was already burning. There was nowhere to run. The explosion rocked the small house. Both little rookie and Miss arrived instantly collapsed into wooden crates. Ding. The host manipulated the scene from behind the curtains, eliminating the protagonist Xiao Ye, and reducing his popularity. Reward 1,200 villain points. Xiao Ye's protagonist Halo -60. Host's villain Halo +60. Nice job. Wang Haoran's praise rang in Qin Yunhan's ear through their private link. Haha, you know it. She replied, her voice bubbling with mischief. Miss, why did you throw a grenade inside the house? Xiao Ye's voice was thick with depression. He had guarded against every enemy on the map, but he couldn't guard against his own teammate. I tried to throw it out the window but I missed. Oh no. Qin Yunhan's tone was a perfect mask of fury and regret. Xiao Ye swallowed his complaints. He had seen her play. She really was that bad. Throwing a grenade into a wall instead of a window was actually quite on brand for her. Despite being blown up, he couldn't stay mad at someone so charming. He found himself comforting her instead. It's okay, miss. Just try to aim better next time. Don't be upset. Ugh, I'm so annoyed with myself, she pretended to grumble. Xiao Ye opened his mouth to offer more comfort, but his words died in his throat. A character walked into the room to loot their corpses. It was the big brother. The man had entered the house wearing nothing but a vest and pants. 10 seconds later, he emerged clad in the divine gear Xiao Ye had spent the start of the match collecting. Xiao Ye watched the screen, his blood boiling. He had done all the work just to dress his rival in a masterpiece. Ding. The host caused the protagonist's mental state to collapse. Reward 900 villain points. Any other gifts for me? Wang Haoran teased. With the protagonist eliminated, the rest of the match was a slaughter. Clad in Xiao Ye's top-tier gear and possessing world-class skills, Wang Haoran tore through the competition. He ended the round with a staggering 39 kills, leading his anchors to another victory. Xiao Ye watched the entire time, praying for a stray bullet to take the big brother out. When the victory banner finally appeared, his mood plummeted further. Ding. The host caused the protagonist's mental state to collapse. Reward 500 villain points. The fourth game began shortly after. Through the strange magnetism of their conflicting halos, Wang Haoran, Qin Yunhan, and Xiao Ye were funneled into the same match yet again. Xiao Ye forced himself to focus. He parachuted, landed, and swept through buildings with fluid, professional grace. Once again, his luck held. He was fully geared within minutes. He couldn't help but marvel at his own fortune since obtaining the system. Every match put him near the lady, and every start was flawless. In Xiao Ye's own small live stream, Comments began to flicker across the screen. The anchor's luck is insane. Is this a cheat? Another dream start. If you don't win this one, you should just quit. Xiao Ye's high-level play over the last few rounds hadn't gone unnoticed. Viewers from the larger anchor rooms had started searching for the identity of the little rookie. A few had finally tracked down his stream, and his viewer count was beginning to climb. Chapter 305. It was bombed again. Xiao Niao's live broadcast room held just over 500 viewers, a steep drop from his peak. During the previous round's final battle, when he stood toe-to-toe with the big brother, the number had surged past 2,000. Those spectators had arrived with high expectations, hungry to see a new talent dominate the map. But Xiao Ye had failed them. When the audience entered his perspective only to see him fall, the excitement soured. Many left in search of better action. His next round started with a magical gear drop, and hope flickered again among the remaining fans. Then, the lovely anchor lady turned him into a wooden crate with a single grenade. That disaster drove away even more followers. Now, only 500 stayed, and that number was slowly bleeding out. Another dream start. I bet it's the same script. I'm out, one viewer commented. Others shared the sentiment, returning to the channels of established stars. Xiao Ye watched the numbers dip and felt a surge of desperation. He needed to keep them. Brothers, don't go. If I don't win this time, I'll eat shit live on camera. The bold rhetoric hit the chat just as the anchor lady's character jogged toward him again. Her voice chirped through the team radio. Little rookie, you're so geared up. The barrage of comments in Xiao Ye's room shifted to ridicule. Anchor, I have a bad premonition. Run. Don't let her bomb you again. Xiao Ye forced a smile and addressed his camera. Don't worry, brothers. I don't have a single grenade in my inventory this time. He let out a confident laugh. Anchor, the lady has a grenade. A viewer typed. Xiao Ye's laughter died in his throat. A small, metallic sphere rolled across the floor and settled at his feet. The explosion rocked the building. 2 loot boxes appeared side by side, one for the little rookie, and one for the eldest lady. Ding. The host manipulated the scene from behind the curtains, eliminating the protagonist Xiao Ye, and reducing his popularity. Reward 1,200 villain points. Xiao Ye's protagonist Halo -60. Host's villain Halo +60. Nice job. Wang Haoran cheered over their private link, his voice full of genuine delight. Haha, I got lucky, Yin Yuntian replied. I found that grenade the second I landed. Xiao Ye stared at the plummeting viewership numbers, his heart heavy with depression. He keyed his mic. Miss, what are you doing? Why did you drop the grenade again? It was an accident. I didn't mean it, Yin Yuntian explained. Xiao Ye didn't believe a word of it. The first time was an accident. The second time was a pattern. He realized the young lady was targeting him deliberately, likely for the entertainment of her stream, or perhaps at the direction of the big brother. But looking at her avatar, he couldn't find the heart to be truly angry. She was too charming to stay mad at. It's all right, miss, he said, forcing a generous tone. Will the little rookie keep playing? Yin Yuntian asked, following Wang Haoran's quiet instruction. Xiao Ye had lost his appetite for battle royale. If he stayed in this lobby, he would just be blown up again. If he left the anchors, his skill wouldn't be enough to draw a crowd. The situation was a dead end. He didn't want to lose contact with the lady, but he couldn't take another explosion. Miss, I'm done with this game for now. I'm going to play Honor of Kings. Do you want to join me? I'm not playing that, Yin Yuntian pouted. She remembered being ruthlessly outplayed by Sun Weyan in the past. The memory was dark enough to keep her away from the mobile arena. Besides, she had no personal interest in the little rookie. She had only asked him to stay because her boyfriend suggested it. All right then. Bye-bye, miss. We'll play together another time. Okay. I'll bomb you next time, Yin Yuntian said smoothly. Xiao Ye had just taken a sip of water. The words hit him so hard he sprayed the liquid directly onto his keyboard. How much did this girl hate him? 2 explosions weren't enough. She wanted a third. What did he say? Is he still in? Wang Haoran asked over the link. He's done, Yin Yuntian replied. He's done. Wang Haoran felt a twinge of disappointment. Playing games was a chore, but earning villain points while doing it made the experience worthwhile. It was a shame the protagonist had retreated. Yin Yuntian paused, then added, wait, he said he was going over to Honor of Kings. Wang Haoran's interest flared. Sun Weyan was a major anchor for that game. If the little rookie moved there, would the protagonist's luck force a match between them? He immediately exited the shooter and sent gift rewards to the 3 anchors who had spent the afternoon rescuing him. Something came up, so I'm heading out, Wang Haoran told Yin Yuntian. Go ahead and handle it. We'll play another day. Wang Haoran disconnected, opened the Douyin platform on his phone, and found Sun Weyan's live stream. She was currently in the hero banning phase. Among her match teammates, a familiar ID caught his eye. Little rookie. First floor, I'm a novice, the little rookie typed into the game chat. I don't know how to play. Please carry me. The ID, the style, and the mock humility were identical. This was the same man who had just been blown to pieces in the previous game. The protagonist Halo was working overtime. As soon as he switched games, he was dropped directly onto the same team as a heroine. Wang Haoran smiled. The little rookie couldn't survive a grenade. He wondered how he would handle a professional intervention in the arena. Chapter 306. Little rookie, my Luna is super slippery. The lady on the first floor used the ID Mu Ran. It was Sun Weyan's private game account. Mu came from her surname, and Ran came from Wang Haoran. Wang Haoran recognized the origin of the name the moment he saw it. Sun Weyan was always caring, Even in a simple game, she was thinking of him. She didn't bother to reply after seeing the text message from her teammate, Little Rookie. Unlike the outgoing Qin Yunhan, Sun Weian remained reserved in front of strangers. She was quiet, almost aloof. Unless the situation directly involved the game, she rarely responded at all. The lady is ignoring me. Xiao Ye felt a twinge of disappointment, but his excitement remained intact. When he had played PUBG earlier, he hadn't reached his goal for popularity, but he had gained enough to spend. He used those points to raise his King of Glory skills to a world-class, professional peak. Frustrated by constant setbacks in the Battle Royale world, Xiao Ye wanted to dive into another high-profile game to reset his mentality. Following his usual strategy, he checked the live broadcast rooms of the biggest streamers. On the Douyin platform, the most popular figure in the King of Glory category was this beautiful woman, Mu Ran. Xiao Ye immediately pulled up her stream. This Mu Ran was different from the usual spoiled eldest lady archetypes who played with clumsy hands. Her skills were legitimate, and her rank sat at nearly 100 stars. Since Xiao Ye's own account was low level, he went online and bought a high-ranking account, using a name change card to set his ID as Little Rookie. Once the setup was done, he timed his matchmaking perfectly to coincide with her queue. The plan worked flawlessly. He landed on her team and sent a quick greeting. It was a pity she ignored him. Xiao Ye didn't mind. He told himself that once he displayed his peak-level talent, Mu Ran would be stunned. She would be the one shouting his praises in the chat. The hero selection phase ended. The loading screen faded, and the match entered King's Canyon. Sun Weian chose the mid-lane mage, Shangguan Wan'er. She began moving her character out of the fountain. A vibration hummed from her secondary phone. Usually, she never answered calls during a live broadcast, but the caller ID changed her mind. A smile brightened her face as she picked up. "Why aren't you watching Yunhan's broadcast? Why call me suddenly?" She was secretly happy, but her tone remained slightly sharp, seasoned with a hint of jealousy. "I miss you, of course. I called specifically to chat with you." Wang Haoran knew she was still sour about the mountain of gifts he had showered on Qin Yunhan, so he focused on coaxing her. "I'm live broadcasting. I don't have time," Sun Weian teased. "All right then. I'll hang up so I don't bother you," Wang Haoran replied. "Don't. I'm joking. The broadcast is important, but you're more important. I can talk while I play." She used her daily phone for the call, and a separate device for the game, so the conversation didn't interfere. With her stream microphone muted, her viewers couldn't hear a word, allowing her to speak freely with him. "Remember when I said I'd practice so we could play together? I think I'm ready. Let's form a team." Wang Haoran heard the softness in her voice, and moved to the point. "Well, I'll stop this game right now, and come out to join you." Sun Weian didn't want him waiting. If he lost interest, she might lose her chance to play with him. "No, don't do that. It will hurt your credit score and tank your popularity. Just finish this one. Try to lose as quickly as possible." Wang Haoran wasn't sure if Sun Weian quitting would grant him villain points, so he discouraged the idea. "That works," she responded happily. As they talked, the minions met in the center of the map. Sun Weian cleared a few soldiers at random, and then steered her character toward the blue buff monster. "Give me this blue," she typed to the teammate playing the jungle role. It was Little Rookie who was operating Luna. Seeing the message, he felt a wave of embarrassment. He quickly typed back, "Miss, I'm playing Luna. A jungler like this can't function without the blue buff. Why don't you let me have it?" Sun Weian replied, "Didn't you say you were good? You chose a high difficulty hero like Luna. What use is the buff to you if you can't play?" Xiao Ye was speechless. He regretted pretending to be a novice at the start. Since the lady was playing Shangguan Wan'er, a hero who also relied heavily on mana, it was natural for her to demand the buff if she thought her jungler was a scrub. If Luna didn't get the first blue, the jungle clear would be painfully slow. He would be useless for the rest of the match. Xiao Ye changed his tune. "Miss, I was only joking. I actually know how to play. My Luna is elite." Sun Weian sent a short reply. "Okay, I'll leave it to you. Thank you." Xiao Ye typed, heartened. He hurried to attack the blue monster. The banter had already cost him precious seconds. He needed to secure the buff, start his rotation, and carry the lady to a dominant victory. Then, something happened that left Xiao Ye bewildered. Just as the monster's health dropped, Shangguan Wan'er fired a skill. The killing blow landed. She snatched the blue buff right out from under him. Xiao Ye felt the frustration boiling over. "Miss, didn't you agree to give it to me?" "Slippery," Sun Weian replied. 2 simple words. She turned and walked back to the middle lane. Xiao Ye didn't believe for a second that her hand had slipped. She clearly didn't trust his skills and took the opportunity to rob him. He began shifting the blame immediately. "Miss, if you had given me that buff, we would have won. Now that it's gone, I can't get Luna's momentum started. Don't blame me when we lose." Sun Weian didn't bother responding, but the rest of the team had heard enough. The player on Jilolo snapped, "You, Little Rookie. You've been talking since the hero select screen. You pretend to be a pro but you're just a clown." The Yao player chimed in, "How did I get matched with this guy? You want the blue? It's a waste on you. If I could take it, I'd grab it myself." Zhang Fei added, "I really want to grab a kitchen knife and find you through the internet cable. Picking Luna just to play like this is a disgrace." Ding. The host manipulated events from behind the scenes, damaging the protagonist Yechu's mental state, earning 500 villain points. Being attacked by 3 teammates at once stung. Xiao Ye felt aggrieved, but he didn't fight back in the chat. He blocked out the noise and focused on the screen. He would prove them wrong with pure strength. The blue side of the jungle was cleared. Xiao Ye moved his character toward the red buff, ready to salvage his experience lead. He reached the clearing where the red monster was supposed to be. The camp was empty. The red buff was already gone. Chapter 307. Actors Relay. Xiao Ye felt a weight of depression sinking into his chest. He had been robbed of his blue buff at the start. For a hero like Luna, lacking that mana regeneration meant a painfully slow jungle clear. In this high-ranking bracket, counter-jungling was routine. By the time he struggled over to the red monster area, it was already gone. If the red buff had still been there, it would only have meant the opponents were rookies. A missing buff was normal, but it left him stranded. He couldn't go to the lanes to help without being level 4, or his teammates would surely lash out at him for stealing their gold and experience. Luna was stuck in a daze, falling further behind. After weighing his options, Xiao Ye moved toward the tall grass in the middle lane, hoping to find a rhythm. "Miss, it's all up to you," he messaged, trying to encourage the Shangguan Wanner, who had taken his blue buff. With that buff, she should have easily suppressed the opposing mid laner. Now that she had reached level 4, she could use her ultimate to fly across the screen and secure a kill. Xiao Ye just wanted an assist to boost his experience. If he could snag the kill for himself, even better. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Wanner made her move. Xiao Ye lunged out of the grass with Luna, ready to strike. To his horror, the lady's skills faltered. She failed to trigger her ultimate flight, stumbled over her combo, and drifted directly into the enemy's defensive tower. Shangguan Wanner handed over the first kill of the game, along with the blue buff she had stolen. The opposing mage, Ahn Kirage, had been close to giving up under the pressure. Seeing Wanner's blunder, she didn't even have to try. When the underleveled Luna rushed in to help, Ahn Kirage simply unleashed her full combo. Luna was deleted in seconds. The enemy mid laner secured a double kill. Missed, Sumwian typed, a simple explanation for her teammates. What could Xiao Ye say? Blame her? Call her a scrub? He couldn't bring himself to do it. Soon, both heroes respond. They hurried back toward the blue buff. "Miss, give me the blue, please," Xiao Ye pleaded. He wasn't ready to give up on the match yet. Sumwian didn't respond. She attacked the monster alongside Luna, and, with the superior burst damage of a mage, snatched it again. Without his level 4 power spike, Xiao Ye stood no chance of winning the last hit. He felt helpless. A glimmer of hope remained when Wanner, buffed and ready, rotated toward the bottom lane to ambush the enemy shooter and support. Both opponents were low on health. This was the perfect moment for a double kill. The moment of glory never came. Instead, Wanner's icon turned gray once more. She had failed to fly again. "It stuck," she messaged from the fountain. Xiao Ye was speechless. He used her respawn time to clear a few minions in the middle lane, but before he could finish, the enemy team jumped from the brush. Luna, crippled and starved of resources, was nothing more than a walking ATM. She collapsed instantly. The two most important roles on the team, the mage and the jungler, had completely fallen apart. The game state was a disaster. Yet, Wanner kept aggressively trying to find a rhythm, diving into the enemy team again and again. Finally, she managed to trigger her ultimate. She took flight, but her aim was non-existent. She dashed through empty air, landing squarely in the middle of the entire enemy team. She was sent back to the spring to take another bath. "Miss, are you acting on purpose?" Xiao Ye finally questioned her. "I'm acting? You've got it backward. You picked Luna and played like a dog. Weren't you the one trolling us?" As Sumwian's message appeared, the other three teammates vented their pent-up rage. "Little rookie," the Jiluo player typed, "you have the nerve to talk. With a loser like you, even a pro Wanner couldn't win. Tell me your address," the Yao player added. "I want to break your neck. I'm at 99 stars, one game away from 100 and you ruin it. You should have played support if you're this bad," Zhang Fei spat. "Insisting on jungle just to feed. Screw you." Ding. The host manipulated events behind the scenes, damaging the protagonist Xiao Ye's mental state, earning 700 villain points. The verbal abuse stung, and Xiao Ye found himself unable to argue. He regretted his earlier arrogance. If he hadn't pretended to be a rookie at the start, she might have trusted him with the buff. Now, the team was eating itself alive. They surrendered shortly after. The game ended in a loss, and Xiao Ye was hit with 4 reports. Ding. The host controlled the scene, causing the protagonist to lose, gaining 1200 villain points. Xiao Ye's protagonist Halo -60, host's villain Halo +60. Not bad. Good performance. Wang Haoran stayed on the line with Sumwian while watching her stream, enjoying the show. "Let's team up for real now," she said with a smile. Wang Haoran agreed. While she was finishing her last match, he had already purchased a high-ranking account and logged in. He added her, and they entered the queue. After a few seconds, the match found their teammates. "Why is it this little rookie again?" Sumwian sighed, seeing the familiar name. "Miss, what a coincidence. We're matched again." Xiao Ye's voice sounded excited, his earlier frustration seemingly forgotten. Sumwian ignored him. "Miss, I really can play," Xiao Ye continued. "The last game was an accident. Believe me, we win this time." Sumwian still didn't reply. During the draft, she locked in Luna herself, forcing the little rookie to pick something else. "Oh, you want to play Luna? Then I'll take the shooter," Xiao Ye muttered to himself, locking in Lubin number 7. Wang Haoran chose the support hero, Zhang Fei. "Zhang Fei, protect me and we win," Xiao Ye messaged. Wang Haoran smiled to himself but stayed silent. The game began. Lubin and Zhang Fei headed to the bottom lane. For the first 2 minutes, everything went perfectly. Zhang Fei's shields were timed flawlessly, allowing Lu Chen to bully the opponents. This Zhang Fei is good, Xiao Ye praised over the voice chat. The shields are exactly on point. The enemies are low. Look for a kill, Wang Haoran finally replied. Sun Weyan had played her part as the actor in the last game. Now, it was his turn to take over the performance. Got it, I'll bait them. Keep those shields coming. Xiao Ye moved his character, the small, taunting robot known as the braised egg, into a vulnerable position. Lu Chen stood his ground, firing blindly, ignoring the danger. He was dead within seconds. Zhang Fei, where was the shield? Xiao Ye shouted in a depressed voice. He had trusted the support. In that situation, a single shield would have allowed him to turn the fight and secure a kill. My connection dropped. I lagged for a second, Wang Haoran typed back. Xiao Ye exhaled sharply. He couldn't argue with lag. After respawning, he rushed back to the lane. I won't lag again, Wang Haoran promised. Keep fighting them. I've got you covered. Okay. Xiao Ye was desperate to make up for giving away the first kill. He took the bait immediately. Chapter 308, Actors Relay. Following his quick exchange with Zhang Fei, Xiao Ye felt a surge of renewed confidence. His character, the stubby little robot known as Lu Chen No. 7, marched back into the lane with an arrogant swagger. He began clearing minions with bold, aggressive movements. The enemy laner, a warrior named Kai, had been the one to send Xiao Ye back to the fountain just moments ago. Now, every time Kai stepped forward to claim a killing blow on a minion, Xiao Ye's little robot pelted him with a flurry of shots. Relying on the steady presence of his support, Xiao Ye played with fierce intensity. He wasn't just preventing his opponent from farming, he was actively trying to shove the warrior out of the experience zone entirely. The enemy Kai grew visibly annoyed. He lunged forward, fueled by frustration, but as his health bar dipped dangerously low, he suddenly regained his composure and retreated towards safety. Xiao Ye realized then that his opponent was competent. Killing a player this disciplined would require more than just raw aggression. He needed a trap. He needed to sell a flaw. With a devious plan forming, Xiao Ye manipulated his character into a deliberate blunder. He targeted an enemy under the defensive tower, purposefully drawing the tower's lethal aggro. A heavy bolt of energy struck the little robot. Lu Chen's health plummeted. He was now a single strike away from death. One clean hit from Kai would finish him. Yet, despite the danger, the little robot continued to dance mockingly at the edge of the enemy's range. Xiao Ye was literally using his life as bait. As the hero with the highest death count in the history of the game, Lu Chen No. 7 possessed a natural, global taunt. A braised egg at death's door was an irresistible prize, enough to make any player lose their senses. Sure enough, Kai took the bait. The warrior used his flash ability, instantly closing the gap to deliver the execution. But Xiao Ye was ready. He reacted with his own flash, instantly creating distance, and fired his second skill to shove the warrior back. Kai refused to give up. He activated his ultimate, surging forward in a desperate bid to take the robot down with him. Give me the shield. He's dead, Xiao Ye shouted into his headset. Zhang Fei stood well within range. The support had every opportunity to jump in and provide the protective barrier. Instead, the character stood perfectly still, seemingly stunned. A massive blade swung through the air. Xiao Ye was sent back to the fountain for the second time. Only after the kill was confirmed did Zhang Fei finally move. The support leaped over, delivering a finishing blow to the nearly dead Kai, and claiming the bounty for himself. The enemy Kai immediately gloated in the global chat, opposite Rookie. Little braised egg. Keep jumping, you dog. I'll cut your head off every time. Having been harassed for the last several minutes, Kai finally felt the satisfaction of the kill. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye's own team began to turn on him. 2 deaths already? The player on Xiao typed. Little robot, you're terrible. His name fits, the player on Old Master added. He really is just a little rookie. Sun Weyan, playing as Luna, joined in. Don't count on him. He has no idea what he's doing. He tried to troll me with a terrible Luna pick in the last game too. Ding. The host successfully orchestrated a play, damaging the protagonist Yechu's mental state, earning 500 villain points. The criticism stung. Xiao Ye sat in the dark room, his face flushed with irritation. He frantically typed a message to his support. Zhang Fei, why didn't you shield me? Stuck, came the short reply. Xiao Ye stared at the screen, speechless. He began to suspect he had run into another actor, a player intentionally throwing the game. Zhang Fei's timing at the start of the match had been flawless. It didn't make sense for him to lag only at the most critical moments. Even more suspicious was the fact that the lag seemed to vanish the moment Xiao Ye died, allowing Zhang Fei to snatch the kill. However, he had no proof. He could only watch as the respawn timer ticked down. When he returned to the lane, the arrogance was gone. Xiao Ye focused entirely on farming, playing with cautious precision. He realized his teammates were unreliable. If he wanted to win, he had to carry the game himself. As long as he secured his core items, his damage output would be unstoppable. But a new problem surfaced immediately. Zhang Fei, why are you stealing my farm? Xiao Ye typed. You're a good shooter, right? Wang Haoran messaged back. Why do you need help with minions? If you're so great, I'll stop helping you entirely. You're doing this on purpose. Xiao Ye snapped. He could see it clearly now. Zhang Fei wasn't lagging. He was sabotage. Seeing her boyfriend being attacked in the chat, Sun Weyan quickly jumped to his defense. Little rookie, have you forgotten your own performance? She typed. You're so bad that no support would want to protect you. You have a lot of nerve blaming others. Sumwian was dominating as Luna, her stats far exceeding anyone else on the team. Naturally, the other players took her side. The robot is just a scrub with too much to say, Old Master typed. Are you a bot account? Xiao Jiao asked. I hope your family tree is as short as your skill level. Trust me, I'm not bad, Xiao Ye said to his live stream audience, trying to maintain his dignity. My mechanics are elite. I can still win this. Despite the lack of support and the hostile team environment, Xiao Ye believed in his ability to outplay the rank. Even with a stunted economy, he felt he could turn the tide in the late game. Silence followed his declaration. Xiao Ye took it as a sign to focus. He fought Zhang Fei for every last hit on the minions, managing to scrape together a decent income. But Wang Haoran had no intention of letting the game reach the late stage. He opened a private chat with Sumwian. Let's end this. The rookie is too annoying. If we keep playing, it's just a waste of time. He didn't want Sumwian to keep acting for too long, as it might hurt her popularity with her viewers. More importantly, he didn't want to give Xiao Ye even the slightest chance to shine. Okay, Sumwian replied. She was happy to follow his lead. She typed to the team, the rookie is hopeless. I'm done. Let's just vote. She immediately initiated a surrender vote. Wang Haoran clicked yes instantly. When the rest of the team saw that their best player had given up, their morale vanished. The other two players quickly added their votes. Xiao Ye was leaning into his screen, sweat on his brow as he carefully timed a shot against Zhang Fei's interference when the surrender window flashed across his display. His face stiffened, for green lights already glowed. His own vote didn't matter. The screen panned back to their base as the crystal shattered into 1,000 pieces. Defeat. In his live stream, the viewer count began to drop as people lost interest in a losing streak. Xiao Ye slumped back in his chair, feeling a hollow sense of injustice. Ding. The host controlled the outcome from the shadows, causing the protagonist Xiao Ye to lose, gaining 1200 villain points. Xiao Ye's protagonist Halo -60, hosts villain Halo +60. Chapter 309. Little Rookie, the game is too difficult to play. Wang Haoran happily accepted his rewards before teaming up with Sumwei and once more. The matchmaking system hummed, searching for opponents, and eventually pulled them into a lobby. The familiar ID Little Rookie flickered onto the screen. This time, however, Little Rookie was not a teammate. He was an enemy. Wang Haoran raised an eyebrow. The irony of the situation was perfect. As a villain, teaming up with a heroine like Sumwian was already a contradictory combination. Perhaps Xiao Ye's protagonist Halo had drawn them together, or perhaps Wang Haoran's own villainous aura had pulled his rival into the opposing slot. Miss Murin, we meet again. Xiao Ye's text popped up in the public chat during the selection stage. This time we're hostiles, but don't worry, I'll be merciful. The young man was practically dancing in his chair, his confidence restored now that he was free from the frustration of the last match. Sumwian didn't spare him a second thought. She remained silent, her focus entirely on her own strategy. Seeing no response, Little Rookie sent another message. Zhang Fei, we're enemies now. You can't play me this time, can you? Wang Haoran chuckled at the screen. The boy was naive. Did he really think that being on the opposing side made him safe? Little Rookie locked in my Shiranui, a hero with immense potential for flashy, high-skill plays. Wang Haoran responded by silently choosing Prince of Lanling. As the loading screen transitioned into the lush greenery of King's Canyon, Wang Haoran didn't focus on the map. Instead, he sent a series of private messages to Little Rookie's 4 teammates. In the world of high-stakes gaming, there was no such thing as an actor who couldn't be bought. If a player refused to throw the game, it simply meant the fee wasn't high enough. When it came to crushing a protagonist, Wang Haoran had no budget. Xiao Ye moved his Mai Shiranui toward the middle lane, his heart full of longing for a legendary performance. He imagined himself carving through the enemy ranks, securing his reputation. His teammates had other plans. They began handing out gifts like a charity, practically escorting the enemy toward their own buffs. 6 minutes into the match, Xiao Ye froze. Standing before him was a Prince of Lanling already draped in a full set of endgame gear. The sight was impossible. Xiao Ye's mind went blank. Mai Shiranui was built for evasion and flair, but against a Prince of Lanling with a massive gold lead, she was nothing but a target. He was erased from the map in a fraction of a second. The game became a slaughter. Wang Haoran was an unstoppable god of war, while Xiao Ye's Shiranui was reduced to a ghost, dying the moment he stepped out of the base. The suffocating pressure ended the game quickly. Inside a cramped rental house, Xiao Ye finally snapped. He let out a roar of fury and hurled his phone across the room. The device hit the wall, the screen spider webbing into 1,000 cracks. Teammates sabotaged him in PUBG. Actors haunted him in King of Glory. The world felt rigged against him. Ding. The host controlled the match from behind the scenes, causing the protagonist Xiao Ye to lose, gaining 1,200 villain points. Xiao Ye's protagonist Halo -60, hosts villain Halo +60. Ding. The host caused the protagonist Ye Chu's mentality to shatter, gained 800 villain points. Ding. The host caused the protagonist Ye Chu's mentality to shatter, gained 800 villain points. Ding. The host caused the protagonist Ye Chu's mentality to shatter, gained 800 villain points. Wang Haoran reaped the harvest of points with a satisfied grin. He queued up for one more game with Sumwian, but this time, the matchmaking failed to find Little Rookie. Without his favorite toy to torment, Wang Haoran grew bored and ended the match as quickly as possible. How long have you been practicing? Sumwian asked, her voice full of genuine surprise over the voice link. Why are you so good? The game is simple enough, Wang Haoran replied, his tone casual. I've been playing for a few days. If I wasn't this good by now, I'd be pretty useless. Sumwian fell silent. She had always considered herself a natural at gaming, but Wang Haoran operated on a level she couldn't even fathom. The more I get to know you, the more incredible you seem, she sighed. Magic, the piano, and now this. You're full of surprises. I have even more impressive talents you haven't seen yet. Wang Haoran let a dark, knowing smile creep into his voice. Like what? Tell me. I want to know. I'm not telling you that. You'll see it for yourself soon enough. Just consider this a fair warning to prepare yourself mentally. Sumwian paused. Something about his wicked laugh triggered a realization. She asked tentatively, Yin Yuntian has already seen these talents, hasn't she? Yes, she's seen them. The answer confirmed her suspicions. Sumwian finally understood the strange, mocking edge to his laughter. Yin Yuntian, that shy girl, had actually beaten her to the finish line. Ding. The host triggered Sumwian's jealousy. Gained 500 villain points. Ding. The host triggered Sumwian's jealousy. Gained 500 villain points. Ding. The host triggered Sumwian's jealousy. Gained 500 villain points. I'm going back to my live broadcast, Sumwian said, her voice dripping with the sour taste of envy. I'm done chatting. Suit yourself. I'll hang up then. Wait a minute, she blurted out. What is it? That. I'm actually mentally prepared. You can figure out the timing. The words were fueled by a desperate need to compete with Yin Yuntian, though a small part of her heart truly meant them. For a woman of her reserved character, the admission was monumental. Before he could respond, she hung up the call. Ding. The host successfully instigated the heroine. Sumwian has taken the initiative to hint at a deeper connection. Gained 1,000 villain points. Wang Haoran blinked at the notification. A reward for that? He felt a brief moment of conflict. Should he act on her suggestion immediately, or let the tension simmer? He shook his head and decided to put the matter aside. He had a protagonist to track. Based on their interactions, it was clear that Xiao Ye was a streamer. Wang Haoran searched the major platforms for the ID Little Rookie, and quickly found a channel on Douyin belonging to Little Kaniao. The stream had recently ended. Wang Haoran cross-referenced the broadcast times and duration with his own game logs. It was a perfect match. Using his top-tier hacking skills, Wang Haoran bypassed the platform's security and dove into the database. He pulled Xiao Ye's registration info, including his identity photo and current residence. Finding him would be easy. Xiao Ye lived in Qingling, not far from the university. As Wang Haoran prepared to set off into the night, a thought occurred to him. First, there was Lin Feng, the god of the internet, and now Xiao Ye, the gaming prodigy. Both were concentrated in the same city. Was it just a coincidence? Probably not. Qingling was home to far too many heroines. It was only natural that protagonists would be drawn here like moths to a flame. The law of attraction between a dog and a meat bun was a universal constant. Chapter 310. Yan Yuntian. Less than an hour later, Wang Haoran stood near a residential building, his perspective vision locking onto Xiao Ye. He immediately engaged the communication system to run a diagnostic. Xiao Ye possessed a game live broadcast system. The premise was simple: gather popularity through live streaming to generate points for a lottery, or to exchange for items. However, Xiao Ye's protagonist Halo sat well below 1,000, severely limiting his luck. While he possessed a system, its utility remained narrow, restricted almost entirely to gaming perks. Compared to the previous prodigy, Lin Chen, whose ore once reached nearly 3,000, Xiao Ye was a lightweight. He wasn't a threat. To Wang Haoran, he was a sheep, a creature to be sheared of its wool until nothing remained. Still, Wang Haoran had better things to do than spend every waking moment stalking Xiao Ye in-game, or hiring actors to sabotage him just for a few villain points. He needed a proxy. Ning Aoxue, his recently recruited subordinate, was still in Qingling and staying busy. Wang Haoran decided to hand this project over to him. He wouldn't ask Ning Aoxue to actually play the game. Ning Aoxue was a high-level martial artist, a villain of force. Dealing with Xiao Ye meant cutting off his popularity at the source. There were countless ways to disrupt a live stream without touching a keyboard. Imagine Xiao Ye's game disconnecting the moment he hit a winning streak, or a terrifying, ghostly face floating past his window in the middle of a late-night broadcast. With the elusive skills of a Huajin master, Ning Aoxue could ruin the boy's career with ease. After assigning the task, the clock pushed past 1 in the morning. Wang Haoran felt no fatigue. 100 years of internal energy meant he only needed a single hour of rest to fully nourish his spirit. Life is movement, he mused. He returned to the villa and called Chu Qianwei, the nearest available companion, to join him. In a room decorated with antiques, Yan Yuntian sat cross-legged on a futon. He was strikingly handsome, his eyes closed as invisible currents of air circulated around his body. The air grew dense, almost solid, shimmering with power. After a long silence, Yan Yuntian's eyes snapped open. A flash of light flickered in his pupils before slowly receding into the depths of his gaze. Ha 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 ha. He burst into a sudden, roaring laugh, venting months of pent-up emotion. He had finally reached the breakthrough. A knock sounded at the door, and his laughter subsided into a confident smirk. Come in. 2 beautiful women entered. One possessed the soft beauty of an autumn moon, while the other was as bright as the dawn. These were his personal maids, Yuning and Yunsuan. Congratulations to the young master for entering the realm of the Huajin master, they said in unison. Yuning stepped forward. You are not yet 20, and already a Huajin master. Your talent is unparalleled among the younger generation. Even Zhang Jiaoxue, who sits atop the Hidden Dragon and Young Phoenix list, would have to step aside for you. It's more than just talent, Yunsuan added. Zhang Jiaoxuan's internal cultivation might be higher on paper, but he is no match for our master. Yan Yuntian's martial path was unique. Although he possessed 50 years of internal energy, his actual combat effectiveness rivaled those with 70 or 80 years of cultivation. Zhang Jiaoxue wouldn't stand a chance. Do you wish to find Zhang Jiaoxue and claim the top spot on the list? Yuning asked with a smile. It would be trivial for you. A fake name means nothing to me, Yan Yuntian said, pausing to look at the two women. They understood his gaze and lowered their heads, their faces flush with a mix of anticipation and nerves. Not yet. You don't need to be nervous, Yan Yuntian said with a wicked smile. The martial arts he practiced were peculiar. Before reaching the Huajin level, he had to remain chaste, avoiding even the thought of beauty to keep his cultivation from destabilizing. But now that he had stepped into this new realm, the restrictions were gone. In fact, his progress would now accelerate through the blending of yin and yang. Born into nobility, Yan Yuntian had a singular obsession to possess the most beautiful treasures in the world. Now that his ban was lifted, it was time to realize that ambition. However, these two were only maids. He wanted someone else to be his first. Have you found the information I asked for? He asked. He had seen her years ago, when she was only 12. Even then, her beauty had been breathtaking. Over years of ascetic cultivation, her memory had transformed into an obsession. She was the daughter of his second aunt and a man from the secular world. Her name was Qin Yunhan. By blood, she was his cousin. But Yan Yuntian followed the extremely free and easy way. He did exactly as he pleased, and secular conventions meant nothing to him. Young master, Yuning reported, your cousin is currently studying at Qingling University. And Yan Yuntian frowned, wanting more. Her social circle is remarkably clean. She has almost no male friends. Yan Yuntian leaned forward. Is that true? I've heard the secular world is very casual about relationships. Rest assured, Yuning said firmly. I have looked into it. Your cousin has never had a boyfriend. Good. Yan Yuntian felt a wave of relief, but he wasn't satisfied with words alone. Yuning, you will come with me. Yes, master. Yuning possessed the unique ability to tell at a glance if a woman was pure. Yan Yuntian's intent was clear. He needed her to verify Qin Yunhan's status personally. Do not worry, master. The truth will be exactly what you expect, Yunsuan said. Yan Yuntian's eyes flashed with excitement. He was an egoist who could not tolerate flaws in what he claimed as his own. Once, he had grown a potted flower that an outsider dared to touch. He had destroyed the plant in a fit of rage. To him, if an outsider even looked at his possessions too closely, they became dirty. If he felt that way about a flower, his feelings for a woman were 1,000 times more intense. But with Yuning's report, he was sure everything would be perfect. Chapter 311. The Mysterious Youth. I'm so happy today. Are you free after class? I want to chat with you. During the afternoon break, Wang Haoran received a call from Qin Yunhan. Her voice crackled over the line with uncontrollable joy and excitement. What are you so happy about? Wang Haoran asked, leaning back in his chair. Did you finally win a competition with Muyan? I'm much happier than I'd be winning a fight with her. When Qin Yunhan mentioned Su Muyan, her tone lacked its usual competitive edge. It appeared this newfound joy was enough for her to temporarily call a truce. Wang Haoran felt a flicker of curiosity. You're being mysterious. What is it? I won't tell you yet. But here's a hint, it has something to do with another close relative of mine. Wang Haoran grew thoughtful. Another close relative? That likely meant her mother. In the original plot involving the protagonist Xiao Ye, Wang Haoran had met a woman named Fang Rong. She was from the Xiao sect and claimed to be the sister of Qin Yunhan's mother. Fang Rong had originally come to Qingling due to sect infighting, intending to kidnap Qin Yunhan to coerce her mother. Several months had passed since then. It was possible the internal conflict had reached a resolution. If Qin Yunhan was this happy, it almost certainly involved a reunion. However, a heroine suddenly reconnecting with a long-lost relative usually signaled a major plot shift. A thought struck him. Would her mother try to whisk her back to the martial arts sect, forcing a dramatic separation between the star-crossed lovers? He shook his head. No, that was impossible. He wasn't a typical protagonist. He wasn't about to endure a silly drama where a girlfriend is stolen away while her mother ridicules him. He wasn't going to shout about how the tides turn every 30 years, or warn people not to bully the poor. Besides, while Qin Yunhan's mother belonged to a powerful sect, Wang Haoran was no weakling. With tens of thousands of villain points in reserve, he could bolster his true chi by another century, or two at a moment's notice. Let's meet at the Lotus Pond on campus in a while, Wang Haoran said, pushing the theoretical drama aside. Qin Yunhan was clearly looking for someone to share her genuine happiness with, not a place to hide. He didn't suggest a villa or a hotel. It was still early and the sun was high. Well, see you then, Qin Yunhan responded eagerly. After the final class of the afternoon, Wang Haoran made his way to the campus Lotus Pond. He sat on the rocks by the water for a minute or two, watching the ripples. Someone was watching from the shadows. It was Luo Qingqian. She hadn't shown her face for several days. Wang Haoran intended to maintain his persona as an ordinary person, so he didn't call her out. Instead, he stared at the water, pretending to be oblivious. After a short wait, Luo Qingqian quietly approached and sat on the rock beside him. Is that you? Wang Haoran asked, feigning surprise. Luo Qingqian looked both shy and timid, though a secret delight flickered in her eyes. Why did you suddenly come to this place? Are you thinking about what happened a few days ago? She had spent days trying to process her feelings. She wasn't quite ready to face him, but while walking to clear her head, her feet had led her here as if guided by ghosts and gods. This pond was where she had been poisoned by Xiao Wanwan. Seeing Wang Haoran here made her assume he was reminiscing about their encounter. Since you left without saying goodbye that day, what are you doing here now? Wang Haoran added a hint of resentment to his voice. After he had helped her detoxify, she had been too ashamed to face him and fled. Wang Haoran had been left behind. It was a strange, lingering feeling, and he took the opportunity to complain. I'm sorry, Luo Qingqian said apologetically. I was very upset, so I just left. Then why follow me now? I couldn't help myself, she admitted helplessly. Fine. It's over now. I understand. You should go. Wang Haoran issued a blunt order for her to leave. Qin Yunhen was supposed to meet him here soon. If they ran into each other, it would be a disaster. Luo Qingqian's brow furrowed with melancholy. Do you have nothing you want to say to me? Let's talk another day. I want to be quiet. Go first. But to Luo Qingqian's ears, his words sounded different. She felt a wave of sadness and desperation. She adjusted her posture and looked at him with anticipation. If you don't miss me, why are you here? Don't be so indifferent to me, please. In reality, Wang Haoran was only there for an appointment. If he wanted to reminisce about the incident, he would have gone to the mountain where it actually happened. He wanted to tell her that, but it felt tactless. Luo Qingqian's favorability rating was sitting at 60. Her moodiness stemmed from shame. He could give her the cold shoulder for a moment, but if he pushed too hard, she might walk away in a fit of pique. A heroine still had her pride. He needed to give her a graceful exit. Wang Haoran shifted gears and turned on the charm. Oh, I hate myself so much. Why can't I forget you? Luo Qingqian's worry instantly vanished, replaced by joy. Actually, me too. She had come here precisely because she couldn't let it go. Wang Haoran mirrored her joy for a moment before letting a look of guilt wash over his face. But how can I face Wai Wei? Luo Qingqian immediately took the burden upon herself. It's my fault. Let me explain it to her. You don't need to worry. Wang Haoran celebrated inwardly. As expected of a high-tier heroine, her level of consciousness was impressively high. Okay then. Wang Haoran nodded with a sigh. He still needed her to disappear before the other girl arrived. Then you should go find Wai Wei now. There's no hurry. I'll tell her later. Luo Qingqian didn't move. She spoke softly and leaned her head toward his shoulder, a small smile playing on her lips. She clearly wanted to savor this time alone. Wang Haoran's sharpened senses caught the sound of approaching footsteps. Judging by the direction and timing, it had to be Qin Yunhan. Luo Qingqian's cultivation was weaker, and she hadn't noticed yet. Panic flared in his chest, but he couldn't just shove her away. He decided to let things take their course. Wait, someone is coming, Luo Qingqian whispered, finally noticing the disturbance. What's the matter? Wang Haoran asked. Hide, quickly. Luo Qingqian panicked. She felt disheveled and was far too ashamed to be seen with him by a stranger. Wang Haoran rejoiced at the success of the accidental strategy. He secretly reached into his pocket and turned off his phone. When Qin Yunhen arrived at the pond, she found it empty. She tried to call him, but the line was dead. She sighed and took a seat in the pavilion next to the water to wait patiently. Wang Haoran and Luo Qingqian crouched behind a massive tree by the water's edge, watching through the leaves. It's probably just a girl waiting for her boyfriend, Luo Qingqian whispered. She won't leave for a while. Let's sneak away. Wang Haoran didn't answer. Two more people were approaching, a young man and a woman. These weren't ordinary students. Both possessed significant internal cultivation. The man's aura felt like it fluctuated around 50 years of true qi, but Wang Haoran sensed a hidden depth. This youth was likely more powerful than Zhang Jiaoxue, who held 65 years of cultivation. The man looked younger than 20. Though he wore modern clothes, his hair flowed long, and he walked with his hands clasped behind his back in a traditional, regal manner. The woman followed several paces behind him, her head bowed in a show of deference. The pair looked exactly like a highborn young master and his beautiful maid. Zhang Jiaoxue might have been arrogant, but even he didn't bring a servant to school. This man was on an entirely different level. Wang Haoran narrowed his eyes. He felt a surge of irritation. Wait, Luo Qingqian whispered, her voice tight with shock. What? It's him, she breathed, staring at the young man as he reached the pond. Who is he? Wang Haoran asked, his heart sinking. Chapter 312. A true protagonist. Luo Qingqian tilted her head slightly, her gaze lingering on the ripples of the lotus pond. She shook her head slowly. It's better if you don't know this. Knowing too much is not good for you. Wang Haoran stiffened, his voice rising with a touch of performative agitation. Is there something I'm not allowed to hear? Do you look down on me because I'm just an ordinary person? Of course not. Luo Qingqian turned to him, her eyes wide with concern. Seeing the hurt on his face, she reached out as if to soothe him. Even though you don't practice martial arts, I would never look down on you. She lowered her voice, answering the question he had pressed for. That person is Yan Yuntian. He comes from a reclusive martial arts sect called Fang Xuan. His father heads a global consortium with assets worth hundreds of billions, and his mother is the current master of the mountain. Wang Haoran felt a jolt of genuine surprise. This background was staggering, perhaps even overshadowing his own. He immediately focused his mind, reaching out to his internal system to investigate this newcomer. Protagonist Yan Yuntian. Combat Strength 3662. Little Master of Huajin. Charm 318. Protagonist Halo 5263. Goldfinger Skills. Unlimited Horizontal Push Halo. After capturing a heroine by force, the user receives her immediate forgiveness, and her favorability increases to the maximum value. Lethal Damage Reflection. When receiving lethal damage, there is an 80% chance of immunity, reflecting the damage back to the attacker. Note this becomes invalid if the protagonist Halo drops below 2000 points. Damn it. What a protagonist. Wang Haoran felt a cold numbness creep up his spine. He had watched Yan Yuntian's grand entrance, sensing the power and the arrogance. He had pegged him as a rival villain, but the reality was far more dangerous. This was a protagonist of the most unreasonable variety. The unlimited horizontal push halo was a nightmare. It turned Yan Yuntian into a human bulldozer, allowing him to take whatever he wanted without consequence. Forcing himself on a heroine wouldn't lead to ruin, but to total devotion. A surge of protective rage flared in Wang Haoran's chest. He wanted to destroy Yan Yuntian where he stood. With a century of true qi and the power of a great master, Wang Haoran's combat strength sat near 5,000, for outclassing the youth in the pavilion. But then he looked at the reflection halo, an 80% chance to be immune and kill the attacker instead. If Wang Haoran struck a killing blow, he'd likely be the one who ended up dead. The odds were 4-1 against his survival. It wasn't a gamble he could take. He had encountered many protagonists, but never one he loathed as much as this. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Yan Yuntian and his maid stepped into the small pavilion, coming face to face with Qin Yunhan. Startled by the strangers, Qin Yunhan assumed they were a couple looking for a private spot. She adjusted her bag, preparing to move to another part of the pond to wait for Wang Haoran. Sister Yunhan, don't you recognize me? Yan Yuntian's voice was smooth, carrying a practiced smile. Qin Yunhan stopped and blinked, searching his face. She couldn't place him. We met many years ago, Yan Yuntian explained, his hands still folded behind his back. In terms of seniority, I am your cousin. The confusion on Qin Yunhan's face melted into shock, followed by a glimmer of memory. Wait, did my mother send you? She said she was coming to find me. Where is she? Second and is tied up with business, Yan Yuntian said. It will take some time for her to arrive, so I came ahead to let you know. Oh, Qin Yunhan's shoulders slumped slightly, but she quickly forced a smile. Then I'll tell my dad. He'll want to host you properly. Since you're here, you must stay in Qingling and play for a while. I intend to. Yan Yuntian nodded. But I'll need a guide. Perhaps you could show me the sights, Sister Yunhan? This, I'm afraid I can't. I have classes. There is always time during the holidays, Yan Yuntian countered, his smile never wavering. Qin Yunhan bristled internally. Her holidays were reserved for her boyfriend. She had no interest in playing tourist with a long-lost cousin. I usually study during my time off. I rarely go out. I'm not a very good guide. Can't you make an exception for me? Qin Yunhan glanced at the woman standing silently behind him. Don't you have your friend here to accompany you? I wouldn't want to disturb your private time. You misunderstand. Yan Yuntian laughed. She isn't my girlfriend. She is my maid, Ning. Qin Yunhan blinked in surprise, though she quickly rationalized it. Her mother's world was different, more archaic. A cousin with a maid was strange, but perhaps normal for his sect. So, will you be my guide? Yan Yuntian pressed. I really can't. I have to spend the holidays with my boyfriend. Yan Yuntian's smile sharpened, his eyes full of a strange confidence. Sister Yunhan, you're joking. I know for a fact you don't have a boyfriend. You don't even have close male friends. How could you have a boyfriend? Qin Yunhan froze. I'm right, aren't I? Yan Yuntian's grin widened. Haha, believe what you want, she replied, recovering her composure with a strained laugh. Yan Yuntian opened his mouth to persist, but the maid, Ning, stepped forward. Young master, since the young lady is unwilling, let us drop the matter. Yan Yuntian's brow furrowed. Ning knew his intentions. She knew he was here for Qin Yunhan. Why would she interfere? A sudden, sinking feeling hit him. Tell me. I want to know. He gritted his teeth, his voice dropping to a low, demanding hiss. Ning had intended to speak in private, but the look on Yan Yuntian's face told her he wouldn't wait. She leaned in, whispering a single sentence into his ear. As she spoke, the handsome mask of Yan Yuntian's face shattered, replaced by a grim, murderous expression. Ding. The host has indirectly damaged the mentality of the protagonist Yan Yuntian. Reward 1000 villain points. Yan Yuntian's protagonist Halo -50. Host's villain Halo +50. Ding. Mentality damage confirmed. Reward 2000 villain points. Yan Yuntian's protagonist Halo -100. Host's villain Halo +100. Ding. Mentality damage confirmed. Reward 3000 villain points. Yan Yuntian's protagonist Halo -150. Host's villain Halo +150. Chapter 313. The Countermeasure. A massive wave of rewards flooded Wang Haoran's system interface. He stood stunned for a heartbeat before a strange, cold smile spread across his face. Distance was no obstacle. Using his perspective vision to read their lips, he had captured every word spoken in the pavilion, including the venomous whisper the maid had pressed into Yan Yuntian's ear. The message was clear: Qin Yunhan was no longer pure. Yin Yuntian's face contorted, his handsome features twisting into a mask of fury. His obsession with Qin Yunhan was deep, and the revelation hit him like a physical blow. Watching that ferocious expression from afar, Wang Haoran felt a surge of dark satisfaction. Qin Yunhan, oblivious to the specific words, but terrified by the sudden change in her cousin's demeanor, scrambled back several steps. The grimace vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Yin Yuntian reined in his emotions with practiced efficiency. "Since you have obligations, I won't force the issue," he said, his voice flat. "I could find another guide for you," Qin Yunhan offered, her politeness a shield against her growing unease. "No need." Yin Yuntian's gaze turned icy and indifferent. To him, something once owned by another lost all value. His obsession remained, but his respect had vanished. He viewed her now as discarded goods. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Qin Yunhan didn't linger. "Goodbye," she said softly. She turned and hurried out of his field of vision, intending to find a new spot to wait for Wang Haoran. Once she was gone, the mask slipped again. "Yuneng, is this how you handle things?" Yin Yuntian asked, his voice dripping with frost. The maid trembled. "Master, I don't know how this happened. Perhaps it is a recent development with a new boyfriend." "Find him," Yan Yuntian commanded. "I want to know exactly who it is." He might have discarded his plans for her heart, but his pride demanded a sacrifice. He would not let the man who had preceded him go unpunished. From his hiding spot, Wang Haoran felt a spark of lethal intent. He wanted to step out and end the protagonist then and there, but the thought of that 80% reflection chance made him hesitate. Killing Yan Yuntian in this world would likely mean killing himself. "Yes, young master." Yuning nodded and slipped away, trailing Qin Yunhan. Yin Yuntian stood alone for a moment. Suddenly, he lashed out, his palm striking the pavilion's central pillar. With a blur of motion, he leaped away, his figure shrinking as he sped toward the horizon until he vanished. Crack, crack. Dense fissures spiderwebbed through the stone where his hand had landed. With a thunderous boom, the entire pavilion collapsed into a heap of rubble and rising dust. "He is much stronger than Zhang Jiaoxue," Lu Chen whispered from behind the tree. Her eyes were wide with fear. If he was stronger than Zhang Jiaoxue, he was infinitely stronger than her. She bit her lip, worry clouding her features. She still didn't know if Zhang Jiaoxue was lurking in the shadows, and now a new, more dangerous predator had entered the fray. She turned to Wang Haoran. "Let's find somewhere private. We need to talk." "I just remembered I have homework to finish," Wang Haoran replied, his mind already calculating his next move. "I have to head back." Lu Chen frowned, a hint of jealousy coloring her tone. "Is homework more important than me?" Wang Haoran stepped closer, his voice soothing. "Our relationship isn't measured by a single night. We will have many chances. Please, go back and explain things to Wei first. I won't feel right until that's settled." Lu Chen softened. "Fine, I'll go find her now." She turned and hurried away. Wang Haoran exhaled, his eyes narrowing as he set off after Qin Yunhan. Qin Yunhan had found a path lined with maple trees. It was mid-September, and the leaves were bleeding into a brilliant red. She sat on a bench, fiddling with her phone, trying to reach him. Yuning watched from the shadows, her eyes fixed on the girl. But Wang Haoran, using his perspective, watched them both. He powered on his phone and sent a quick message to Qin Yunhan, suggesting they meet for dinner at the seafood restaurant just outside the school gates. When she saw the text, she stood up and headed for the exit. The maid followed at a distance. Wang Haoran circled around, positioning himself at a sharp corner on the main path out of campus. As Yuning rounded the bend, they collided. "Watch where you," the reprimand died in her throat. She looked up into a face so handsome it stole her breath. Her heart skipped a beat. "I'm so sorry," Wang Haoran said. Deep within his mind, he issued a silent command to the system. Ding. The host has successfully applied the charm halo to the female character Yuning. Favorability has reached maximum value. Wang Haoran saw the change instantly. The shock in Yuning's eyes melted into a look of total, intoxicated obsession. She finally found her voice, though it was breathy and soft. "I'm sorry. I almost ran right into you." "It's quite all right," Wang Haoran smiled. He tilted his head slightly. "Your name is Yuning, isn't it?" Her eyes widened. How do you know that?" "I've seen you before," he lied effortlessly. "I also know all about Yan Yuntian." "You aren't from the reclusive sects, are you?" she asked, searching his face. She felt no ripple of true chi from him. In response, Wang Haoran reached out and gently took her hand. Yuning gasped. A surge of internal energy, vast and unrelenting like a mountain range, poured into her from his touch. This power was leagues beyond anything Yan Yuntian possessed. "Who are you?" she whispered, trembling. This man was younger than her master, yet his cultivation was the most formidable she had ever encountered. "Who I am doesn't matter," Wang Haoran said, his voice a low, bewitching purr. "What matters is that I am here for you." Yuning's world tilted. A storm raged in her heart, leaving her with a single, absolute clarity: she would do anything for this man. Even if he asked for her life, she would give it without a second thought. Chapter 314. Finding a scapegoat. How can I even be qualified for your favor?" Yuning whispered. She couldn't meet Wang Haoran's gaze, her head bowing shyly as her face flushed a deep crimson. "Then, are you willing to be mine from now on?" Wang Haoran didn't waste time on pleasantries. He preferred to cut straight to the heart of the matter. "Of course I am," Yuning blurted out, her devotion clear. "From now on, I will obey whatever you ask of me." Wang Haoran nodded with a satisfied smile. He began to press for specific details regarding Yan Yuntian. Through her, he learned that the youth practiced a bizarre and potent martial art known as the extremely free and easy go. To master this technique before reaching the rank of a Huajin Little Master, a practitioner had to maintain a strict, boyish celibacy. However, once that threshold was crossed, all restraints vanished. In fact, the cultivation process became remarkably simple and, frankly, hedonistic. Wang Haoran suppressed the urge to curse. This Yan Yuntian was the quintessential domineering, evil young master protagonist. His unlimited horizontal push halo combined with this specific martial art made for a terrifyingly efficient bulldozer. Any heroine unable to defeat him would essentially be destined for his collection. The only comfort was Yuning's confirmation that Yan Yuntian had only recently broken through to the Huajin rank. His first intended target was Qin Yunhan. Fortunately, the bulldozer hadn't even managed to turn its engine over before the target had already been claimed. Take this and give it to Yan Yuntian secretly. Wang Haoran pressed a small, inconspicuous pill into Yuning's palm. This was the same gift he had previously bestowed upon Yan Guishan, Zhang Jiaoxue, Liu Beige, and the others. Wang Haoran made it a point to carry these essential tools for protagonist management at all times. Given Yan Yuntian's high cultivation, a direct confrontation would be messy. Letting an insider like Yuning handle it was far more elegant. This was precisely why he had intercepted her. What kind of medicine is this? Yuning asked, staring at the pill with curiosity. I'm doing this for your safety as well, Wang Haoran whispered, leaning close to her ear. Once he takes this, Yan Yuntian will lose that specific ability. I will see it done. Yuning's eyes widened in surprise, but she nodded with solemn resolve. She knew Yan Yuntian had designs on her. Now that her heart was entirely consumed by Wang Haoran, the thought of the young master touching her was repulsive. Wang Haoran watched her carefully. You've been his maid for a long time. Has he ever? Never. Yuning cut in, desperate to clear herself. Before he reached the Huajin rank, he wouldn't dare dream of it. Neither Yunsuan nor I have ever been touched by so much as a single finger. He was so terrified of failing his practice that he would only ever speak to us through a closed door. That was perfect. Wang Haoran smiled inwardly. The protagonist had remained pure for his cultivation, and Wang Haoran had no desire to deal with second-hand goods himself. Yuning was striking, easily a 92 on a scale of 100. She fell just short of the heroine standard, but she was close enough. This Yunsuan you mentioned, Wang Haoran said, recalling the name. Who is she? She is a maid just like me, but she stayed behind at Fengzi Mountain, Yuning replied. Wang Haoran made a mental note. By the time he encountered this Yunsuan, his charm aura would be off its cooldown. He could bring her into the fold just as easily. Good things, after all, came in pairs. You were stalking someone just now. Why? He already knew the answer, but he wanted to see how she would frame it. It's like this. Yuning began, recounting Yan Yuntian's orders and his dark intentions for whoever had preceded him. This Yan Yuntian is truly vicious, Wang Haoran sighed, playing the part of the moral observer. Just because a girl found a boyfriend, he wants to destroy them. It's none of his business. He has a powerful background and an ego to match, Yuning explained. He's incredibly domineering. He won't let Qin Yunhan's boyfriend off lightly. Wang Haoran drifted into thought. Yuning couldn't just return with no information, or Yan Yuntian would get suspicious. He didn't want a head-on collision with the protagonist just yet. He needed a scapegoat. After a moment, his eyes lit up. He leaned in and whispered instructions into Yuning's ear. Tell him exactly this. Night fell over Qingling. Yuning returned to a quaint, expensive mansion that Yan Yuntian had ordered her to purchase in advance. It was meant to be his private sanctuary while he pursued Qin Yunhan. Yan Yuntian sat alone in the courtyard, the moonlight catching his long hair. Yuning suppressed her nerves, carefully preparing a cup of tea using leaves brought from their mountain sect. She stepped forward and offered the cup. Yan Yuntian took a slow sip of the hot brew. Did you find him? I did, Yuning replied, her voice steady. Who is it? A person named Lin Chen. He is 8 years old. Yan Yuntian nearly choked on his tea. He looked at her, stunned. An 8-year-old? A child. Sir, this Lin Chen is no ordinary child. He recently won a professional racing championship. He also took a small amount of capital and turned it into 100 million in the stock market in just a few days. Yuning produced a file, spreading out the documentation of the boy's achievements. Yan Yuntian scanned the papers, his eyes narrowing. The kid was a genius, clearly outperforming most adults. It wasn't entirely impossible for such a prodigy to capture a girl's heart. But he's only 8, Yan Yuntian muttered, a sliver of doubt remaining. How could he have? Young master, 8 might be young, but there are many ways for someone with his resources and intellect to navigate those matters, Yuning suggested, subtly guiding his thoughts. Yan Yuntian nodded slowly, the tea and the logic doing their work. How do you wish to handle this, sir? Do you need me to intervene? No. Yan Yuntian shook his head. He drained the rest of the tea and stood up. Without another word, he vanished into the shadows of the night, his silhouette a dark blur against the moon. Ding. The host has successfully destroyed the protagonist Yan Yuntian's virility. Reward 3,000 villain points. Yan Yuntian's protagonist halo minus 150, host's villain halo plus 150. Ding. Yan Yuntian has lost his male capability. The unlimited horizontal push halo is now invalid. Ding. The host has significantly altered the plot direction. Reward 3,000 villain points. Moving fast, isn't he? In a quiet seafood restaurant across town, Wang Haoran looked up from his dinner with Yin Yuntian. A sharp, knowing smile touched his lips as the notifications finished scrolling. Chapter 315. Protagonist versus Protagonist. Hey, what are you laughing at? Yin Yuntian watched the inexplicable smile spreading across Wang Haoran's face. The joy seemed to radiate from him, catching her off guard. I'm just happy to be eating seafood with you. He didn't offer the real reason. Instead, he reached for a lie that felt smooth and natural. I'm happy too. A deep, genuine joy lit up her face. She leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. I'm not going back to the school dormitory after dinner. She punctuated the sentence with a knowing look, her eyes shimmering with intent. Wang Haoran understood perfectly. He nodded with a grin, but his mind remained immersed in the tide of recent system notifications. This city had too many moving pieces. A protagonist like Yan Yuntian was a massive hidden danger, a wild card that could ruin his carefully laid plans. But now that danger had been neutralized. Yan Yuntian was powerless. Even if he found himself face to face with a heroine, he could do nothing. Furthermore, his extremely intentional free and easy gong was now a dead end. Without the ability to indulge, his cultivation would stall permanently at the rank of a Huajin little master. At that level, Wang Haoran could kill him easily. The only obstacle was that pesky reflection halo. To truly eliminate the man, his protagonist aura needed to drop below 2,000 points. Once that happened, the lethal damage bounce would flicker out of existence. It was only a matter of time. Lin Chen had once possessed a similar aura of immortality, and look at him now. If the boy's halo dropped below 1,000, he wouldn't even be a threat. After they finished their meal, Wang Haoran prepared to take Yin Yuntian back to the villa to discuss life and ideals. A sudden chime echoed in his mind. Ding. The host's behind-the-scenes manipulation has caused the protagonist Lin Chen to be killed by the protagonist Yan Yuntian. Reward 3,000 villain points. The news hit him like a physical blow. Lin Chen was dead. He had only intended to find a scapegoat. On a whim, he had set the boy up to take the fall, using Yuning to feed Yan Yuntian fake news. He hadn't expected much from it. Lin Chen was only 8 years old. Surely even a domineering maniac like Yan Yuntian would see the boy could explain himself? Apparently not. Yan Yuntian was so arrogant he hadn't even given the child a chance to speak. He must have struck the moment he laid eyes on him. The result left Wang Haoran conflicted. He had planned to harvest Lin Chen's will for much longer. Now, the sheep was gone. It was a significant loss in long-term points. However, there was a silver lining. Lin Chen had a powerful, mysterious older sister who hadn't yet shown her face. By killing the boy, Yan Yuntian had essentially declared war on her. When she finally appeared, she would be a massive headache for the young master. More importantly, Wang Haoran had just verified a new strategy. Pitting protagonists against one another and playing the fisherman was incredibly effective. It was a pity he didn't have another heavy hitter to throw at Yan Yuntian right now. Protagonists like Ye Chu or Xiao Ye were mere lambs compared to this new threat. He needed to keep them alive to produce points, not send them to the slaughter. Why did you stop? Yin Yuntian asked. She looked at him with curiosity as he stood frozen on the sidewalk. I just remembered some urgent work I need to handle. Go to the villa first. I'll be there soon. All right. I'll wait for you while I stream some games. She nodded obediently and headed for the car. Once she was safe at the villa, Wang Haoran stepped out into the night. The moon hung low and the wind whistled through the trees. Yin Yuntian returned to his mansion, his face a mask of cruelty and lingering coldness. Yuning met him at the entrance. A faint sense of dread fluttered in her chest at the sight of him. Master, is the matter resolved? Yes. Yin Yuntian nodded. An indescribable anger still burned in his eyes. He had killed the boy, but the obsession with Qin Yunhan remained like a thorn in his side. It was a frustrating, hollow victory. He decided he needed a distraction, something to help him forget the day's irritations. His gaze drifted to Yuning. Under the soft courtyard lights, she stood quietly. She was a beautiful woman, a sight that usually made his pulse quicken. I'm in a bad mood, he said, his voice heavy with command. Accompany me tonight. Terror flared in Yuning's heart, followed by a wave of intense disgust. Her soul already belonged to someone else. She would rather take her own life to preserve her innocence than let this man touch her. She knew her internal energy was no match for his, and she prepared herself for a final, desperate act of defiance. But as Yin Yuntian watched her, his predatory gaze flickered into confusion. He frowned. He felt nothing. Yuning was undeniably beautiful, and he felt the mental spark of attraction, but it stopped there. There was no physical reaction, no surge of heat. Usually, his heartbeat would lead to movement elsewhere, but everything remained cold and silent. I don't need you after all, Yin Yuntian snapped, his tone sharp with sudden insecurity. I want to be quiet. Leave me. Relief washed over Yuning, though she forced her expression to remain neutral. Yin Yuntian didn't notice the change. He turned on his heel and stormed toward his bedroom, leaving her alone in the dark. Yuning retreated to her own room, her breath hitching as she pushed the door open. A figure was waiting for her. Why are you here? She gasped, her fear turning to instant joy. I came to see you, of course. Wang Haoran's voice was a soft, coaxing whisper. The simple sentence made her head spin with affection. Yin Yuntian wanted me to accompany him just now. Fortunately, he suddenly changed his mind. She leaned into him, the memory of the encounter still fresh and frightening. It's over now. Wang Haoran smiled. He had seen the entire conversation through the walls of the mansion. Did the medicine work so quickly? Yuning asked, her voice hushed and embarrassed. Is he really useless now? Of course. He nodded, his smile turning wicked. Through his perspective vision, he could see Yan Yuntian in the other room. The young master was frantically checking himself, realizing the extent of his problem. He began smashing the furniture like a madman, his silent screams of rage echoing through the walls. Ding. Behind-the-scenes manipulation has caused the protagonist Yan Yuntian's mentality to be damaged. Reward 1000 villain points, or a -50. Ding. Mentality damaged. Reward 2000 villain points, or a -100. Ding. Mentality damaged. Reward 3000 villain points, or a -150. Once the rush of points settled, Wang Haoran turned back to business. You've lived in Fengzi Mountain for a long time. You must know the people around Yan Yuntian well. Is there anyone special near him? An exceptionally outstanding young woman, perhaps? The sect was full of women, and he was certain another heroine was hiding in the ranks. In Fengzi Mountain? Yu Ning's eyes shone with a mix of admiration and envy. There is one. She is known as the hidden world's #1 beauty. Chapter 316. The first beauty of the hidden world. The first beauty in the hidden world? The title sent a jolt of curiosity through Wang Haoran. His eyes lit up, and he leaned in, his voice dropping to a low, intrigued murmur. Tell me about her. In detail. Yu Ning blinked, stunned by his sudden intensity. She looked at him with a trace of confusion. Your cultivation is so high, you must be a prominent figure in the hidden world. How is it possible you haven't heard of her? Wang Haoran stiffened. He certainly didn't know, but he wasn't about to admit to being an outsider. He smoothed his expression and offered a quick, practiced excuse. In the hidden world, my eyes are only on you, he said, his voice soft and convincing. How could I possibly spare a thought for other women, even the so-called #1 beauty? Yu Ning's breath hitched. A flush of joy and pure devotion colored her cheeks. To hear you say that, I could die right now with no regrets. She took a moment to compose herself, her heartbeat eventually slowing as she focused back on his question. Her name is Fang Xuan. She's 20 years old, the daughter of a former sect master. Her original sect was legendary, but for reasons unknown, it was destroyed overnight. Everyone was slaughtered. She was the sole survivor. Yu Ning tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. A few years ago, she joined Fengzi Mountain. The current master there recognized her as a sister. Now, in the hidden world, I couldn't even count the number of men desperate to marry her. Wang Haoran nodded slowly, processing the information. He let out a casual, airy sigh. The #1 beauty. Any man who wins her hand would certainly have much to be proud of. Beauty is only part of it, Yu Ning countered. Wang Haoran raised an eyebrow. Oh, there are other benefits to marrying her? Of course. As the daughter of a once brilliant sect, she holds their legacy. Even though the sect is gone, its treasures remain. She has access to preserved cultivation resources, rare materials, and legendary martial arts manuals. Yu Ning shifted closer, her voice earnest. Whoever marries Fang Xuan doesn't just get a wife. They get an entire sect's inheritance. Wang Haoran frowned, a small seed of doubt taking root. If she joined Fengzi Mountain, didn't she hand those resources over? Yu Ning shook her head. The mountain hasn't demanded them. Fang Xuan is grateful for their protection, so she's shared a few things, but only a fraction. Even that small amount was enough to significantly boost the strength of Fengzi Mountain. The bulk of the treasury is still hers alone. Listening to Yu Ning, Wang Haoran began to see the full picture. Fang Xuan was the classic beautiful heiress trope moved into a martial arts setting. Capture her heart, and you gain wealth, power, and status in a single stroke. It was an instant shortcut to the peak of existence. There is a problem, though, Yu Ning added. Fang Xuan's standards are incredibly high. She looks down on all the young talents of the hidden world. Even Yan Yuntian, the top-ranked genius on the Dragon and Phoenix list, doesn't interest her in the least. Wang Haoran wasn't surprised. Yan Yuntian was nothing more than a minor villain, a stepping stone with an arrogant face. A top-tier heroine like Fang Xuan would never be satisfied with someone like that. Suddenly, a connection clicked in his mind. You said she's the recognized sister of the Fengzi Mountain Master. Wouldn't that make her Yan Yuntian's aunt? She is 20, but yes, Yu Ning confirmed. In terms of seniority, she is indeed his aunt. The protagonist is a beast. Wang Haoran cursed silently. It was obvious now. Fang Xuan was the primary heroine in Yan Yuntian's plot line. And knowing the logic of these bulldozer protagonists, Yan Yuntian undoubtedly had designs on his own beautiful aunt. By the way, Yu Ning continued, Fang Xuan should be arriving in Qingling within the next few days. She's coming to visit the daughter of her second sister, Fang Yun. You might see her then. Fang Yun's daughter, you mean Qin Yunhan? Wang Haoran murmured the name to himself. He remembered Feng Rong, the man who had tried to kidnap the girl before, mentioning that name. Yes, Qin Yunhan, Yu Ning said. But the visit is only part of the reason. Fang Xuan is also coming to test the girl's martial arts aptitude. She intends to take Qin Yunhan back to Fengzi Mountain so the mother and daughter can be reunited. Wang Haoran's expression soured. Qin Yunhan was a heroine. In this world, that almost guaranteed she had top-tier cultivation potential. If Fang Xuan tested her, she would try to whisk the girl away to the hidden world. Qin Yunhan would refuse. Someone would step in to block the path, and a classic 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west confrontation would erupt. He caught himself and smirked. What a joke. I'm the villain. I don't get to say those lines. But Yu Ning's loyalty was absolute. She wouldn't give him false intelligence. If the plot was moving this way, who was supposed to be the hero? He paced the room, thinking. If he didn't intervene, Yan Yuntian would normally be the one to jump in and save the day. But the timeline had shifted. Yan Yuntian had no connection to Qin Yunhan in this version of events. That meant the trouble was going to land squarely in Wang Haoran's lap. How should he handle it? Could he convince Fang Xuan to lie? Could he charm her into saying Qin Yunhan had no talent for martial arts? He shook his head. He was handsome, yes, but Fang Xuan was the most beautiful woman in the hidden world, surrounded by elite suitors. Winning her over with a pretty face alone was nonsense. Should I spend 30,000 villain points on a love at first sight card? The thought crossed his mind, but he dismissed it. It was too expensive. There was no guarantee he could earn that investment back from her. Besides, Yan Yuntian was a high-tier protagonist with over 5,000 Halo points. As his main heroine, Fang Xuan likely had over 3,000 herself. If he bought the card and her resistance was too high, he'd be throwing points into a void. Is force the only option? He weighed the idea. Beating Fang Xuan into submission, or driving her away would be easy enough, but the fallout would be a nightmare. She would retreat to Fengzi Mountain and return with an army. He didn't feel like dealing with wave after wave of righteous warriors knocking on his door. Chapter 317. Relationship fetters the lost couple. Wang Haoran stayed with Ning for over an hour, lingering in her company before finally taking his leave and heading back toward the villa. As he reached the residential area, Bulletin Feiyan emerged from the deep shadows, like a specter to deliver her report. Ye Chu has already purchased a villa nearby. He has already posted a rental advertisement on the internet. A smirk played on Wang Haoran's lips. Ye Chu was nothing if not persistent in his quest to recruit beautiful tenants. The old building was slated for demolition, and rather than waiting for a new plan, he had rushed to buy a villa just to keep his business alive. Well done, Wang Haoran praised. He leaned in closer, his voice dropping. I need you to do one more thing for me. What is it? Bulletin Feiyan asked, her expression neutral. Wang Haoran offered a mysterious, sharp smile. Do you know how to start a fire? Upon returning to the villa, Wang Haoran found Qin Yunhan in the middle of a live stream, her headset on as she focused on a battle royale game. You're back. In that case, I'm done playing. Seeing him enter, Qin Yunhan lost all interest in her audience. She reached for the button to end the stream. Wang Haoran moved quickly, gently stopping her hand. Did you find a match for a rookie just now? No. Qin Yunhan shook her head, looking confused. Then keep playing, Wang Haoran encouraged. He had previously ordered Ning Aoxue to sabotage Xiao Ye's live stream, and he had already received the system reward for the disruption. Clearly, Xiao Ye was currently preoccupied and wasn't broadcasting. Wang Haoran wanted Qin Yunhan to stay live. Her presence was the perfect bait to draw Xiao Ye back into the stream once he was free, allowing Ning Aoxue to continue the harassment. But I don't want to broadcast anymore, Qin Yunhan pouted, giving him a pointed look. I want to chat with you. Understanding her unspoken request, Wang Haoran sat down on the chair beside her. You can play and talk at the same time. It won't delay anything. Qin Yunhan blinked, stunned. She gave him a long, strange look before reaching out and abruptly turning off the camera and microphone. She was a rookie anchor with no real gaming skills to speak of. She knew that if she stayed live while distracted, her audience would immediately see how little she was actually paying attention to the game. She struggled through the rest of the match, finally finishing it before starting the queue for another. Ding. The host has manipulated events from behind the scenes, destroying the live broadcast environment for the protagonist, Xiao Ye. Reward 800 villain points. Xiao Ye's protagonist Halo -40. Host's villain Halo +40. Wang Haoran felt a surge of secret satisfaction. It seemed Xiao Ye had tried to start his stream after seeing Qin Yunhan enter a match, only to be immediately shut down by Ning Aoxue. Whether Ning Aoxue was cutting Xiao Ye's internet, or using some tech wizardry to haunt the stream like a ghost, Wang Haoran didn't particularly care. His focus was now entirely on the girl sitting next to him. Late that night, silence fell over the villa. Qin Yunhan was sound asleep, but something was wrong. Her body felt like a block of ice. A thin layer of white frost had begun to form on her lips and eyelashes. Startled, Wang Haoran immediately gathered his internal energy, pressing his palms against her to drive out the inexplicable cold. To his shock, his true energy had no effect. The moment his skin touched hers, a biting, supernatural chill surged into his own body, making him shiver. Even with his 100 years of internal cultivation, the cold was difficult to resist. Anxiety spiked in his chest. He considered calling for Xian Biansu, the doctor living in a nearby villa, to come and examine her. But before he could even stand up to make the call, the frost vanished. Qin Yunhan's breathing steadied, her skin returning to a healthy warmth as if nothing had happened. Wang Haoran stared at her, his expression turning complicated. He knew this trope all too well. This wasn't a sickness, it was the manifestation of a unique cultivation physique. He was now certain that Qin Yunhan possessed an extraordinary aptitude for martial arts. It was exactly the kind of rare talent that would drive Fang Xuan to take the girl back to Fengzi Mountain for training. Just as he reached this conclusion, a sudden glow of orange light flickered outside the window. A fire was roaring in the distance. Ding. The host manipulated events behind the scenes, causing Ye Chu's new house to burn down. Plot direction affected. Reward 900 villain points. Ye Chu's protagonist Halo -45. Host's villain Halo +45. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The villain Halo has surpassed the 7,000 mark. The system is settling rewards. Please wait. The first notification was expected, but the second was a pleasant surprise. He had received rewards at the 4,000 and 5,000 marks, but the 6,000 mark had passed with silence. He had assumed the milestone rewards had stopped. Now he understood. The requirements were simply scaling. The gap had increased from 1,000 points to 2,000 points, and would likely grow even larger as his power increased. He waited with bated breath. The first milestone gave him the social relationship bond card, and the second gave him the love at first sight card. What would this one be? Ding. Reward for surpassing 7,000 villain points has been settled. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the social relationship fetters setting card. He quickly opened his inventory to read the description. Social relationship fetters setting card. Value 50,000 villain points. The host can arbitrarily set a social bond with a heroine. Available bonds include father and daughter, mother and son, siblings, master and apprentice, ex-girlfriends, separated couples. Once the bond is set, it will be triggered after a specific period of time. Wang Haoran's eyes nearly bulged out of his head when he read the first few options. Ning had said Fang Xuan was 20 years old. Setting a relationship like father and daughter, or mother and son was utter nonsense. He was momentarily curious about the chaos such a choice would cause, but he wasn't about to waste such a powerful tool on a joke. He scanned the remaining options and finally locked onto one lost couple. Ding. The host has chosen to set a lost husband and wife relationship with the heroine Fang Xuan. The bond will take effect in 2,400 hours. The host may wait or use villain points to accelerate the trigger time. 2,400 hours was 100 days. By then, the opportunity would be long gone. Use villain points to accelerate, he commanded. Give me the shortest possible time. Ding. The host has chosen to spend 10,000 villain points to accelerate. The bond will trigger in 24 hours. Wang Haoran winced, feeling the sting of the loss. 10,000 points, gone in an instant. However, he quickly forced himself to look at the bigger picture. Yan Yuntian was a high-tier protagonist. Crushing him would yield massive returns. He would earn those points back soon enough. More importantly, Fang Xuan was the key. With the lost husband and wife bond in place, dealing with Yan Yuntian would be a much easier game to play. Chapter 318. Frozen Spirit Body. Qin Yunhan woke up the next morning feeling perfectly normal. There was no trace of the midnight chill, no lingering frost on her lashes. She went to class as usual, the mundane rhythm of school life masking the strange transformation occurring within her. After her evening lectures wrapped up, she pulled out her phone to call Mu Zhaozhao for dinner. Before she could dial, a woman stepped out from the crowd and walked straight toward her. The stranger wore modern clothes, but she carried an aura of classical elegance that felt out of place in a bustling university corridor. Her smile was soft, possessing a magnetic quality that could turn heads in any century. Even as a woman, Qin Yunhan felt her heart skip a beat. "Are you looking for me?" Qin Yunhan asked, her voice tinged with doubt. The woman's gaze was fixed on her, warm and knowing. "You and Sister Yun are so similar. You share the same beauty." The woman's voice was like silk. "Who are you?" Qin Yunhan stiffened, her internal alarms blaring. She knew her mother's name was Feng Yun. This Sister Yun could only be one person. However, after the encounter with the kidnapper Feng Rong, she wasn't about to trust a beautiful face without proof. "My name is Fang Xuan. I am not much older than you, but by seniority, you should call me aunt." Qin Yunhan crossed her arms, unimpressed. "You had better show some evidence before you start identifying relatives." Fang Xuan nodded, having expected the wall. "I spoke with your father before coming here. He knows I've arrived." Qin Yunhan didn't take her word for it. She dialed Qin Kai immediately. A minute later, she hung up the phone, the suspicion draining from her face to be replaced by a bright, sheepish enthusiasm. "Hello, Auntie. I'm so sorry about that. Please don't be offended." She stepped forward and grabbed Fang Xuan's hand, leading her toward the exit. They went to dinner, where Qin Yunhan peppered her with questions about her mother. The meal wasn't nearly long enough to satisfy her curiosity. "Auntie, you don't have a place to stay yet. Let's get you settled in a hotel so we can keep talking," Qin Yunhan suggested excitedly. "That sounds perfect," Fang Xuan agreed. They arrived at a nearby luxury hotel and headed up to the suite. The moment they stepped into the room, Qin Yunhan opened her mouth to ask another question, but the words died in her throat. A sudden, violent shiver racked her frame. It was a hot evening, and the air conditioning wasn't even on. Yet the air around her seemed to plummet into the negatives. "Yunhan, what's wrong?" Fang Xuan noticed the girl's sudden pallor. "I don't know. I'm suddenly so cold." Qin Yunhan hugged herself, her teeth beginning to chatter. Fang Xuan's brow furrowed. She reached out and gripped the girl's wrist, probing for a pulse. "Auntie, it hurts. It's so cold." The temperature dropped further. Fine white frost began to crystallize on Qin Yunhan's eyelashes. Fang Xuan pulled the girl into a hug, trying to share her body heat, but the chill was aggressive. It bit into Fang Xuan's skin like frozen needles, forcing her to recoil in shock. Her face turned pale as a realization dawned on her, a mixture of panic and awe. Cold, so cold. Fang Xuan stood by helplessly as the girl trembled, but as quickly as the attack had come, it began to fade. The frost melted away, and Qin Yunhan's breathing slowed as she returned to normal. Fang Xuan immediately grabbed her wrist again, her fingers dancing over the pulse point, as if searching for a hidden rhythm. "Auntie, what's happening to me? Is it some kind of terminal illness?" Qin Yunhan asked, her voice small and frightened. "Silly girl, of course not." Fang Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. I read about this in an ancient record. You possess a legendary martial arts physique called the frozen spirit body. With the right training, you could become one of the top masters in the world. I can be a martial arts expert. Qin Yunhan's eyes went wide. Her mind raced. First, she thought of protecting those she loved. Second, she thought of how much she could brag to Sun Muyan. Auntie, teach me. I want to be a top master right now. Fang Xuan offered a dry, sympathetic smile. Even with a rare physique, you can't reach the peak overnight. It takes years of discipline. How many years? Qin Yunhan's excitement dipped slightly. You would need to return with me to Fengzi Mountain for at least 3 years of dedicated training. It would be difficult, and you would have to endure many hardships. But the reward would be immense. Oh, then forget it. Qin Yunhan's interest vanished instantly. She had been pampered her whole life. Hardship sounded miserable. More importantly, leaving Qingling meant leaving her boyfriend for 3 years. To her, that was an impossible trade. She would much rather stay in school, play games, and spend her time with the person she loved. Yunhan, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's a pity to waste such talent, Fang Xuan urged. Everyone has their own path, auntie. Qin Yunhan gave her a playful smile. Fang Xuan sighed, her expression turning serious. To tell you the truth, things at Fengzi Mountain have only just stabilized. Your mother cannot leave yet. She sent me here specifically to check on you and, if you were fit for cultivation, to bring you back to her. So mom isn't coming to see me herself? Qin Yunhan's smile faltered, a look of profound loss crossing her face. I am taking you to her. It's the same thing, Fang Xuan said gently. But I don't want to leave Qingling. You've been separated from your mother for so long. Don't you want to see her? Of course I do, but... Qin Yunhan trailed off, biting her lip. Fang Xuan studied her. Is it your father? Don't worry about Qin Kai. He's already agreed to visit once you're settled. Qin Yunhan felt a wave of agitation. It's not just that. I don't want to leave. My mother can come here when she's ready. We've been apart this long. What's a little while longer? Fang Xuan's instincts sharpened. She saw the conflict in the girl's eyes. Besides your father, who else is keeping you here? Who is worth such a sacrifice? Auntie, you're a woman. You should understand, Qin Yunhan said vaguely. She remembered she wasn't supposed to mention her relationship with him without his permission, so she kept her answer cryptic. But under Fang Xuan's intense, searching gaze, she couldn't hide the truth entirely. Fang Xuan's brows knit together. The realization hit her, and she didn't look pleased. Chapter 319. I have something to say. Late at night, the world felt still. Wang Haoran was just drifting toward sleep when his phone buzzed. It was Luo Qingqian, asking him to meet her immediately. He threw on his clothes and headed out. Fatigue was a distant concept to a man of his standing. If Luo Qingqian felt this sudden urge to see him, he was more than happy to oblige. She had chosen a spot by the lake, not far from the Qingling campus. Wang Haoran knew the area well. He had once performed an impressive leap across that very water to coax a smile out of Su Muyan. He hurried toward the shoreline, his pulse quickening with anticipation. He hadn't realized Luo Qingqian possessed such a wild streak, making late-night appointments in secluded places. The thought was undeniably exciting. However, the moment he arrived, the excitement vanished. Luo Qingqian wasn't alone. Lin Chen was there too, lying on the damp grass by the water's edge. He was perfectly still, his body already cold. Luo Qingqian caught sight of Wang Haoran and threw herself into his arms, her body racking with heavy, broken sobs. He held her tight, murmuring soft comforts, while his gaze drifted over to the corpse. That Yan Yuntian. I'll send him down to join you sooner or later, Wang Haoran thought. As for your 7 older sisters, I suppose I'll have to take care of them in your absence. Rest easy. His pocket vibrated again. A message from Qin Yunhan appeared on the screen, asking where he was. It seemed no one was sleeping tonight. His first instinct was to tell her to stay home and rest, but a better plan took shape. He typed out a quick reply, telling her to meet him right here at the lake. This wasn't a date. He needed Qin Yunhan to weep for Lin Chen. Acting was a necessary tool in his repertoire. He had already instructed Yuning to spread the false rumor that Qin Yunhan was Lin Chen's girlfriend, and that Lin Chen had been murdered because of it. Yan Yuntian would carry the blame for this death. When Lin Chen's mysterious eldest sister eventually arrived, Qin Yunhan needed to be established as the grieving lover in front of Luo Qingqian and the others. Her testimony would be the final nail in Yan Yuntian's coffin. After sending the message, he focused back on the woman in his arms. Luo Qingqian's cries eventually subsided into quiet hitches of breath. She was still fragile, but the initial wave of shock had passed. Do you want me to notify Wei and the others? Wang Haoran asked, seeing she was still too unstable to manage the task. Luo Qingqian nodded against his chest. He pulled out his phone, made the calls, and settled into wait. Chu Qianwei and the other sisters were far away, searching other parts of the city. They wouldn't arrive for some time, but the silence was soon broken by footsteps. A woman emerged from the shadows, her beauty so breathtaking it threatened to seize the very air from the lungs. Wang Haoran felt a momentary jolt of attraction, but his seasoned mind quickly regained control. He had seen too much and fought too many battles to be easily mesmerized. The woman's eyes swept over the scene and locked onto his. We just spoke over text, she said, her voice sharp. Realization dawned. Wang Haoran's expression turned solemn. Why do you have Qin Yunhan's phone? Who are you? The woman was Fang Xuan. After Qin Yunhan had fallen asleep, she had taken the girl's phone, discovered the messages from Wang Haoran, and decided to lure him out. That is none of your concern, Fang Xuan said coldly. Come with me. I have something to tell you. Wang Haoran knew the script. She likely wanted to warn him away from Qin Yunhan, claiming he was a distraction to her future. If Luo Qingqian weren't standing right there, he would have enjoyed teaching this woman a lesson. But for now, he had to maintain his persona as an ordinary man. I'm in the middle of something important, Wang Haoran replied. It's inconvenient. Let's talk another day. I don't have that kind of time, Fang Xuan snapped, her tone dropping several degrees. Now, move. Wang Haoran simply smiled and shook his head. You refuse? Then I suppose I'll have to make you. Her silhouette flickered under the moonlight. In a heartbeat, she covered the distance, her jade-like hand reaching out to seize Wang Haoran's shoulder. Just before she made contact, Luo Qingqian stepped forward, her palm striking out to intercept. The two palms collided with a dull roar of displaced air. The force of the impact was perfectly balanced. Both women let out a soft gasp of surprise, neither having expected to find an equal in such a place. Luo Qingqian, it's you. Fang Xuan's focus shifted. In the dim moonlight, she hadn't bothered to look closely at the woman standing beside her target. Fang Xuan, what a surprise to find you here. Luo Qingqian sneered, her eyes narrowing. What's the matter? Has the great beauty of the hidden world, the woman who looks down on all men, finally been reduced to kidnapping them? Don't speak nonsense, Fang Xuan retorted. Unless I were blind, I would never spare a glance for an ordinary man like this. The insult stung. To Luo Qingqian's ears, it was a direct jab at her own judgment. Is that so? Then you're calling me blind? You really have no shame. Luo Qingqian's aura flared. You've always wanted to beat me, haven't you? To take the second spot on the Hidden Dragon and Young Phoenix list? Fine. Today, I'll show you exactly how wide the gap between us truly is. Do you think I fear you? Fang Xuan braced herself. Now, Wang Haoran stepped between them, his hands raised in a placating gesture. Let's be civil. We can talk this out. Get out of the way, Fang Xuan snapped, casting a frigid look at him. You have no right to speak here. Seeing her lover humiliated was the final straw. Luo Qingqian channeled her full internal energy, her palm whistling through the air toward Fang Xuan's chest. But before the strike landed, Fang Xuan suddenly collapsed. She clutched her head, letting out a sharp cry of agony. Luo Qingqian wasn't the type to strike a defenseless opponent. She froze, her palm hovering inches from its target, her face etched with confusion. The sudden turn of events left Wang Haoran stunned. For a moment, it looked like a cheap theatrical trick, as if she were faking an injury to avoid the fight. But the intensity of her reaction made that impossible. Husband, hurry, run. Fang Xuan gasped. She curled into a ball on the grass, her hands pressed tightly against her temples as if trying to keep her skull from splitting. Don't worry about me, just go. Her voice was heart-piercing, filled with a sudden, inexplicable grief. Watching her, the shock on Wang Haoran's face slowly morphed into a very strange, very dark smile. Chapter 320. The Lost Husband. Painful memories flooded Fang Xuan. Judging by her agonizing cries, the trauma was tied to a husband. Watching her collapse, Wang Haoran understood exactly why. By his calculation, it had been precisely 24 hours since he activated the social relationship fetter card. The trigger was right on time. What is she doing? Luo Qingqian stared at the trembling woman in disbelief. She tilted her head toward Wang Haoran. Wang Haoran spread his hands, his expression a mask of confusion. How should I know? If Luo Qingqian weren't standing right there, he would have initiated a heart-wrenching reunion. But Luo Qingqian was present, and while she was generous with her sisters, her hospitality likely didn't extend to a legendary beauty who suddenly claimed to be his wife. Wang Haoran had no intention of inviting that kind of chaos. Husband. Fang Xuan lay on her side, tears reflecting his silhouette in the distance. She reached a trembling hand toward him, but the agony in her head peaked. Her arm fell limp against the grass, and she lost consciousness. Ding. The lost husband and wife bond relationship is now in effect. The heroine Fang Xuan's favorability toward the host has been raised to 90, until death. Ding. The host has significantly influenced the plot direction. Reward 4,000 villain points. Yan Yuntian's protagonist Halo -200. Host's villain Halo +200. Luo Qingqian watched the unconscious woman, never once connecting that desperate cry of husband to the man standing beside her. Everyone in the hidden world knew Fang Xuan was single and unapproachable. To Luo Qingqian, the outburst was likely a symptom of a hidden trauma or a mental break. Besides, with Fang Xuan's lofty status, the idea of her being married to a man from the secular world was absurd. A short while later, Bian Suwen and the other sisters arrived. The lakeside was filled with the sound of weeping as they gathered around Lin Chen's body. Bian Suwen, the little medical fairy, immediately began an examination. Her fingers moved expertly over the corpse, her expression hardening. He was killed by a palm strike. The shockwave was so precise it shattered his internal organs into fragments. She looked up, her eyes grim. To do this requires a terrifying level of true qi. The murderer's cultivation must be at least 50 years deep. Wang Haoran nodded inwardly. She was sharp. Her judgment was nearly perfect. He didn't plan to reveal the killer yet. Instead, he planted a seed. Some powerful masters from the hidden world have recently arrived in Qingling. It's possible one of them is responsible. Luo Qingqian looked thoughtful, her grief sharpening into suspicion. Wang Haoran suggested calling the authorities to record the scene. The sisters didn't object. Despite the involvement of hidden world masters, they were still in the secular world, and had to follow the rules before they could handle the funeral. By the time the body was moved and the procedures were finished, it was the middle of the night. As they prepared to return to the villa, Luo Qingqian paused. She looked at the fainted Fang Xuan. They weren't enemies, and she couldn't just leave a legendary figure lying in the dirt. She gathered the woman up and brought her back to Lu Yui's villa, placing her in a guest bedroom. Bian Su-wen performed a quick check. Finding no physical ailments, she turned to Luo Qingqian for an explanation. She was acting erratically, then just collapsed, Luo Qingqian explained. She was likely overwhelmed by a repressed, painful memory, Bian Su-wen concluded. When the mind can't handle the strain, it shuts down. She'll be fine. As if on cue, Fang Xuan let out a soft groan and opened her eyes. She scanned the unfamiliar room, her body instantly tensing with vigilance. Don't worry, Luo Qingqian said coldly. If I wanted to hurt you, I wouldn't have waited for you to wake up. Fang Xuan's muscles slowly relaxed. Her gaze drifted over the people in the room, finally locking onto Wang Haoran. She fought to restrain her emotions, maintaining a calm facade. I want to talk to you, she said softly. Her tone had shifted completely. Before, she had spoken to him with the cold authority of a superior. Now, her voice was as gentle as water. Whatever you have to say it here, Luo Qingqian countered, her voice laced with displeasure. That's right, Chu Qianwei added. She stepped forward and took Wang Haoran's hand, her eyes flashing with territorial warning. It was as if she were afraid this mythological beauty was about to steal him away. Fang Xuan's eyes widened. What is your relationship with him? I'm his girlfriend. Since the sisters already knew, Chu Qianwei saw no reason to hide it. She staked her claim clearly. This woman was too beautiful, like a fairy from a legend, and Chu Qianwei wasn't taking any chances. Wang Haoran felt a headache coming on. This was getting complicated. Fang Xuan's pale face drained of what little color remained. She took a deep breath, her eyes pleading as she looked at Wang Haoran again. I just have something to ask you. It won't take long. Please, can I have a few minutes? Wang Haoran nodded. Luo Qingqian and the others reluctantly filed out of the room. The door clicked shut, leaving only the two of them. You don't recognize me? Fang Xuan asked, her voice trembling with sorrow. Of course I know you, Wang Haoran wanted to say. I'm your husband, and I've been looking for you for years. He could almost feel how soft her embrace would be, but he knew the sisters were likely pressing their ears against the door. He sighed inwardly and maintained a blank expression. Have we met before? You really don't remember me? Her eyebrows furrowed in deep distress. I'm sorry, I truly don't know you. I've never seen you before tonight, Wang Haoran said firmly. Technically, he was telling the truth. He had no memory of her, because the bond only implanted memories into the heroine's mind. No, you must know me. Think carefully. She sounded like a fragile, desperate child. Wang Haoran narrowed his eyes, appearing to concentrate. Suddenly, he reached up and clutched his head, his face contorted in a perfect mirror of her earlier pain. Chapter 321. The Troubles of Fang Xuan. Fang Xuan watched Wang Haoran clutch his head in agony. Panic flared in her chest, followed quickly by a rush of bittersweet joy. Luo Qingqian and the others, lingering anxiously outside the door, heard the commotion. They didn't wait for an invitation. The door swung open, and the sisters rushed into the room. Chu Qianwei reached him first, her hands trembling as she supported his weight. Her face was pale with fright. What's wrong? Haoran, talk to me. Bian Su-wen hurried to his other side, her fingers reaching for his pulse to check for any sign of a hidden ailment. Slowly, the tension left Wang Haoran's face. The painful grimace faded, replaced by his usual calm. I'm fine, he whispered, patting Chu Qianwei's hand. The sisters exhaled in a collective wave of relief. Fang Xuan, however, leaned forward with a look of desperate anticipation. Did you remember something? Anything at all? Wang Haoran shook his head slowly. My memory is a total blank. I tried to reach for something, to force a spark, but the moment I do, my head feels like it's going to split open. The performance was seamless. With the sisters present, he couldn't possibly acknowledge Fang Xuan as his wife, yet denying her outright felt like a wasted opportunity for his future plans. This middle ground was perfect. A look of profound understanding crossed Fang Xuan's face. She was convinced now. Her husband was suffering exactly as she had, a victim of the same lost past. If she had regained her memories, there was hope for him too. She reached out, her voice softening into a tender murmur. Don't force it. Please, don't put yourself through that pain. Just let it be. The truth will find its way back to us when the time is right. Wang Haoran offered her a small, grateful nod. Luo Qingqian, watching the exchange with growing suspicion, finally reached her limit. She crossed her arms and glared at Fang Xuan. You knew him before? Is he truly the husband you were shouting for by the lake? Fang Xuan didn't want to provoke another headache for Wang Haoran by pressing the issue too early. She adopted a stern, distant expression. Luo Qingqian, watch your tongue. I am a woman of reputation. How could I have been married without anyone knowing? Do not slander me with your wild accusations. She wanted her husband back more than anything, but she would find a gentler way to win him. The memory of that soul-crushing headache was too fresh. She wouldn't let him suffer through that again. You're the one who was shouting nonsense, Luo Qingqian muttered, pouting. The pain was overwhelming. Fang Xuan countered smoothly. I was delirious. I don't even remember what I said. Luo Qingqian didn't look entirely convinced, but she gestured toward the door. Fine. If you're feeling better, it's time to go. This villa is for our sisters. Every bedroom is occupied, and there's no room for a guest like you. Thank you for the help earlier. Perhaps our paths will cross again. Fang Xuan didn't push her luck. She rose from the bed with effortless grace and made her way to the exit, lingering only for a final, long look at Wang Haoran. Fang Xuan returned to her hotel room to find Yin Yuntian still sound asleep. The girl had no idea her and had slipped away in the night. The next morning, Fang Xuan was uncharacteristically quiet. She didn't mention taking Yin Yuntian back to Fengzi Mountain. Her mission had taken a backseat to a new, singular purpose, staying in Qingling until her husband regained his senses. Yunhan, Fang Xuan asked as they prepared for the day. What exactly is your relationship with Wang Haoran? She remembered Chu Qianwei claiming him as a boyfriend back at the villa. Seeing how close Qin Yunhan was to him, a flicker of annoyance sparked in her chest. My husband is a bit too popular for his own good, she thought with a silent, sharp sigh. He had a wife, even if he had forgotten her. Auntie, were you snooping through my phone? Qin Yunhan asked, squinting suspiciously. I am simply concerned for your well-being. Our families have known each other for years, Qin Yunhan explained, playing it safe. We were high school classmates and now we're at the same university. We're just very good friends. She found her aunt's sudden interest odd and decided not to admit the full extent of her feelings just yet. Fang Xuan nodded. You know he has a girlfriend then? I know, Qin Yunhan replied. She assumed her aunt was talking about Su Muyan. Fang Xuan, meanwhile, assumed she meant Chu Qianwei. She felt a slight wave of relief. Since you know that, keep a respectful distance. Don't let your friendship cross any boundaries. She was already dreading the eventual confrontation with Chu Qianwei once the truth came out. She didn't need her own niece complicating the situation. I know how to handle myself, Qin Yunhan said. Good. You head to class. I have someone else I need to meet today. An hour later, Fang Xuan stood outside the gates of a sprawling mansion. Ning appeared quickly to escort her inside with deep respect. Where is Yuntian? Fang Xuan asked. He's locked himself in his room for the last few days, Ning reported, keeping her voice neutral despite knowing the humiliating truth of his condition. He hasn't come out for anything. I'm not sure what's happened. Take me to him. They reached a simple, elegant bedroom. Fang Xuan knocked sharply. Yuntian, it's me. Open up. It took a long time before the lock clicked. When Yan Yuntian stepped out, Fang Xuan recoiled slightly. He was a shadow of himself, haggard, with dark circles bruising the skin under his eyes. His spirit, usually vibrant with martial energy, felt hollow and low. What has happened to you? I've been struggling with my practice, Yan Yuntian lied, trying to maintain a facade of composure. I haven't slept in days. It's a trivial matter, really. The bitterness in his heart was corrosive. After losing his capability, his progress had stalled entirely. Reaching the rank of a grandmaster required the balance of yin and yang, a path now closed to him. Don't be impatient, Fang Xuan comforted him, though her own voice trailed off as she thought of her own predicament. She let out a long, heavy sigh. Yan Yuntian noticed the melancholy in her eyes. Auntie, do you have troubles of your own? I am only human, Yuntian. Of course I have troubles. What could possibly bother you this much? Fang Xuan hesitated. She glanced at Ning. Sensing the need for privacy, Ning bowed. I'll go prepare some tea. Once they were alone, Fang Xuan let the mask slip. You know that when my sect fell, I lost a great deal of my memory. Well, last night, it all came back to me. What did you remember? I am already married, she said, the words heavy with emotion. I have a husband. I found him last night, but Yuntian, he doesn't remember me. The words hit Yan Yuntian like a physical blow. His face crumpled, looking as though he had aged decades in a single second. The woman he admired, the pillar of his world, was someone else's wife. Ding. The host has caused significant damage to the protagonist Yan Yuntian's mental state. Reward, 2000 villain points. Yan Yuntian's protagonist Halo -100. Host's villain Halo +100. Across the city, Wang Haoran blinked as the notification appeared. What did I even do? Chapter 322. The protagonist comes to send money. Inside a humble house, Fang Xuan finished packing her things for the day. She smoothed her clothes, ready to head to work, but her younger brother, Fang Heng, stepped into her path. Sister, I'm running out of cash. Give me some money for gas. Fang Heng stretched out his hand, palm up. Fang Xuan frowned, her displeasure clear. Can't you just sell that Lamborghini? Why do you have to refuel every 3 days? It's far too expensive. This car has more horsepower and consumes more fuel than ordinary cars, Fang Heng said, dismissing her concern with a wave of his hand. It's just a little bit of gas money. It doesn't matter. Just give me the cash. I have to go out. You're not a child anymore. Fang Xuan stepped closer, her voice stern. Can't you find something serious to do? You spend every single day just going out to play. Fang Heng scoffed. I don't do business? Did you forget how many valuable antiques I found? The mention of the antiques made Fang Xuan's blood boil, but the clock was ticking. She was in a hurry to get to her shift, and had no time to lecture him. I'm going to work. We will talk about this later. She tried to sidestep him to reach the door. Fang Heng blocked her again. Sister, give me the money first. I don't want much. Just 1 million. 1 million? Fang Xuan's eyes widened. You think your sister is a rich woman? You ask for 1 million the moment you open your mouth. Where am I supposed to get that kind of money? Aren't you rich? I sold more than 1 billion worth of antiques, and you have all of it. I'm just asking for a larger amount at once, so I don't have to keep coming back to you. Fang Xuan rubbed her forehead, a dull headache thumping behind her eyes. The antiques her brother picked up were all fakes. Wang Haoran had collected them as a favor to her. He had sent her the money for those sales, but she had turned around and sent every cent back to him. She couldn't explain the truth to Fang Heng, so she searched for a deflection. The money from the antiques can't be touched. I'm keeping it for you. You'll need it when it's time to marry a wife. Fang Heng rolled his eyes. It doesn't take that much to get married. Sister, stop making trouble. Just give me the money. I have a class reunion tonight. What will it look like if I show up with no cash on me? Fang Xuan sighed. I'll transfer 50,000 to you. Her original salary was 30,000, but ever since she started working for Wang Haoran, her monthly pay had increased to 100,000. She could spare 50,000. She pulled out her phone and sent the transfer. As she stared at the screen, Wang Haoran's handsome face flashed in her mind. He hadn't looked for her in quite a while. Perhaps he had forgotten her entirely. She felt a heavy weight in her chest. It was only natural. When she was with him, she was clumsy. She didn't know how to please him, certainly not like that young girl, Wen Jing. 50,000 is too little, Fang Heng grumbled, breaking her train of thought. It's not enough. It's 50,000 or nothing. Fang Xuan's temper flared. Sister, are you kidding me? You have 1 billion of mine. How can you not even take out a single million? Fang Heng's patience snapped. He had already bragged in his classmates' group chat, claiming he would treat dozens of people to dinner and drinks at a luxury hotel. That money. I gave that money to my boyfriend for his business. Fang Xuan blurted out the first excuse she could find to keep him from the truth. Fang Heng froze, his eyes wide. When did you get a boyfriend? Do I need to ask your permission to date? You said you gave the money to him? Billions? You gave it all away? Fang Heng's voice rose an octave as the reality of the situation set in. Yes, Fang Xuan said, nodding firmly. 1 billion. All of it to a boyfriend. You're crazy. Fang Heng jumped back, his face reddening. He will pay it back later. Don't worry. How can I not worry? I earned that money. You didn't even ask me. You just lent 1 billion to some guy. Do you even care about your brother? You don't deserve to be my sister. And you don't deserve to be my brother. Fang Xuan shouted back. She pointed through the window at the Lamborghini parked outside. You drive that car every single day, showing off to everyone. I never said a word to you. Do you even know how you got that car? I earned it, Fang Heng snapped. You earned it. Fang Xuan let out a bitter, cold laugh. She wanted to scream that she had sold herself for that car. The words burned in her throat, shameful and heavy, but she forced them back down. She pushed past him and walked out the door without looking back. Fang Heng's angry shouts echoed behind her, but she ignored them. Fang Heng stomped his feet in the dirt. His sister was a fool. She was throwing away his fortune on some random man. Ding. The host has caused the protagonist Fang Heng's mental state to be damaged. Reward, 300 villain points. Fang Heng's protagonist Halo -15. Host's villain Halo +15. Ding. Fang Heng's protagonist Halo has dropped below 50. The golden finger is now invalid. Wang Haoran sat in class, watching the system prompts flicker in his vision. It had been a long time since he'd heard from Fang Heng. He had almost forgotten the boy existed until this sudden wave of rewards. He looked at the numbers and felt a sense of disdain. The rewards were tiny now. His phone buzzed. A message from Fang Heng appeared on the screen. I have a batch of antiques to sell to you. Do you have time? Around 6 o'clock this evening, Wang Haoran typed back. Fang Heng's golden finger was gone. There would be no more wool to shear from this sheep. This would be the final harvest. He wondered just how much junk the boy had managed to hoard during their time apart. Okay, I'll drive over and pick you up so you can see the batch. Just a reminder, bring plenty of money, Fang Heng replied. Don't worry, money is not an issue. That evening, a Lamborghini roared to a halt at the gates of Qingling University. Students turned their heads, their eyes filled with envy, as they watched the luxury car. Fang Heng sat behind the wheel, his chin tilted high, radiating arrogance. Wang Haoran approached the car and suppressed a laugh. This was likely Fang Heng's final act of vanity. Get in, Fang Heng called out. Wang Haoran slid into the passenger seat, and they drove back to the old house. The antiques were stored in the basement. Bottles, jars, and wrapped scrolls were piled in every corner of the dim room. This many? Wang Haoran asked, sounding impressed. What's the matter? Can't afford it? Fang Heng sneered. No, I'll take all of it. Wang Haoran smiled. I had someone estimate the value. It's a little over 2 billion, but since you're a regular, I'll drop the extra. 2 billion even. Fang Heng paused, his expression turning sharp. But this time, the money doesn't go to my sister. You wire it directly to me. No problem. Just let me make a quick call first. Calling someone to inspect the goods? Fine. Hurry up. I have somewhere to be. Fang Heng checked his watch. He had a dinner party to host, and he wanted this deal closed so he could show up with a fresh fortune in his pocket. Chapter 323. Fang Heng, why is my golden finger useless? Wang Haoran finished his call. He and Fang Heng waited in the heavy silence of the old house. About 20 minutes later, a woman approached them. Sister, you don't get off work until late. Why are you back now? Fang Heng asked, his brow furrowing with surprise. Fang Xuan's expression was a tangle of complicated emotions. She struggled to find an answer. I asked her to come, Wang Haoran said, stepping into the light. I thought you were bringing an inspector. Why did you call my sister here? Fang Heng remained puzzled. Wang Haoran turned his gaze toward Fang Xuan. Your brother is asking for 2 billion. He insisted the money go directly to him, not to you. Fang Xuan understood immediately. Wang Haoran had brought her here to settle this once and for all. She looked at her brother with pity. You fool. Do you really believe you can appraise treasures just by reading a few books? You are so naive. Wang Haoran was the one behind it all. Sister, do you really not believe me? I have a gift for this. Fang Heng spoke with absolute gravity. Is that so? Then prove it to me. Fang Heng smiled with practiced confidence. He scanned the room and picked a vase nearby. He had handled these pieces before, but with so many items, the specific dates blurred in his mind. It didn't matter. All he had to do was touch them, and the history of the object would flood his consciousness. He pressed his fingers against the cool porcelain. Nothing happened. Silence filled his mind. Fang Heng stiffened. His sister watched him, waiting. Well, tell us what dynasty this is from. Tell us about the production process. Wait a minute. Fang Heng moved to a different piece, his movements frantic. Still no information. He moved from a painting to a jar, testing more than a dozen items in a row. Not a single spark of insight returned to him. Beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. His golden finger, the secret power that had made him rich, was suddenly silent. Enough. Stop pretending. Fang Xuan's voice was sharp with a reprimand. Sister, I know these treasures. I didn't sleep well last night. I'm not in the right state of mind. I'll prove it to you tomorrow. You fool. The first person who spent 5 million on your junk was a plant. Wang Haoran hired him. After that, the buyer was Wang Haoran himself. Fang Heng glanced at Wang Haoran, his lip curling. Why would he give me so much money? What reason would he have? Because. Fang Xuan's face flushed a deep red. She was too ashamed to finish the sentence. Because I am your sister's boyfriend, Wang Haoran answered for her. Fang Xuan gasped, looking at him in total disbelief. Ding. Heroine Fang Xuan's favorability has increased by 15. Current total 70. Status deep love. Ding. The host has influenced the plot direction. Reward 1,500 villain points. You're her boyfriend. That's impossible. Fang Heng's voice cracked. Xiao Heng, it's true. We have been together for months, Fang Xuan admitted. Fang Heng's world tilted. He had to believe it now, but his mind raced back to the antiques. If the payments were a ruse, then Wang Haoran had taken everything for nothing. Wang Haoran, I'll sue you? You lied to get those antiques. Those pieces of junk you found at street stalls. Wang Haoran laughed. Don't be ridiculous. After I bought them, I threw them straight into the trash. Liar. I identified them myself. They were all real. And how exactly did you identify them? Fang Heng stammered. I can't tell you how, but I know. These pieces here are real. They are worth over 2 billion. Then find an expert, Wang Haoran challenged. Let them see if these are anything more than fakes. I'll do exactly that. Fang Heng snorted. He shoved Wang Haoran and his sister out of the basement and snapped a heavy lock onto the door. You should hurry, Wang Haoran said, patting the boy's shoulder. It's getting dark. Worry about yourself. Go back to where you came from. Fang Heng shook his shoulder to dislodge Wang Haoran's hand. He scratched at his skin, feeling a sudden, mosquito-like itch where the man had touched him. Once Fang Heng stormed off, Fang Xuan turned to Wang Haoran with tearful eyes. Thank you for not telling him the full truth. Thank you for protecting my dignity. What I said is the truth. Wang Haoran smiled. The sweet words came to him as easily as breathing now. Do you really think of me as your girlfriend? Are you unwilling? No. I want to. I just didn't think I was good enough for you. I say you are. That is enough. Thank you. Truly. I told you before, no more thank yous. Fang Xuan looked at the empty house, her voice dropping to a whisper. My parents are visiting relatives. Xiao Heng won't be back for a while. I've never seen your home, Wang Haoran said, his eyes darkening. Show me around. All right. Ding. The host has captured heroine Fang Xuan. Reward 1,000 villain points. Fang Xuan's heroine halo -50. Fang Heng's protagonist halo -50. Host's villain halo +100. Ding. Fang Heng's protagonist halo has dropped to 0. He has lost his status as a protagonist. Wang Haoran lay back, savoring the notifications. He felt a flicker of curiosity. Usually, rewards for the same heroine decreased significantly after the first encounter. Why had these increased? He consulted the system, spending a few points to pull up Fang Xuan's detailed profile. Hostess Fang Xuan. Combat Strength 19. Charm 192. Heroine Halo 919. Rising. Skill/talent inactive. The numbers were staggering. Fang Heng's initial halo had been under 400, yet his sister's was over 900. Even after being lowered by his influence, the rising status meant her importance was growing. And that inactive skill column was something he had never seen before. Aren't you and Fang Heng biological siblings? Wang Haoran asked, remembering a passing comment she had made. I'm an adopted daughter, Fang Xuan said. She reached for her neck and pulled out a half-moon jade pendant. My parents found this on me when they took me in. They say it's linked to my birth parents. Wang Haoran narrowed his eyes. A mysterious past, a family token, and a rising halo. It was the classic setup. Fang Xuan's true background was far more significant than a simple street stall story. Chapter 324. Psychopath. What? Xiao Heng went to the women's bathroom to make trouble? Just as Wang Haoran drifted into a quiet trance, Fang Xuan's voice shattered the silence. She gripped her phone, her expression shifting from confusion to shock. Okay, I'll be right there. She listened for a few more seconds before hurriedly ending the call. Panic set in as she rushed to pull on her clothes. Wang Haoran had heard enough of the conversation to piece the situation together. He suppressed a secret laugh, carefully masking his amusement behind a mask of solemn concern. I'll go with you. Let's see what happened. Fang Xuan nodded breathlessly. Thank you. The two hurried out of the house and made their way toward the community bathhouse. As they approached, the air was thick with the indignant shouts of local residents. Xiao Ye, this younger brother of yours is truly outrageous. An older woman stepped forward, her face flushed with anger. I'm in my 40s. I'm a grandmother. He tried to give me a few $100s and said he wanted to take me home. He's a beast. If word of this spreads, how am I supposed to live in this neighborhood? He always looked so serious. Another neighbor chimed in, shaking her head. To think he was hiding such a perverted nature. Fang Xuan moved through the crowd, bowing her head in shame. I'm so sorry. I apologize to everyone. She scanned the area frantically. Where is he? Where is Fang Heng? The crowd parted. Fang Heng lay sprawled on the pavement, completely unconscious. Half of his face was swollen a deep, angry purple. After a few quick questions, Fang Xuan learned that a particularly sturdy ant with broad shoulders and a heavy hand had delivered a single, devastating slap to the boy's face. Fang Xuan found she couldn't even summon the energy to be angry at the woman. These neighbors had known Fang Heng since he was a child. If they hadn't been familiar with the family, they wouldn't have stopped at a slap. The police would already have him in handcuffs. An ambulance arrived shortly after, and the paramedics loaded Fang Heng onto a stretcher. Wang Haoran took the keys to the Lamborghini and drove Fang Xuan to the hospital. Half an hour after being admitted, Fang Heng groaned and blinked his eyes open. He stared at the white ceiling, looking utterly lost. Why am I here? You have the nerve to ask that. Fang Xuan's hand blurred as she delivered a sharp smack to the top of his head. Have you already forgotten what you did? Fang Heng winced, rubbing his scalp. I went to the market to buy antiques. I didn't do anything wrong. Why are you hitting me? You are completely delusional. You weren't at any market. You were in the women's section of the community bathhouse. Sister, what nonsense is that? I was at the antique market. I found something valuable, but the dealer backed out at the last second. It was incredibly frustrating. Fang Heng slapped his own thigh in emphasis, looking genuinely annoyed. Fang Xuan's face turned cold. She pulled out her phone, tapped a video file, and shoved the screen in front of his face. Open your eyes. Look at this. Fang Heng watched the grainy footage. A man was scurrying through a tiled room, chasing a screaming woman. At first, the figure was a blur, but as he ran toward the person filming, his features became unmistakable. Is this me? Fang Heng's voice turned small. You finally recognize yourself? Fang Xuan knocked his head again, her voice trembling with rage. Aunt Lu sent this to me. If I hadn't seen the evidence with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed my brother could be such a bastard. You shamed this entire family. When mom and dad get back and hear the neighbors talking, they're going to skin you alive. But I remember the market, Fang Heng whispered, his eyes wide with terror. I remember the vases. Why was I in the bathroom? You're asking me? Fang Xuan snapped. A doctor entered the room, clutching a clipboard and a series of test results. Who is the family spokesperson here? I am, Fang Xuan said, stepping forward. Doctor, is he physically all right? Physically, he's fine. But mentally? The doctor sighed, looking over the charts. Based on the behavior you described and our initial observations, he appears to be suffering from a rare and severe psychological break. That's a joke. Fang Heng shouted from the bed. How could I be mentally ill? The doctor ignored the outburst, turning back to Fang Xuan. Has he displayed any other unusual behaviors recently? Anything obsessive or delusional? Fang Xuan thought for a moment. He never cared for books before, and he wasn't particularly bright. But recently, he became obsessed with treasure appraising. He's convinced he can find millions of dollars worth of antiques at street stalls. He thinks every piece of junk he touches is a legendary artifact. Classic delusional grandiosity, the doctor noted, nodding. Sister, I really do know treasures. Why won't you listen? Look, Wang Haoran interrupted softly. He's having another episode. Fang Heng's head began to swim. The room doubled in his vision for a few seconds before snapping back into focus. He pointed a shaking finger at a figure in the corner. Wang Haoran. Shut up. You stole over $1 billion in antiques from me. I haven't forgotten. I'm going to make you pay. Fang Xuan's brow furrowed. Who are you pointing at? I'm your sister. Wang Haoran, you think I'm blind? Give me my money back, or I'll sue you. Fang Heng screamed at her. The doctor exchanged a grim look with Fang Xuan. His condition is deteriorating rapidly. He's projecting identities onto the people around him. I strongly suggest transferring him to a professional psychiatric facility for long-term care. Fang Xuan nodded slowly. She wanted him to get help, whatever the cost. Wang Haoran stepped up, offering his phone. I have some connections. I can get him into the best private facility in the city immediately. Fang Xuan looked at him with profound gratitude. I'm not going. I'm not crazy. Fang Heng lunged for the edge of the bed, but several orderlies rushed in. They held him down with practiced ease while a nurse administered a fast-acting sedative. Within a minute, the boy went limp. The transfer was processed in record time. Within 3 hours, Fang Heng was settled into a high-security ward. Exhaustion finally hit Fang Xuan as they walked back to the car. I'm so tired. It's over now, Wang Haoran said, his voice a soothing balm. He's in good hands. He just needs time. He knew exactly what was in the sedative he had provided through his contacts. It would take years of heavy medication before Fang Heng's mind cleared, and by then, the boy would be a non-factor. I don't know what I would have done without you, Fang Xuan whispered, her eyes shining. Wang Haoran smiled gently. Think about the future. Fang Heng's stunt at the bathhouse is going to be the talk of the neighborhood for months. You can't stay there. The neighbors will point and whisper every time you step outside. You should move. He paused, letting the suggestion sink in. Don't worry about the logistics. I'll take care of the house. I'll take care of everything. Chapter 325. The Rising Heroine. Fang Xuan shook her head, her voice firm with refusal. This isn't right. You've helped me too much already. I can't keep accepting your charity. Wang Haoran stepped closer, his expression softening into one of earnest concern. Your current home is simple, but it's too remote. Seeing you live in a place like this makes my heart ache. Listen to me, let's find you a new house. Besides, it will make it much easier for us to see each other. He watched her carefully. He knew Fang Xuan's background was a tangled web of secrets, and he needed to secure her loyalty now. Moving her into a place he controlled was the first step. Fang Xuan had been ready to decline again, but the mention of seeing him more often made her hesitate. The resolve in her eyes flickered and died. I suppose I'll be working for your mother's company for the rest of my life to pay you back, she said, her voice small. She felt the weight of her own perceived incompetence. Wang Haoran smiled, a cryptic glint in his eyes. Don't be silly. Who knows? Perhaps you'll become quite prosperous in the future. You might not be my mother's secretary forever. I know my own limits. Fang Xuan laughed softly. A blush crept up her neck as she looked at her feet. And even if I do become someone important, I am still your woman. I'm willing to do anything for you. Wang Haoran checked his watch, feeling a surge of satisfaction. It's getting late. I should take you home before it gets any darker. They arrived at the gate of her parents' house. Fang Xuan lingered by the car, wanting to invite him in, but the lights glowing in the windows told her that her parents had already returned. She sighed and stepped back. Wang Haoran rolled down the window, resting his arm on the door. It's impossible to catch a taxi in this neighborhood. I'll drive the Lamborghini back tonight, and send someone to deliver it to you tomorrow. No, there's no need, Fang Xuan insisted. Just take the car. You don't need to send it back here. That doesn't seem right, Wang Haoran countered. It was bought with your money anyway. Besides, with Heng's condition, we don't know when he'll be able to drive again. If the car just sits here for months, it will only fall into disrepair. Wang Haoran nodded slowly, appearing to yield to her logic. I suppose you're right. One more thing, those fake antiques in the basement. I'll have someone move them out tomorrow. I'll see if I can unload them on the market for a bit of cash and transfer the proceeds to you. Just have someone take them away, she said dismissively. But please, keep the money. We'll see. I'm leaving now. Wait, Fang Xuan called out. Wang Haoran paused, his hand on the gear shift. Is there something else? Fang Xuan didn't answer with words. She took several quick, small steps toward him and leaned through the window. She pressed a fleeting kiss against his cheek, light as a dragonfly's touch, then turned and bolted toward her front door with a crimson face. Wang Haoran touched the spot where her lips had been and smiled. He floored the accelerator, and the engine of the top-tier Lamborghini roared as the car shot forward. It was a $10 million machine, and the raw power was intoxicating. Elsewhere, Lu Hua, Lu Ming, and Wei Zhihang were heading back to their dormitory after a late-night snack. Halfway there, Wei Zhihang patted his pockets and realized his phone was missing. He left his friends and doubled back to the restaurant alone. Phone in hand, he began the walk back to campus. As he turned onto a narrow path illuminated by dim street lamps, he spotted a tall girl with long, flowing hair walking ahead of him. The sight of her silhouette made his pulse quicken. He kept a respectful distance, following her quietly through the shadows. The girl turned a sharp corner and vanished from sight. Wei Zhiheng quickened his pace, eager to catch another glimpse, but as he rounded the bend, a small, hard fist collided directly with his eye socket. The impact sent him reeling. His vision blurred as one eye began to swell into a dark bruise. He opened his mouth to snap an insult, but the anger died in his throat the moment he saw her face. This was Ren Jiaojiao, a sophomore in the finance department. She was famous, the undisputed beauty of her class. Hey, why the hell are you following me? Ren Jiaojiao barked. She began rolling up her sleeves, her expression fierce. Wei Zhiheng blinked in shock. The voice was rough, and the self-title she used was jarringly masculine. What did you just call yourself? I asked what you're doing following me, she repeated. I wasn't following you, Wei Zhiheng lied, trying to regain his composure. I was just heading this way. But sister, you've gone too far. You've blackened my eye for no reason. I need an explanation, or this isn't over. Ren Jiaojiao sneered at him. Oh, and what kind of explanation do you want? Wei Zhiheng leaned against the wall, a sly grin spreading across his face. It's simple. If you agree to be my girlfriend, I'll let the whole thing slide. Your girlfriend? Ren Jiaojiao let out a strange, low chuckle. What's so funny? Do we have a deal? It's not impossible, she said, her eyes glinting with a weird light. But you have to meet one requirement. If you can do it, I'll agree. Anything. I'll do whatever it takes. And if I can't do it, my boss certainly can. Your boss? She asked, pausing. My big brother is Wang Haoran, the heir to the Wang group, and the most popular guy in the freshman class. You must have heard of him. Ren Jiaojiao twitched her mouth in a silent grimace. The name Wang Haoran felt like a sour taste in her mouth. She shook it off and returned to the task at hand. This is something you have to do yourself. No one else can help you. Tell me, then. Stand perfectly still, and let me hit you once. If you can stay on your feet without falling down, I'll be your girlfriend. Wei Zhiheng puffed out his chest. That's it. Too easy. Go ahead, give me your best shot. Are you ready? Ready. Before he could finish, a scream tore from his throat. He collapsed to the pavement, curling into a tight ball like a salted shrimp. Ren Jiaojiao had delivered a brutal, precise kick directly between his legs. Look at that, you're down. I guess it's goodbye. She retracted her leg, let out a mischievous smirk, and strolled away. She made her way back to the girls' dormitory. As she walked down the hall toward her own room, she slowed down at every door. Whenever she spotted a pretty girl through an open doorway, her eyes lit up, and a faint trace of hunger lingered at the corner of her mouth. What are you looking at? A delicate voice came from behind her. Ren Jiaojiao turned to see a girl with a sweet, baby-faced look and a stunning figure. Ren Jiaojiao's heart skipped a beat. This was the exact type of girl she dreamed about. She stared for a moment before the realization hit her. You're Mu Xiaoxiao, the freshman school beauty, right? I saw your photo on the campus forum. And you're the sophomore beauty, Ren Jiaojiao? Mu Xiaoxiao asked, recognizing the older girl. Ren Jiaojiao froze for a few seconds, her brain seemingly short-circuiting, before she finally found her voice. Yes, that's me. I am Ren Jiaojiao. Chapter 326. Not hard, not hard. Hearing the answer, Mu Xiaoxiao felt a spark of genuine interest. This was definitely the person she suspected. She leaned in with a kind smile. Sister, what were you looking at in our dormitory just now? Are you looking for someone? I'm not looking for someone. Ren Jiaojiao shook her head, pausing for a few seconds to gather her thoughts. I noticed your dormitory only has 3 beds. Are there only 3 of you living here? Yes, only 3. Zhao Zhao nodded. Leaving one bed empty is such a waste. Ren Jiaojiao's eyes lit up with expectation. Can I move in? Zhao Zhao blinked in confusion. Sister, don't you already have a dormitory? Of course I do, but with this rain, the ceiling over my bed is leaking. My quilt is always damp and soiled. Ren Jiaojiao sighed, her shoulders slumping. That sounds terrible. How annoying, isn't it? Jiaojiao complained. So, since I saw that extra bunk in your room, I wanted to ask if you'd let me stay. I don't have any objections personally, but I'm not in this dorm alone. I need to ask my roommates. Wait here. Zhao Zhao ducked back inside. She quickly explained the situation to the other two. When they heard the request came from the popular sophomore, neither offered any resistance. Okay, my roommates say it's fine, Zhao Zhao announced, stepping back out to deliver the news. That's great. I'll start moving my things. Wait, we have a lot of stuff piled on that empty bed. It's going to take a while to clear out. Maybe we should do it tomorrow? At this hour, Zhao Zhao felt far too lazy to scrub and organize. Besides, Yin Yuntian was already pestering her to join an online game. Alright then. Ren Jiaojiao didn't want to push her luck, or ruin the good impression she was making. Zhao Zhao, what are you doing? The team is ready. I'm waiting for you. A sharp, demanding female voice echoed from down the hall. Sister Yunhan, I'll be there in a second. Zhao Zhao fumbled with her phone, her fingers flying across the screen. Ren Jiaojiao caught a glimpse of a beautiful face appearing near the doorway. Her eyes widened. Is that the freshman school beauty, Qin Yunhan? Yes, we're best friends, Zhao Zhao said with a proud smile. Can you stop yelling? A second girl emerged from the bedroom adjacent to Qin Yunhan's, her expression weary. I'll yell if I want to. You can't control me. Yunhan shot back. Ren Jiaojiao stared, her voice dropping to a shocked whisper. Then is that Sum Weian? That's her. Zhao Zhao nodded. A look of pure joy washed over Ren Jiaojiao's face, quickly evolving into sheer excitement. This was incredible. The 3 legendary freshman beauties were all clustered on this single floor. Once she moved into Zhao Zhao's dormitory tomorrow, she would be right in the middle of it all. The first class of the morning began with a surprise. As soon as Wang Haoran walked into the classroom, his eyes landed on Wei Zhiheng. The boy was sporting a spectacular black eye. Haoran stepped forward, his voice brimming with uncharacteristic excitement. Fourth, did you get beaten up? Who did it? Tell me quickly. Wei Zhiheng usually wore the sneering, arrogant face of a minor villain. Seeing him bruised suggested a protagonist might have finally made a move. To Haoran, a protagonist meant a fresh harvest of villain points and halo points. No, I just fell down, Wei Zhiheng muttered, smiling awkwardly. What a fool. How do you fall and hit yourself like that? Haoran reprimanded him. Hurry up and tell the truth. Did you try to harass a beautiful woman and get intercepted by a hero? It wasn't a man who hit me. It was Ren Jiaojiao. Not only did she catch my eye, my brother was beaten too. It still hurts today. Wei Zhiheng realized he couldn't hide it and slumped in his seat. Ren Jiaojiao. Haoran's eyebrows shot up. The sophomore from the finance department, Wei Zhiheng explained. Lu was strolled over, his voice dripping with contempt. Fourth, you're useless. You actually got thrashed by a woman. I heard Ren Jiaojiao was very gentle, Lu Ming added, scratching his head. Could she really be that violent? It's just a rumor. She's gentle right up until she's violent. Don't let those thin arms and legs fool you. She's incredibly strong. So what's the plan? You aren't just going to let this go, are you? Lu Hua urged. I have to get her back. Wei Zhiheng gritted his teeth. He lowered his voice to a conspiratorial hiss. I'm going to buy some drugs online. When she isn't looking, I'll stun her, teach her a lesson, and avenge my brother. Fourth, let me handle this for you. I'll take care of it. Wang Haoran patted Wei Zhiheng on the shoulder with a firm hand. Ren Jiaojiao was a school beauty. If she was being targeted by a low-level villain like Wei Zhiheng, she was almost certainly a heroine. Dealing with heroines required a professional villain. Boss, well, that's a lot of hard work for you then. Wei Zhiheng's face fell. He didn't dare object, but his expression turned bitter. It's not hard at all. Haoran shook his head dismissively. Hey, Wang Haoran, what are you all whispering about? Mu Zhaozhao suddenly appeared behind them. We're talking about Ren Jiaojiao. Lu Ming blurted out before Haoran could stop him. Haoran glared at Lu Ming, who immediately shrunk back, pulling his neck into his shoulders like a frightened turtle. Haoran turned back to Zhaozhao with a smooth smile. We were just discussing our studies. Zhaozhao let out a skeptical oh. Look, there she is. Ren Jiaojiao. Lu Wa pointed toward the classroom window. Wang Haoran turned and watched a tall, curvy girl pass by. Physically, she was a solid 95. She definitely met the criteria for a heroine. As she disappeared from sight, the group turned back to the room. Your eyes are practically glued to the window. Do you want to meet her? Zhaozhao asked, her tone teasing but sharp. Why would I want to know her? Haoran pouted, playing the part of the indifferent student. He paused, then tilted his head. Though, the way you say that, it sounds like you know her personally. Ren Jiaojiao is moving into my dormitory today. She's my new roommate, Zhaozhao replied. Really? Do you need any help cleaning up the bedroom? Haoran's enthusiasm was a bit too sudden. Are you helping me, or are you trying to help Ren Jiaojiao? I don't even know her. Of course I'm there for you. Haoran waved a hand nonchalantly. But if you don't want the help, just forget it. No, actually, there is a lot of junk on that empty bed. It's too much trouble to move alone. Come and help me. Despite her suspicions, Zhaozhao wasn't about to turn down more time with Wang Haoran. She smiled and led the way. Chapter 327. Weird Heroine. High noon arrived with a sweltering heat. Wang Haoran slipped away from his own dormitory and headed toward the girls' wing. Ren Jiaojiao and Mu Zhaozhao had made their move-in appointment and were already deep into the process of hauling boxes. As Haoran stepped into the room to help Zhaozhao pack, his gaze drifted toward the newcomer. Ren Jiaojiao bristled instantly, her eyes narrowing with irritation. What are you looking at? Look at me again, and I'll give you something to look at. Haven't you ever seen a beautiful woman before? Her voice was sharp, lacking any of the typical feminine grace expected of a school beauty. Then what are you looking at me for? Haoran countered smoothly. Haven't you ever seen a handsome guy? When did I look at you? She snapped back. If you weren't looking at me, how would you know I was looking at you? Ren Jiaojiao's face flushed with annoyance. She sputtered for a moment before clenching her fists. For a second, it looked like she might actually swing at him. It's a tiny thing, really. Not worth a fight. Zhaozhao cut in, placing a calming hand on the air between them. Stop arguing, you two. Fine. For Zhaozhao's sake, I'll let it go. Ren Jiaojiao tossed a final glare toward Haoran. But I'm warning you, keep those lustful eyes off me, or I'll beat you senseless. She turned abruptly and stomped deeper into the bedroom to continue moving her crates. That senior sister is quite the tomboy, Zhaozhao whispered, sighing as she watched the girl go. She nudged Haoran playfully. Do you like that style? Stop joking. Haoran shook his head immediately. Truthfully, if he didn't suspect her of being a heroine, he wouldn't waste a second of his time on her. His presence here was calculated. He was hunting for the footprint of a new protagonist. Usually, a beauty moving heavy boxes would be accompanied by a helpful, unassuming male lead. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Ren Jiaojiao worked alone. She didn't ask a single boy for assistance. She's a real bro type. You sure you don't like that? Zhaozhao asked again, her disbelief evident. Of course not. If I wanted to like someone, I'd rather go for a big, lowly like you. Haoran caught himself just in time, swallowing the rest of his sentence. Zhaozhao beamed at the praise, though she maintained a facade of mock indignation. What nonsense. Watch it, or I'll report you to Sister Yunhan. Nonsense? It's a big deal. Haoran couldn't help but steal a glance at Zhaozhao's remarkably curved figure. Then, do you like Sister Yunhan more? Or do you like me more? Seeing that the room was momentarily clear, Zhaozhao blushed deeply and asked the question with sudden boldness. Haoran didn't answer. His attention shifted to the doorway. Zhaozhao, what are you doing? Let's grab lunch. Qin Yunhan walked into the room, her words trailing off as she spotted the unexpected guest. Hey, you're here too. Just helping Zhaozhao pack up. Then let's eat together when you're done, Yunhan invited. Sounds good. Wait, Zhaozhao, why is your face so red? Yunhan leaned in, squinting at her friend's cheeks. Is it? Zhaozhao jumped, pressing her palms to her face. They were indeed burning. She let out a nervous laugh. Haha, the weather is just so hot today. Ren Jiaojiao reappeared then, carrying another load of belongings. She chimed in without hesitation. I heard someone mention lunch. Let's go together. Who are you? Yunhan asked, eyeing her up and down. I'm Ren Jiaojiao. Oh, the sophomore school beauty? Yunhan softened slightly. That's me. I'll be living on this floor from now on, so please, give me plenty of advice. Ren Jiaojiao's enthusiasm was palpable. Hey, Yunhan offered a perfunctory smile. Once the boxes were settled, the group headed toward the school cafeteria. After they ordered their food, Ren Jiaojiao asked everyone what they wanted to drink and dashed off to run the errand. She returned with 4 bottles. Haoran twisted the cap of his drink. He was about to take a sip when he stopped. Something was off. He caught a faint, chemical scent. Something had been added to the liquid. It wasn't a lethal poison, but it was certainly unclean. He looked over at Yunhan and Zhaozhao. Both were drinking freely. He didn't stop them because he could see their bottles were untouched. Ren Jiaojiao was targeting him specifically. Why aren't you drinking? Jiaojiao asked, her eyes fixed on his bottle. I'm not thirsty yet. I'll save it for later. Haoran screwed the cap back on and set the bottle firmly on the table. A flicker of disappointment crossed her face, though she masked it quickly behind a bite of food. She ate with a reckless abandon, showing none of the poise expected of a girl in her position. After finishing her meal, she downed her own drink in one go and let out a loud, resonant burp, completely ignoring her public image. Yunhan and Zhao shared a look and giggled. They seemed to find her brash personality refreshing. Haoran, however, felt a growing sense of irritation. He had met many heroines, and his standards were high. A manly woman like Ren Jiaojiao held zero appeal. If she wasn't his only lead to a potential protagonist, he would have walked away long ago. After the meal, Ren Jiaojiao announced a trip to the restroom and asked the girls to join her. Neither felt the need, so she headed off alone. Haoran, Yunhan, and Zhao waited outside. Boredom set in. Haoran decided to take a peek, activating his perspective vision. What he saw made his stomach churn. Ren Jiaojiao was standing up to relieve herself. The physical mechanics didn't work out well for her, and she was forced to squat down quickly to deal with the messy consequences. Haoran's expression turned grim. Even for a tomboy, this was beyond the pale. When she emerged a few minutes later, Haoran instinctively stepped back. He could practically sense the bitter fruit of her failed experiment. It was revolting. It's so hot. Let's all hit the swimming pool, Ren Jiaojiao suggested, her eyes bright. That sounds great, Zhao agreed. Count me in, Yunhan added. Then what are we waiting for? Let's move, Ren Jiaojiao exclaimed. Haoran noticed a tiny, distinct trace of saliva at the corner of her mouth as she stared at the two girls. His brow furrowed. She was a girl, yet she was acting like a predatory, wretched man. The thought struck him like a lightning bolt, shattering his previous assumptions. He had been blinded by a preconceived notion. He assumed Ren Jiaojiao was a school beauty type heroine, so he hadn't bothered wasting villain points to investigate her status. He had been waiting for a male lead to appear at her side. But what if the protagonist was already here? What if she wasn't a heroine at all? Haoran immediately triggered his system's investigation. Protagonist, Ren Jiaojiao. Combat Strength, 122. Charm, 189. Protagonist, Halo, 1001. Skill, Goldfinger Transformation System. Main task, become best girlfriends with 10 super beauties to return to male form. Upon completion, favorability, with all 10 best friends will instantly max out. Current progress, Mu Zhao 25%. Qin Yunhan 11%. Chapter 328. The Transformation Protagonist. It was exactly as he suspected, a transformation protagonist. After confirming the data from the system, Wang Haoran felt the last of his doubts vanish. Ren Jiaojiao's behavior wasn't the clumsy posturing of a tomboy. It was the raw, unrefined instinct of a man. Only her stunning exterior made the act tolerable. Transformation stories were common enough in the records of destiny, a man's soul reborn, or thrust into a woman's body. The motives varied, but Ren Jiaojiao's specific plot made Haoran grit his teeth. It was a stroke of luck he discovered the truth now. If she had managed to gather 10 best friends and complete the task, the consequences would have been irreversible. Turning back into a man while instantly maximizing the favorability of 10 top-tier beauties? It was a shortcut to a massive harem that Haoran had no intention of allowing. We're going swimming. You aren't invited, so don't follow us, Ren Jiaojiao said, her voice snapping Haoran out of his thoughts. She reached out, intending to grab the hands of Qin Yunhan and Mu Zhao to lead them away. Before her fingers could make contact, Haoran acted. He flicked a subtle burst of true energy, striking Ren Jiaojiao's ankle like a silent whip. She cried out, collapsing to the floor in a heap of tangled limbs. What happened? Yunhan asked, eyes wide with surprise. My foot, it's twisted. It hurts like hell, Ren Jiaojiao hissed, clutching her ankle tightly. Well, it looks like the pool is off the table, Haoran noted, his voice dripping with mock sympathy. Ren Jiaojiao glared at him, the hatred in her eyes burning bright. She turned her attention back to the girls. Come here and help me. I need to go to the infirmary. I'll handle it, Haoran offered. Want to take advantage of me? No thanks. I don't want your help. Haoran sneered. He turned to Yunhan and Zhao, his voice turning stern and commanding. You two, stay back. Don't help her. Ren Jiaojiao let out a harsh laugh. Why would they listen to you? That's hilarious. She urged the girls again. Hurry up, help me up. Inside, her mind was racing with predatory anticipation. If the girls supported her by the arms, she could lean in, making accidental contact with their chests. As a fellow female, they wouldn't suspect a thing. They certainly wouldn't scream for help. However, as the seconds ticked by, neither girl moved. What's the matter? Jiaojiao asked, her voice faltering. Do you really listen to everything he says? Haoran is incredibly handsome, and his girlfriend is definitely prettier than you, Yunhan snapped, defending her boyfriend while slipping in a compliment for herself. Why would he need to take advantage of you? He's being kind, and you're being ungrateful. I really don't know what's wrong with you. Exactly. He was just trying to be helpful. You shouldn't talk to him like that, Zhao added, standing firmly by Haoran's side. Ren Jiaojiao froze. She realized then just how much weight Haoran's words carried with these two. Despite her loathing, she swallowed her pride and changed her tune. I'm sorry for what I said. Please, come help me. I've changed my mind. I don't feel like helping anymore, Haoran said with a light, effortless smile. Ren Jiaojiao's blood boiled. She had been played, but with the girls watching, she couldn't lash out. Luckily, she spotted 2 other girls from her class passing by. She called out to them, and they quickly came over to hoist her up and lead her toward the infirmary. Are we going to check on her? Jiaojiao asked. Let's go, Haoran replied. The 3 followed at a distance. In the infirmary, the school doctor confirmed a mild sprain and handed over a bottle of medicinal liniment. The 2 classmates began the slow walk back to the dormitory, supporting the limping Jiaojiao. That bottle looks heavy while you're holding her. Let me take it for you, Haoran said to one of the girls. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. The girl's face flushed crimson at the sight of Haoran's smile. She handed the bottle over immediately. You're welcome. Haoran fell into step behind them. While the others were focused on maneuvering through the hallway, he deftly uncapped the bottle. He pulled a small vial from his pocket. Something left over from the batch he'd commissioned through Xiao Wan. It was a potent concoction originally intended for a different project, but it would serve perfectly here. He added a generous dose to the liniment and recapped it. This was interest on the debt Ren Jiaojiao owed for tampering with his drink earlier. When he thought she was a heroine, he was willing to be somewhat generous. Now that he knew she was a wretched man hiding in a beautiful skin, the gloves were off. The girls helped Jiaojiao into Jiaojiao's bedroom. Her foot was throbbing too much for afternoon classes, so she applied the enhanced liniment and fell into a deep, drug-induced sleep that lasted until evening. When she finally woke, the pain in her ankle had vanished. Overjoyed, she waited for Jiaojiao to return so they could grab dinner, but the room remained empty. Lacking a phone number to call, she decided to head out alone. She laced up her shoes and stepped into the bustling corridor. The girls passing by stopped dead in their tracks, their expressions shifting from confusion to horror. What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a beautiful woman? She caught herself and quickly tried to soften her tone. I mean, what's the problem? She ignored the whispers and hurried downstairs, but the stares only intensified. Passers-by treated her like a freak show attraction. Puzzled, she reached up to stroke her chin, a nervous habit from her past life. Her fingers brushed against something coarse. Prickly. She froze. A cold dread washed over her. She was a woman. Why did she have stubble? Ren Jiaojiao fumbled for her phone and switched on the selfie camera. The face on the screen was still hers, but it was being invaded. Dark, thick whiskers sprouted from her jaw. A prominent Adam's apple bulged in her throat. Panic flared. She checked her reflection more closely. Her skin was turning rough and porous. Her delicate arms had thickened with ropey muscle. Her waist had broadened, and a coat of coarse hair was spreading across her legs. She looked like a biological glitch. Around her, students were surreptitiously snapping photos and recording videos to upload to the campus forums. Furious and humiliated, Ren Jiaojiao let out a guttural roar, covered her face, and sprinted back to her room. The campus forum exploded. Even with the beard and the masculine features, the face was undeniably Ren Jiaojiao's. The transformation of a campus idol into a bearded lady was the story of the year. Wang Haoran watched the chaos unfold from his screen. He immediately mobilized Lu Hua, Lu Ming, and Wei Zhiheng. They flooded the boards as internet water army trolls, spreading a terrifying rumor Ren Jiaojiao had contracted a rare, infectious mutation. If a girl stayed near her, they claimed, she would suffer the same fate. The rumor was absurd, but in the heat of a scandal, logic fails. Panic swept through the dorms. By nightfall, the girls in the building refused to go inside. They huddled in the courtyard, terrified of the contagion on the 3rd floor. The school administration, forced to act, arrived with medical staff in full protective gear. They led a hooded Ren Jiaojiao out to a waiting ambulance. News crews, tipped off by the viral frenzy, captured the entire scene. The digital wildfire spread. Within hours, the news that a mysterious transformation disease had struck a school in Qingling was trending across the entire national network. Chapter 329, Fang Anna, Ding. The host manipulated events from behind the scenes, resulting in the social death of the protagonist, Ren Jiaojiao. Ren Jiaojiao is now unable to make friends. The host receives 1,800 villain points. Ding. Ren Jiaojiao's main storyline has collapsed. She has lost her status as a protagonist. Is that it? After a busy day of maneuvering, only 1,800 points appeared in the ledger. Wang Haoran sighed, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face, but he quickly found perspective. Ren Jiaojiao was a unique case. She wasn't the kind of sheep he could afford to shear slowly for wool. Because she occupied a woman's body, she had too many opportunities to take advantage of the heroines while hiding in a crowd of girls. A swift resolution was a necessity. Ren Jiaojiao was now a social pariah. With her protagonist status revoked, the school would likely eject her from the girls' dormitory immediately. Her dream of becoming best friends with the local beauties was dead. She was no longer a threat. Late into the night, Wang Haoran stretched his limbs, his muscles groaning as he prepared for sleep. Just as he reached for the light, his phone buzzed. It was Yuning. Master, I've overheard a massive secret. Yuning's voice was breathless, reporting the moment the call connected. Oh, what have you found? Wang Haoran sat upright, his back pressing against the headboard as curiosity piqued. This information was hard-won. I listened at great risk and narrowly avoided discovery. If they had caught me, I don't even want to imagine the punishment. Fear trembled in her tone. You've worked hard. I'll make sure you're rewarded for this. I serve you for the sake of the task, not for payment, young master. Yuning sounded flattered, pausing before her voice turned timid. But, if you find yourself free, perhaps you could visit. Just seeing you would make me so happy I wouldn't be able to sleep. After that shy detour, she finally dropped the bombshell. Young master, Fang Xuan has a husband. Wang Haoran's face, previously bright with expectation, stiffened. He stared at the wall. That was it? That was the big news. Do you not believe me? I heard it with my own ears. There is absolutely no mistake. Ning spoke into the silence. No, I believe you. You've done well. Haoran forced a neutral tone, feeling as though he had wasted his anticipation. Still, he couldn't crush her spirit. He offered a verbal pat on the head. In the context of the hidden world, news of its most famous beauty having a husband would be explosive. To him, however, it was functionally useless. Is there anything else? Anything besides that? No, nothing else. Haoran felt a pang of regret. Continue your inquiries. If you hear anything specific about Yan Yuntian or his inner circle, report it immediately. Wait, sir, does the movement of Yan Yuntian's fiancée count as special news? Ning suddenly remembered. Of course it does. Haoran's interest returned instantly. Yan Yuntian has a fiancé? More than one. As far as I can tell, there are 5. You only know of 5? That means there are likely more. Yan Yuntian is a law unto himself. In the hidden world, it is common for a man of status to have many wives and concubines. It isn't considered strange at all. Haoran went quiet, processing the information. It made sense. Lin Chen, the prodigy protagonist, had 7 goddess sisters. Yan Yuntian was the type of domineering, enchanting son who flattened everything in his path. In his storyline, he was essentially a bulldozer. It would be stranger if he didn't have a harem following in his wake. However, the thought gave Haoran a headache. As more protagonists appeared, the number of heroines multiplied exponentially. He was starting to feel stretched thin. Dealing with Lin Chen's sisters had been a full-time job, and he had only secured 6 of them. The mysterious eldest sister remained a ghost. If there were only 1 or 2 heroines, he wouldn't mind the engagement. But a whole crowd? That was trouble. The balance between the women already in his life was delicate. Most of them were blissfully unaware of the others. If he provoked a fresh batch of heroines, that equilibrium might shatter. He didn't need the drama. To dismantle Yan Yuntian, he would use other levers. He could target the father's consortium, or the forces of Fengzi Mountain. Those were Yan Yuntian's pillars. By suppressing his family and his sect, he could bleed the protagonist's halo. Once that halo dropped below 2000, the lethal damage bounce would fail. Then, Haoran could kill him directly. Ning continued her report. One of the fiancés has already arrived in Qingling. Her name is Fang Anna. She's 21, and her beauty is reportedly impeccable. Her family is legendary. Her father leads a massive business dynasty in Xiongdao, and her mother carries the royal blood of country Y. Ning spent the next 5 minutes detailing Fang Anna's life. She was born into wealth, but refused to be a mere ornament. She's a genius who skipped grades and graduated from a top foreign university. Before finishing her degree, she launched a clothing brand that grew into a billion-dollar empire in just a few years. She was beautiful, powerful, brilliant, and wealthy. She was a goddess-level figure, the quintessential heroine. Despite the glowing review, Haoran decided to stay away. I've got it. Keep me posted if anything changes. Yes, young master. He hung up and finally settled into sleep. A few hours later, a ringing phone jolted him awake. He squinted at the screen. The caller ID read 4th cousin. This was Zen Simon, the daughter of his 3rd aunt. They hadn't spoken in quite some time, though they had been close growing up. He wondered what would prompt a call this early in the morning. I am so angry. I'm absolutely fuming. Simon's voice exploded through the speaker before he could even say hello. Haoran, I'm in Qingling. Where are you? Cousin, take a breath. Why are you so upset? A disgusting woman with a bit of a face actually slapped me in public. She humiliated me. Haoran, you have to help me get even. Simon sounded like she was on the verge of a breakdown. Haoran frowned. It shouldn't be easy for a stranger to provoke you. What's her background? The Zen family was a prominent business clan. Ordinary people didn't go around slapping their daughters. I think her name is Fang Anna. She's some mixed blood from Xiongdao. Her family has some weight, sure, but Qingling is the Wang family's home turf. We don't have to be afraid of her. Simon's voice dropped to a conspiratorial hiss. Haoran, she's actually quite beautiful. Why don't you have someone snatch her up? You can teach her a lesson yourself. You get to enjoy a beauty, and I get my revenge. It's 2 birds with 1 stone. Just take a video to keep her quiet afterward. Wang Haoran stared into space, a very strange look crossing his face. Chapter 330. Please respect yourself. Wang Haoran stood frozen, speechless. Apparently, his entire family tree was rooted in villainy. It was a terrifying thought. He had intended to stay far away from Fang Anna, but his cousin, Zen Simon, clearly had other plans. Haoran, say something. Why are you quiet? Did the signal cut out? Zen Simon's impatient voice prodded him through the speaker. I'm listening, Haoran replied, his voice flat. Then hurry up and get your people together. Cousin isn't lying to you. This Fang Anna is a real beauty. Simon sounded smug, like a cat presenting a caught mouse. See how good I am to you? I find a prize like this and I bring it straight to you. Haoran rolled his eyes at the ceiling. His cousin was tall, striking, and possessed absolutely no brains. Did she have any idea who she was provoking? It was a stroke of luck he wasn't some mindless, weak-willed thug. If he were, this cousin would have escorted him straight to his grave. Fine. Leave it to me, he said, his tone dripping with perfunctory boredom. Hurry it up then. And remember, take a video. Use it as leverage. Simon paused, her voice sharpening with a cruel edge. Make a copy for me too. I want to see exactly how she looks once she's been taught a lesson. The coldness of the request gave Haoran a start. Cousin, forget that proposal. I'll find another way to handle Fang Anna. As a high-tier villain, following Zen Simon's low-rent script felt beneath him. He had plenty of heroines in his orbit already. There was no need to resort to such gutter tactics. Then what's your plan? Tell me. It's a secret for now. I'll let you know when the time is right. He kept his answer vague, letting his voice flicker with mystery. I can't stand it. If I don't vent this anger, I won't sleep a wink tonight. If you won't help me, Haoran, I'm going straight to my aunt. She loves me, she'll help me fix this. Haoran winced. His cheap mother, Zhenli, was the youngest of her generation, and possessed a temper like a forest fire. If Simon went crying to her, his mother would dive headfirst into the mess. Don't go to my mother, Haoran said quickly. I'll help you vent. Let's meet and talk. I'm too stressed to do this over the phone. Name the place. Despite her abrasive nature toward the world, Simon was fiercely loyal to her family. Haoran decided to step in. As a fellow villain and her cousin, they needed to maintain a united front. Besides, Fang Anna was a primary heroine. Ruining her was a direct strike against the protagonist, Yan Yuntian. After hanging up, Haoran grabbed his keys and headed for the door. Just as he cleared the villa gates, he spotted a figure standing quietly in the shadows. Even from behind, her silhouette was breathtaking. When she turned, her gaze held a radiant charm that nearly stole his soul. Fang Xuan. Who else could look so graceful? As she saw him, her worried brow smoothed over. A smile bloomed across her face, bright enough to shatter the morning gloom. She stepped forward, her movements swaying and ethereal, until she stood directly before him. I've offended you many times before. Please, do not hold it against me, she said, her voice soft and apologetic. It doesn't matter. Haoran waved a hand, dismissing the apology. But how did you find out I live here? I dreamed of you last night. You told me. She smiled, a look that could charm the life out of any man. Haoran didn't believe a word of it. He guessed she had simply charmed the information out of Qin Yunhan. He kept his expression guarded. He didn't dare respond to the heat in her eyes. If he officially recognized her, his entire backyard would catch fire. Fang Xuan wasn't just another girlfriend. To her, she was his wife. If Chu Qianwei and the others found out, the fallout would be catastrophic. Even if he kept it from the sisters, Fang Xuan, as the master, would likely go looking for them to assert her dominance. Maintaining a distance was the only safe path. Still, he couldn't ignore her entirely. It would be a waste to let the hidden world's #1 beauty slip away. Actually, I occasionally dream of a woman too, Haoran said, meeting her gaze with a solemn mask. Who? What does she look like? Does she look like me? Fang Xuan's voice turned frantic. She closed the distance between them, grabbing his hand. Her fingers were trembling. I try to see her face, but it's always blurry. But a voice tells me she is very important to me. He could feel her excitement vibrating through her grip. The person in your dreams is your wife. And I am that wife. Her eyes sparkled with unshed tears. Unable to contain the rush of emotion, she reached out and pulled him into a tight embrace. Haoran's instincts screamed at him to hug her back, but Lu Yui's villa was just a stone's throw away. If any of the sisters looked out a window, he was finished. Miss, please respect yourself. Against his own desires, Haoran pushed her away. He assumed a mask of gentlemanly stoicism, stepping back to create a respectful gap. I couldn't help myself. I'm sorry. She looked down, her face flushed with shame. It's fine, he said generously. He didn't want to linger at the gates and risk being spotted. I have things to attend to, so I can't stay and chat. Then I won't keep you. She turned to leave, but stopped after a few steps. If you ever run into trouble, no matter how difficult, come to me. I will do whatever it takes to help you. Thank you. She threw him one last lingering look before finally walking away, glancing back every few steps. Haoran climbed into his Lamborghini and sped toward the location Simon had provided. Across town, in the private booth of a high-end tea restaurant, a young woman sat enveloped in an aura of cold extravagance. She sipped her tea with practiced leisure. Anna, you made this choice without even discussing it with your father. Are you truly not afraid of his anger? Across from her, a middle-aged woman in her late 40s sat with a furrowed brow. She hadn't touched her tea. Her face was a mask of worry. Aunt Joan, you watched me grow up. You should understand me better than anyone. The young woman gently swirled the tea in her cup. Her eyes were calm, but beneath the surface, a sharp, dangerous light flickered. I want to control my own life. I won't be a puppet for anyone else, not even my father. Chapter 331. Fang Anna shows friendship. Fang Anna sat enveloped in a cold extravagance, her movements practiced and deliberate as she sipped her tea. The middle-aged woman across from her, Zhongli, acted as both a bodyguard and a maternal figure. Having watched Anna grow from a child into the powerhouse she was today, their bond ran deeper than simple employment. Zhongli leaned forward, her brow furrowed with a worry she could not suppress. Anna, you are the daughter of the head of the family. He might condone your rebellion, but your fiancé, Yan Yuntian, is a different matter entirely. I am well aware of his background, Aunt Zhong. His father controls a consortium worth hundreds of billions, Zhongli continued, her voice dropping to a sharp whisper. His mother is the mountain master of a powerful hidden world sect. That kind of influence is not something we can offend at will. The rumors about Yan Yuntian are consistent. He is domineering. Why would a man like that allow you to break an engagement just because you wish it? Anna remained calm, her gaze drifting to the steam rising from her cup. Most believe it won't work. Exactly. We should go back to Xiangdao while we still can. We can pretend we were never here. I did not come this far to return empty-handed. Anna set the cup down with a soft click. I have my own measure of the situation. I am not so foolish as to approach Yan Yuntian with a radical demand. A deep, calculating brilliance flashed in her eyes. I will not break the engagement. I will make Yan Yuntian break it himself. Zhongli leaned back, her face a mask of disbelief. Anna, look at yourself. You are breathtaking. Is a man like Yan Yuntian truly going to let a woman like you go? For him to take the initiative to cancel is impossible. Nothing is impossible. Anna took another slow sip, an inexplicable curve touching the corner of her mouth. Zhongli fell silent. She knew the girl's intellect was far sharper than most gave her credit for. If Anna claimed to have a safe solution, she likely did. Outside, the roar of a performance engine died down as Wang Haoran parked his car. He stepped into the high-end tea restaurant and navigated the halls until he found the private room where his cousin waited. Haoran, look at you. Zen Simon stood the moment he entered, her eyes bright with genuine surprise. I haven't seen you in so long, and somehow you've managed to become even more handsome. You look radiant yourself, cousin. Haoran offered the compliment easily. Simon was an attractive woman, easily an 85 on his internal scale, though she lacked the world-shaking aura of the heroines he usually encountered. She beamed at his praise, her smile widening. Your mouth is so sweet, Haoran. I wonder how many girls have fallen for it. Tell your cousin, how many beautiful women have you charmed lately? Haoran's mouth twitched. He shouldn't have expected anything less from a member of the Zen family. Even her casual banter carried a vulgar, crooked perspective. Please, cousin. I'm a serious person. Oh, don't give me that. Simon adopted a lecturing tone, wagging a finger at him. With a face like yours, it's a waste of potential not to go after girls. If you haven't developed a taste for it yet, you should try. Believe me, once you start, you won't be able to stop. Haoran felt a wave of depression. The conversation was going nowhere fast. Suddenly, Simon stiffened. She peeked through the narrow crack of the door, her eyes widening. It's her, right there. Who? That Fang Anna woman. Simon didn't wait for an answer. She bolted out of the private room and into the hallway. Haoran followed close behind. They hadn't gone 10 steps before they caught up to two women walking toward the exit. His gaze landed immediately on the younger one. Her appearance, figure, and temperament were staggering, a collective 97 on his scale. This was undoubtedly Fang Anna. Before he could process the meeting, he had to lunge forward to grab Simon's arm. She was baring her teeth, claws out, ready to launch into a physical brawl. Zhongli stepped in front of Anna instantly, her posture shifting into a protective stance. Her eyes were hard. One move from Simon, and the bodyguard would end the confrontation. Cousin, stop it. Haoran's voice was a low, urgent murmur. You're a lady of the upper class. Don't let these people see you making a scene. Calm down. He glanced at Zhongli. He could feel the fluctuations of true energy radiating from the middle-aged woman. She had a cultivation level roughly equivalent to 30 years of internal power. It was strong, but to him, she was a fly to be swatted. Still, he had no desire to reveal his strength in a tea house. You're right. Simon smoothed her hair, noticing the curious stares from nearby tables. I'm a famous socialite. I shouldn't be rolling in the dirt with stinking women. Her voice dripped with poisonous sarcasm. Zhongli bristled, taking a threatening step forward. Anna raised a slim hand, signaling for her guard to hold. Zhongli retreated a step, though her muscles remained coiled. You are staring, Anna said, her eyes meeting Haoran's. Is there something on my face? Haoran ignored the question. He gestured to the trembling Simon at his side. This is my cousin. Anna tilted her head, studying him with a meaningful intensity. She seemed to be reading between the lines of his introduction. Haoran, why are you being so polite? Simon demanded, her patience snapping. Don't tell me you've been fascinated by this vixen already? Watch your mouth, Zhongli warned, pointing a finger at Simon. Anna frowned, casting a silent command at her guard to be quiet. Zhongli subsided, though her resentment was plain. Anna turned back to Haoran, a faint smile playing on her lips. It seems I have a misunderstanding with your cousin. However, I can see that you are a reasonable person. On the contrary, Haoran replied. I am quite unreasonable. A flash of disappointment crossed Anna's face. She sighed, her shoulders slumping slightly. I see. Your cousin brought you here to vent her anger, and since your identity is clearly significant, I cannot hope to fight you. In that case, do what you will. Beat me or kill me. It's up to you. Haoran's brow went up. This wasn't the script. She was the heroine, yet she was being suspiciously friendly. He mentally pulled up her status window to check her favorability. -20. She found him very annoying. He felt a strange sense of relief. That was the proper attitude for a heroine toward a villain. However, it rankled his pride. His charm value was over 500. Usually, heroines were at least curious or mildly attracted. To be completely immune to his presence was an insult. You're exaggerating, Haoran said. A woman as beautiful as you? I couldn't bring myself to hit you. Anna had a powerful bodyguard, and the shadow of Yan Yuntian behind her. Haoran decided to play along. He wanted to see exactly where she was trying to lead him. Chapter 332. Fang Anna's scheme. Thank you for your understanding, Fang Anna said, her smile soft and inviting. There is an old saying, no complaints, no acquaintances. Let me host a dinner tonight as an apology to you and your cousin. I hope you will show me the favor of your presence. I could never turn down an invitation from a beautiful woman, Wang Haoran replied. When are you free? There is no time like the present. Why wait? Haoran had no desire to drag this out. Tonight it is, then, Anna agreed immediately. Seeing the two reach a smooth negotiation, Zen Simon's face contorted with anxiety. She tugged at Haoran's sleeve. Haoran, I brought you here to vent my anger, not to watch you flirt. Haoran clamped a hand over her mouth and pulled her several paces away. He leaned in, his voice a low, urgent whisper. Cousin, relax. I promised to help you and I will. I have my own plan for this. Do not cause a scene. Simon's eyes narrowed as she whispered back. Are you going to make her fall for you just to break her heart? If so, I suppose that's acceptable. You are truly witty, cousin. Haoran offered the empty praise just to keep her quiet. He had far different ideas in mind, but there was no sense in explaining them to her. Fine. But remember to make her suffer. Take plenty of videos and make sure I get copies. Simon was nothing if not persistent. I hear you. It's handled. Haoran waved her off with a perfunctory nod. He exchanged a few polite words and names with Feng Anna before escorting the grumbling Simon out of the restaurant. Inside the quiet tea room, Zhongli waited until the pair was out of earshot before turning to Anna. Why give them the time of day? Why go through all this trouble? What did you think of that Wang Haoran? Anna asked, ignoring the question. Just another rich second-generation heir with a pretty face. Usually, Anna, you loathe that type of man. Zhongli paused, a flicker of realization crossing her features. Anna didn't elaborate. A deep, calculating smile touched her lips. The sun dipped below the horizon as Wang Haoran and Zen Simon arrived at a grand hotel for the banquet. Throughout the meal, Fang Anna was the picture of hospitality. She toasted Haoran frequently, her demeanor warm and disarmingly friendly. Haoran couldn't see through her endgame yet, so he matched her enthusiasm, glass for glass. As the wine flowed, a rosy hue crept into Anna's cheeks. Her eyes grew misty, taking on a soft, drunken glaze that made her look breathtakingly vulnerable. By the time dinner ended, the hour was late. Zhong Li's phone buzzed with an urgent call. She excused herself, leaving the group abruptly. It was truly a pleasure meeting you today, Anna said, her voice earnest. The pleasure was mine. Haoran smiled back. I am staying here at the hotel, so I will head back to my room now. Anna moved to stand, but her footing wavered. She stumbled, her balance betrayed by the wine. Haoran's mind raced. The timing was too perfect. The powerful bodyguard leaves, and the helpless, beautiful target is suddenly too drunk to walk. Given Zhong Li's typical overprotective nature, this departure was highly unusual. Is she setting a trap? Creating an opportunity? Haoran decided to walk right into the tiger's den to see what she was selling. He reached out to steady her. You've had too much to drink. Let me take you back to your suite. I couldn't possibly trouble you, Anna replied, the polite decline sounding rehearsed. It is no trouble at all. Then, I am in your debt. Anna nodded. Haoran stepped forward, allowing Anna to lean her weight against his shoulder. As they walked toward the elevators, Zen Simon watched with a silent, approving grin. Having been pacified by Haoran earlier, she gave him a secret thumbs up and disappeared into the night. They reached the door of a top-level luxury suite. Anna fumbled with the key card and leaned into the room, her body swaying. Get some rest. I'll be going now, Haoran said, remaining firmly in the hallway. You've come all this way. Do you really have the heart to leave me like this? Anna's cheeks were flushed with an intoxicating glow. Her voice was a soft, melodic whisper that seemed designed to pull at a man's heartstrings. Haoran's pulse didn't quicken, but he allowed a look of eager excitement to wash over his face. Acting as though he feared she might change her mind, he stepped into the room and closed the distance between them. What do you have in mind? Anna took a subtle step back, maintaining a careful gap. She plucked a bottle of red wine from a nearby rack and poured 2 glasses. The night is still young. Let's have one more drink together. She handed him a glass. Haoran took the wine, a cold sneer forming in the back of his mind. He didn't need a system prompt to know the rim of the glass had been treated with a potent sedative. He had seen this play before. Tang Bingyun had tried it out of desperate love. Fang Anna was doing it for an entirely different reason. To put him at ease, Anna took a long sip from her own glass first. When she saw him hesitate, she tilted her head and smiled. I've already started. Why aren't you drinking? She had been careful. The medicine was only on the edge of his glass. Her own was perfectly clean. I wouldn't dream of refusing a drink you poured for me. Haoran laughed and took a sip. He was far beyond the man who had first met Tang Bingyun. His body was now invulnerable to poisons and drugs. A trace of a sedative on a wine glass was nothing more than a flavoring agent to him. I'm going to take a quick shower first, Anna said, a sly glint dancing in her eyes as she saw him swallow the wine. She disappeared into the bathroom, and soon, the sound of running water filled the suite. Haoran estimated the timing. After 3 minutes, he mimicked the effects of the drug. He let his head LOL, his eyes glazing over before he collapsed onto the edge of the bed in a faked stupor. Moments later, the water stopped. Anna emerged, her clothes neat and her drunken eyes now sharp and sober. She made a quick call. Zhongli slipped into the room moments later. Together, they began to carefully arrange an incident scene. They went so far as to tip a drop of red liquid onto the pristine white sheets. Haoran kept his eyes shut, but his perspective vision allowed him to watch the entire performance. He was genuinely puzzled. What did she gain by framing him for a night of passion? Zhongli finished the setup and hurried out with Anna. At dawn, Anna returned alone. She masked a look of disgust as she slipped under the quilt beside the unconscious Haoran. Haoran was wide awake. He didn't move or speak. Instead, he released a silent burst of internal energy, a focused pulse that knocked Anna into a genuine faint. Moving quickly, he pulled out his phone and took a series of photos of the two of them together. He still didn't know her endgame, but he wasn't about to let her play her role for free. He needed his own leverage. Once he had what he needed, he tucked the phone away and returned to his original position. Anna stirred a few minutes later, waking slowly. She didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, merely rubbing her eyes and complaining to herself about a restless night. Haoran chose that moment to wake up. He sat up, staring at the room, and then at Anna, with a well-practiced look of blank confusion. He secretly hit the record button on his phone. We. Anna met his gaze, her expression a masterclass in shy, lingering affection. I should be the one asking you that. I seem to have forgotten everything myself. Chapter 333, Calculated and Miscalculated. Fang Anna's shy, delicate demeanor looked remarkably genuine. Wang Haoran admired her acting skills, but his pulse remained steady. Internally, he wanted to laugh. Cooperating fully, he kept his expression soft as they talked, recounting sweet, imaginary details of their supposed night together as a couple. Fang Anna showed no sign of doubt. Wang Haoran's performance was, after all, top tier. In the future, she said suddenly, her voice turning cold and distant, you must forget me. Haoran knew she was finally reaching the point. He leaned in, playing his part. What do you mean? How could I forget you? Are you being cruel to me? Of course not. From the moment I saw you, I fell in love. I wanted to be with you for the rest of my life. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given myself to you. I am not a casual person. She looked at him with apparent sincerity. Then why tell me to forget you? Don't ask. I am letting you go for your own sake. She reached out, her touch lingering with feigned tenderness. Why? He already guessed the answer, but he pressed her anyway. Because there is a fiancé. It was a marriage decided by my elders, and I don't like him at all. She looked away, her expression a mask of pain. Wang Haoran stood there stunned. He knew exactly who her fiancé was. In Fang Anna's mind, he was just an ordinary, wealthy heir. Her real intention was to set him up as a fool, a piece of cannon fodder to collide with the terrifying Yan Yuntian. She wanted to use him to blow up her own engagement. Her heart was blacker than he imagined. Anger surged through him, sparking a sudden urge to slap her against the wall, but he suppressed it. A different, more elegant idea took root. So, you have a fiancé. That's disturbing. He lost interest in the scene. He was ready to walk away and leave her to her games. Fang Anna blinked, surprised by his sudden detachment. She quickly shifted back into character, her voice trembling with sadness. You can go, but I will always remember you. You were my first, and you will be my last. 2 lines of tears rolled down her cheeks. She looked truly pitiful. Haoran didn't look back. He let her play her one-man show. Once he was clear of the suite, he used his perspective vision to check the room. Sure enough, he's a ruthless scumbag, Anna muttered. Her tears vanished instantly, her face turning indifferent as she wiped her eyes. He abandons what he's won the moment he has it. Fortunately, it was just a staged scene. Zhongli walked into the room, sighing as she reached Anna's side. It's a shame, Anna. Wang Haoran doesn't seem like he's going to confront Yan Yuntian. You've been busy for nothing. If he won't go, I can go and tell Yan Yuntian myself. Anna's eyes sharpened with the look of a woman who controlled every variable. You're crazy. Yan Yuntian will be furious. Isn't that suicide? How can he blame me for this? I was forced. Anna smiled slyly. She raised a hand and dragged her fingernails across the delicate skin of her neck. A thin line of blood slowly seeped from the scratch. Zhongli gasped. Even so, she couldn't help but admire the girl's commitment. From a distance, Haoran watched the scene through the walls, his brows rising. Fang Anna was deep, but she had fundamentally underestimated him. She thought she was manipulating a mindless rich boy. She had calculated everything, but in the end, she had only shot herself in the foot. Haoran smiled a wicked, predatory smile, and left the hotel to make his own arrangements. In a sprawling mansion, time had proven to be a decent sedative. After the series of blows he had suffered, Yan Yuntian had slowly begun to recover. He hadn't left the estate, but he had finally emerged from his room. He stood in the garden now, tending to the flowers and plants, trying to cultivate a sense of inner peace. Someone left a package at the entrance, Yuning reported, stepping into the garden. She no longer addressed him as young master. In her mind, she had only one master now, Wang Haoran. Yan Yuntian, distracted by his gardening, didn't notice the change in etiquette. What is it? He asked softly. A note says you must open it in person. I haven't touched the contents. Yan Yuntian frowned. He set down his small trowel and took the package, checking it for poisons or traps. Finding nothing, he tore it open. Inside was a stack of photos and a high-end voice recorder. He flipped through the photos. With every image, the rage on his face darkened. By the time he reached the bottom of the stack, his features were distorted. The photos showed a man and a woman in bed, huddled under a quilt. Only their faces were visible, but the intimacy was undeniable. The man's face in the photos was blurred out, but the woman's face was crystal clear. Yan Yuntian recognized her instantly. It was his fiancée, Fang Anna. His woman was fooling around with a stranger. A small spark of hope remained. These could be fakes. He clicked the play button on the recorder. A man and a woman's voices filled the garden, murmuring sweet, intimate words. As he listened, the last of his hope vanished. He roared, a frantic, primal sound. Af. Ding. The host has damaged the mentality of the protagonist Yin Yuntian. Obtained 4,000 villain points. Yan Yuntian's protagonist Halo -200. Host's villain Halo +200. Yuning covered her ears against the harsh, jagged sound. Eventually, the screaming stopped. She had seen Fang Anna before and recognized the voice on the tape. Yan Yuntian hadn't even tried to hide the evidence from her. She offered a secret, satisfied smile and quietly retreated. From the garden came the loud, crashing sounds of flower pots being smashed. The destruction continued for a long time. Later, Yuning returned. "A guest is here to see you. I am seeing no one today," Yan Yuntian growled, his voice thick with depression. "It is Fang Anna." Knuckles cracked as Yan Yuntian clenched his fists. His jaw set so tight his teeth groaned. "Bring her here." Yuning nodded and left. When she returned, Fang Anna followed. She looked a wreck. Tears brimmed in her eyes, her face was as pale as parchment, and fresh scratches marked her neck. She looked like a victim of a terrible assault. "I was forced," she sobbed, her voice small and broken. "I am no longer clean. I am not worthy of you, nor am I qualified to marry into Fengzi Mountain. I won't make you suffer the embarrassment. Let us dissolve the engagement." "You say you were forced?" Yin Yuntian asked, a cold sneer twisting his lips. Yes. The tears poured down her cheeks, wet and heavy, as if she were the most aggrieved woman on earth. Yin Yuntian didn't waste words. He picked up the recorder and pressed play. Fang Anna's own voice drifted through the garden. It was sweet, sugary, and breathless. She sounded like the happiest woman in the world, pouring out words of love and adoration to her lover. "You call this being forced?" Yin Yuntian asked. Fang Anna forgot to cry. She stood there, frozen and utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 334. Repentance. Fang Anna knew the recording playing from Yin Yuntian's hand all too well. These were the exact words she had whispered to Wang Haoran earlier that morning. But how could they have been recorded? More importantly, how did they end up in Yin Yuntian's possession? "Can't hear? Are your ears failing you?" Yin Yuntian's voice cut through her panic. "Then look at these." He flung a stack of photos. They caught the air, fluttering and scattering across the garden floor like fallen leaves. Anna's eyes darted to the images. There was no mistaking the woman in the pictures. It was her. She looked at her own closed eyes in the photos, the scene clearly staged to look like a violation. The man's face was blurred out, masked by digital static, but the angle made one thing undeniable: the man in the bed had taken these himself. If the recording hadn't been enough to identify her betrayer, the photos made it certain. It was him. "Listen to my explanation," she started. "I'm listening to your lies." Yin Yuntian roared, cutting her off before she could find her breath. "Who is the man in the photo?" Anna opened her mouth to answer, the truth sitting on the tip of her tongue, but she swallowed it back. Her mind was a chaotic mess, yet even in a panic, she was no fool. A brief flash of clarity pierced through the terror. This recording, these photos, they were Wang Haoran's masterpiece. But how could a stranger know about Yin Yuntian? How could he deliver these items to the mansion before she even arrived? More importantly, if Haoran had the gall to send them, he surely had a plan for the fallout. He wasn't the type to calculate a trap without thinking of the exit. Telling the truth might shift Yan Yuntian's fire, but he was a domineering man. He would never tolerate his fiancée being touched by another, regardless of the circumstances. He wouldn't let her go. If she hid the truth, there might still be a sliver of hope for survival. "Just kill me," she said, her voice hollow. "I have nothing to say. You won't talk. It doesn't matter. I will find him." Yin Yuntian's sneer was cold, his tone dropping to a dark, sullen register. "Your family is in Xiangdao, a decent lineage. For the sake of the Feng family name, I will give you 3 days. Give yourself a decent end. It's better for your kin and for the honor of Fengzi Mountain." Anna's face drained of color, turning as white as paper. She wasn't surprised by his demand, only by the reprieve. Yin Yuntian hadn't struck her down on the spot. He had given her 72 hours. She wouldn't waste a single second of that time. She knew pleading for mercy was a dead end. Without another word, she lowered her head and hurried away. "Follow her," Yin Yuntian commanded Yuning once Anna had cleared the gates. "I want to know who that man is." The 3-day grace period wasn't about respecting the Feng family. It was a hunting season. He wanted the man who had touched what was his. If Anna had named her lover, she would be a corpse on the garden path right now. "I'll go at once," Yuning replied. She left the house, but she didn't follow the scent of Feng Anna. Instead, she reported every detail to Wang Haoran. Feng Anna returned to the hotel in a state of complete despair. "Anna, what happened? Is it resolved?" Zhongli stood as the door opened, her face bright with anticipation. One look at Anna's expression killed her smile. She stepped forward, her voice turning grave. "What went wrong?" Anna took a deep, shaky breath, fighting to steady her racing heart. She recounted the confrontation in the garden. Zhongli stood stunned. "Anna, this isn't what you planned. How could this happen? I was careless. I was tricked." Despair shadowed Anna's features. On the surface, Wang Haoran looked like a shallow rich boy obsessed with sex. In reality, he's a hidden player, a ghost. If you told the truth, Yin Yuntian wouldn't be this angry. Why hide it? "If I had told him everything, I wouldn't have walked out of that mansion alive." Anna's skin crawled at the memory of Yan Yuntian's eyes. "But this result isn't better. He gave you 3 days. What happens when the clock runs out?" Anna closed her eyes. Her mind raced through 1,000 scenarios, discarding each as they failed. Finally, she snapped her eyes open. "Help me find Wang Haoran. Quickly. You're going to find him now. He is the only one who can save me," Anna insisted. "He's a minor heir. Even with a decent background, how can he compete with the young master of Fengzi Mountain?" My intuition tells me he isn't what he seems. Aunt Zhong, if you don't want to be collecting my body in 3 days, don't question me. Find him. Zhongli didn't argue further. She rushed out into the city to begin the search. It was early morning when she left. By the time she returned, the sun had long since set. She stood in the doorway, her shoulders slumped in disappointment. Wang Haoran was nowhere to be found. That night, Anna tossed and turned, sleep a distant memory. The next day brought the same result. Zhongli searched every corner of the city, but the trail was cold. Another sleepless night passed. As the first light of dawn touched the horizon, the final day arrived. Anna paced the hotel suite like a trapped animal. Instead of news of Haoran, her phone buzzed with a call from home. The Fang family was cutting ties. The jewel of the family was being cast out, her name struck from the records. No sooner had she hung up on her weeping mother than the company called. Her business partner and supposed best friend had spent the last 48 hours seizing control of the business Anna had built from the ground up. In a heartbeat, she had lost everything. Her status, her wealth, her friends, and very soon, her life. The weight of the collapse was too much. Her psychological defenses shattered. Anna slid to the floor, hugging her knees, and sobbed in genuine grief. Tisk, tisk. A dry, mocking laugh echoed from the direction of the closed door. Anna froze. She choked back a sob and turned her head to look. Chapter 335. The Heroine Maid. Wang Haoran stood by the door, arms clasped over his chest. He watched the scene with the detached amusement of a man enjoying a front row seat at a theater. Anna froze. She wiped the tears from her face with the back of her hand and scrambled to her feet. The hollow, desperate look in her eyes flickered, replaced by a sudden, frantic spark of hope. It was my mistake, she said, her voice raw but steady. I never should have tried to use you. A calculation for which I have already collected payment. Wang Haoran's tone was indifferent, almost bored. Are you only here to mock me? Anna asked. What else? Surely you didn't think I came to save you. Wang Haoran let out a sharp laugh. He had been tracking every movement through Yunning. He knew about the 3-day deadline. Since his schedule was clear, he decided to witness the fallout of Anna's ruined life in person. Seeing her in this state brought a genuine sense of ease to his chest. Anna bit her lip, her posture weakening. What if I begged you to save me? Don't bother with the pity act. It doesn't work on me. If you save me, I will give you half of the Fang family property. It is worth more than 15 billion. She threw the offer out like a lifeline. A bold claim. Even when you were the princess of the Fang family, you lacked the authority to give away half the ancestral wealth. Now that your parents have publicly disowned you, that promise is worthless. My parents acted out of fear, Anna countered. She straightened her back, her composure slowly returning as she shifted into a business mindset. They cut ties to shield themselves from Yan Yuntian's wrath. Once he is no longer a threat, I will return to the fold. In my generation, there are no male heirs, only 2 younger sisters who know nothing of the world. Once I am back, I will seize control of everything. Wang Haoran arched an eyebrow. The Fang legacy spans 3 generations. You would truly hand half of it to an outsider? My parents ignored my counsel. They treated me like a bartering chip to secure a marriage with Yan Yuntian. I was a tool to them, nothing more. Resentment burned in her eyes, dark and deep. When the crisis hit, they didn't even try to help. They scrambled to draw a line between us. I owe that family nothing. An interesting story, Haoran said. But I have no shortage of money. That is only the first condition. And what else do you have besides a failing family business? Anna wiped the last traces of salt from her cheeks. She smoothed her clothes and brushed back her long, wavy hair, reclaiming the regal poise of a highborn lady. She looked him in the eye, her lips parting softly. I have myself. Is that not more valuable than any sum of wealth? Haoran's expression soured. He acknowledged that she was a rare beauty, a woman capable of making any man's heart race, but her narcissistic confidence irritated him. Do I look like an animal that only thinks with his lower body? I thought exactly that when we first met, Anna admitted. But I was wrong. You are incredibly rational. After all, while I was unconscious in that bed, you merely took photos. You didn't actually touch me. I wasn't being rational. I just didn't have enough time to finish the job before your guard returned, Haoran thought privately. Outwardly, his face remained a mask of stoicism. Since you understand that, why make the offer? I imagine you are surrounded by beautiful women, Anna continued. She stepped closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. But I doubt you have a woman willing to do absolutely anything for you. She gritted her teeth, forcing the words out. I will do anything. No matter the demand. No matter how excessive. She paused, searching his face. You can use me as a maid. You may have beauties in your life, but you don't have a maid like me. Nod your head, and I am yours. The suggestion tugged at Haoran's instincts. The prospect was undeniably enticing. Yunning was a maid, but she was merely a supporting character in the grand design. Anna was a primary heroine. The idea of the noble eldest lady of the Xiongdao Fang family, a literal goddess to the masses, serving his tea and doing his laundry, was a tempting power trip. Your silence, Anna whispered. Can I take it as acquiescence? Give me one more reason, Haoran said. He was tempted, but he hadn't forgotten her earlier attempt to trap him. She was acting out of a desire to survive, not loyalty. Her favorability was still in the negatives. It's still too cheap a price for what you tried to do to me, Anna faltered. Her mind raced, searching for any other leverage she possessed. Nothing? Then I wish you the best of luck with Yan Yuntian. Haoran turned toward the door. Wait, Anna cried. A new thought took hold. I can help you destroy Yan Yuntian. Haoran stopped. You came to that restaurant because you were already plotting against me, Anna said, her voice sharp with sudden insight. You have a grudge against Yan Yuntian. You targeted his fiancée to strike at him. Am I right? So what if you are? I can be your weapon, she insisted. To Yan Yuntian, I am worthless now. But I am not his only fiancée. There are others. One in particular is quite close to me. I have her trust. I can influence her thoughts. You used me to hit him, but you would be much happier using another of his women to finish the job. Haoran pondered this. The first two offers were mere luxuries, but a spy within Yan Yuntian's inner circle was a strategic asset. However, the lack of favorability remained a problem. I don't trust your loyalty. I will prove it. How? By cutting out your heart? A fair proposal. Anna walked to the table and snatched a fruit knife from the bowl. She returned to Haoran, pressing the tip of the blade directly over her heart. You don't have the nerve, Haoran challenged. Anna gripped the handle with both hands. She took a sharp breath and lunged forward, driving the blade toward her chest. Haoran's hand shot out, his fingers clamping like iron bands around her wrist. He stopped the blade just as it pierced the fabric. A small, red stain bloomed on her shirt. Ding. Heroine Fang Anna's favorability has increased by 40. Current total 20. Friendly. Ding. Host has influenced the plot direction. Obtained 1000 villain points. Anna winced as the shallow cut stung, but a triumphant smile broke across her face. You couldn't let me die. I take it we have a deal? Chapter 336. Fang Anna's expectation. Wang Haoran stared at the red stain spreading across Fang Anna's chest. He narrowed his eyes. If he had been a second slower, she would be a corpse on the carpet. Yet she had been certain he would move. She had gambled her life on his reflex. This woman was dangerously scheming, possessing a cold, powerful resolve. However, such traits were useless when weighed against absolute power. I know you fear Yan Yuntian and the force he represents, Wang Haoran said, his voice dropping to a meaningful register. But in truth, you should be far more afraid of me. He exerted a slight pressure, and the hand clutching the fruit knife slowly loosened. The blade clattered to the floor. I am your maid now, Fang Anna replied, her voice taking on a flattering, submissive edge. It is only right that I fear and respect you. In her mind, she had already categorized him. To have a grudge against Yan Yuntian, Wang Haoran had to belong to the hidden world. He was likely the young master of some obscure sect. However, she still sensed a gap. He dealt with Yan Yuntian through shadows and schemes rather than a direct confrontation. To her, this meant Wang Haoran was at least one step behind Yan Yuntian in terms of raw strength and heritage. Naturally, she kept that judgment to herself. As my maid, you won't be mistreated too harshly. At the very least, no one in this world can kill you now, except for me. Wang Haoran saw the shallow respect in her eyes and issued the warning to keep her grounded. Anna smiled, appearing delighted by the promise of protection, though she secretly dismissed it as grandstanding. While she wasn't a martial artist herself, Zhongli had taught her much about the hidden world. She knew of the hidden dragon and young phoenix list, the ranking of every martial genius under 25. Wang Haoran's name didn't appear in the top 10. In fact, it didn't appear at all. Aunt Zhong had once claimed that Yan Yuntian was a notch above even the leader of that list. To Anna, Wang Haoran wasn't just behind Yan Yuntian, he was streets away. Anna. The door burst open. Zhongli rushed in, her eyes locking onto the blood on Anna's shirt. Assuming Wang Haoran had struck her charge, the bodyguard didn't hesitate. She surged forward, her true chi erupting as she lunged with a lethal palm strike. She reached a point half a meter from Wang Haoran and stopped dead. An invisible wall, as unyielding as forged steel, blocked her path. She couldn't move an inch forward. Are you courting death? Wang Haoran's voice flickered with genuine irritation. He remembered her arrogance during their first meeting. He had held back then because of the crowds, but now, there were no witnesses. The invisible wall trembled. A concussive force exploded outward. Zhongli felt as though a high-speed truck had slammed into her chest. She flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Her body hit the reinforced concrete wall with a sickening thud, leaving a deep depression in the structure. She collapsed, coughing up a mouthful of crimson. Her internal organs felt as though they were vibrating into pieces. She looked at Wang Haoran with raw, unadulterated horror. Grandmaster, she gasped, her voice failing. You are a great master of Huajin. Anna rushed to Zhongli's side, her hands trembling. The term hit her like a physical blow. She knew the hierarchy. She knew that Huajin represented the peak, a realm usually reserved for the silver-haired elders of the hidden world. Wang Haoran wasn't even 20. If Yan Yuntian was the ceiling of the younger generation, Wang Haoran was the sky above it. Yan Yuntian wasn't even fit to carry this man's shoes. Aunt Zhong, how are you? Anna cried, her panic redoubling. I will live. Zhongli's voice was strained. A martial artist's body was resilient, and her protective chi had blunted the worst of the impact. It wasn't fatal. Anna felt a momentary relief, only for it to be swallowed by terror as she looked back at Wang Haoran. Please, don't kill her. I apologize for her. It was a mistake. Anna, don't beg, Zhongli said weakly. A master cannot be humiliated. I was the one who struck first. If I die, it is my own fault. The words sent a jolt of ice through Anna's veins. Zhongli was more than a guard. She was the only family Anna had left. Having lost the affection of the Fangs, she couldn't lose this. Master, please, Anna sobbed. She dropped to her knees, kowtowing repeatedly against the hard floor. Spare her. I will work for you like a slave. I will be your horse, your dog, anything. Please, master. The sound of her forehead hitting the floor echoed through the room. Thump, thump. Her skin quickly turned a bruised, swollen purple. Wang Haoran watched her, momentarily stunned. He had never actually heard the phrase "a master cannot be insulted," and held no such ego. He had simply swatted a fly. He had no intention of killing her. As a villain, he didn't have a protagonist's justice to hide behind if he committed an open murder. Anna, seeing his silence as coldness, crawled toward him. She grabbed at his feet, her face a mask of mournful desperation. "Get up," Wang Haoran said, looking down at her. "I won't kill her." Anna froze, her eyes wide with shock at how easily he had relented. "Thank you, master." Her gratitude was palpable, ringing with a sincerity that resonated in the quiet room. Ding. Heroine Feng Anna's favorability has increased by 20. Current total 40. Very friendly. Ding. Host has influenced the plot direction. Obtained 2,000 villain points. Wang Haoran felt a surge of satisfaction at the system prompts, though he kept his expression cool and detached. He had come for a laugh, but the outcome was far more profitable. Without another word, he turned and walked out of the suite. Anna's nerves finally unstrung. She collapsed back against the floor for a moment before helping Zhongli to her feet. She pulled out her phone to call for medical assistance. "Anna," Zhongli whispered as they waited. "What happened while I was gone?" Anna explained the deal, detail by agonizing detail. Zhongli's initial instinct was one of protective anger, but then she looked at the crater in the wall. She sighed. "Anna, being the maid of a Huajin great master is not an insult to your status. It is a position of safety. I only worry for you. You have never known hardship. I fear you won't survive the labor. To stay alive is a blessing," Anna said quietly. Her eyes were fixed on the door where Wang Haoran had vanished. "I will be the best maid I can be. I only hope he treats me with some kindness." Chapter 337. The new protagonist. Wang Haoran stepped out of sight of Feng Anna and Zhongli, his mind already churning with strategies to handle Yan Yuntian. For the moment, a head-on confrontation remained off the table. He feared that in the heat of a direct conflict, his own temper might flare, leading him to gamble everything on Yan Yuntian's character. The protagonist possessed a lethal damage reflection halo. There was only a 20% chance it wouldn't trigger. If he pushed his luck, the odds of him ending up in a body bag were far higher than his rivals. In a situation this delicate, he needed a more surgical approach. A name surfaced in his mind. He pulled out his cell phone and dialed. Inside the sprawling mansion, Yan Yuntian emerged from his self-imposed isolation. Being cuckolded by his fiancée was a bitter pill to swallow, but over the last 48 hours, his simmering rage had cooled into a focused, icy resolve. He had no intention of letting the matter rest. Today marked Feng Anna's deadline. He needed to know her every move. If she didn't have the decency to take her own life, he would step in and finish the job himself. As the thought took hold, Yuning entered the room. She served as the mansion's housekeeper, though other servants attended to Yan Yuntian's direct needs. For the past 2 days, she had been tracking Feng Anna's activities. "Did you find anything?" Yin Yuntian asked immediately. "I did." Yuning nodded, though a shadow of hesitation crossed her face. She didn't speak the name of the man right away. "Who is it?" "Out with it. Who is Feng Anna's lover?" "Actually, it isn't just one person. It wasn't a stable relationship at all. It was a series of flings, and there are many of them. I found 20 separate men, and I suspect there are more I haven't uncovered yet." Ding. Host manipulated events behind the scenes. Protagonist Yan Yuntian's mentality damaged. Obtained 1,000 villain points. 20? More than 20. Yan Yuntian stood frozen, stunned into silence. He wasn't just wearing one green hat. He was wearing 2 dozen. The weight of the perceived betrayal felt heavy enough to crush him. Yuning watched his face crumble, a secret smile playing at the corners of her mouth, while she maintained a mask of professional concern. "What should we do?" she asked. "If we kill that many people, the fallout will be impossible to contain. Forget them." Yin Yuntian spat the words, realizing the logistics of a mass execution were too messy even for him. His fury redirected entirely toward Feng Anna. "Stay on her. If she hasn't killed herself by nightfall, arrest her. I'll make her regret ever drawing breath." Yuning bowed and left his sight, only to return a few minutes later. "What now?" Yin Yuntian snapped, his brow furrowing. Before Yuning could answer, a figure glided into the room. It was Fang Xuan, radiating her usual peerless elegance. "I know everything regarding Feng Anna," Fang Xuan said, cutting straight to the point. Yin Yuntian looked away, his expression pained. "I didn't expect her to be such a woman. You must be laughing at me. I didn't come here to mock you. I came to ask you to spare her. Auntie, as a man, do you honestly think I can bear this insult? Why shouldn't you?" Fang Xuan's voice was level. "She is merely a fiancée, not a wife. Even so, this is a total betrayal. I cannot forgive it." Yin Yuntian gritted his teeth. "You have many fiancés," Fang Xuan reminded him. "It isn't unforgivable that she sought a way out of a marriage she never wanted. She simply chose a poor path." Yin Yuntian squinted at her, suspicion bubbling up. "Auntie, you and Feng Anna have no connection. Why are you suddenly acting as her advocate?" A strange light flickered in Feng Xuan's eyes. "I am a woman speaking for another woman. It is a matter of justice." "Justice for her? What about justice for me? I'm the one being humiliated. You want me to just swallow my pride like a coward?" Feng Xuan's patience began to fray. Her tone turned frostier. "You have plenty of other women. Losing one doesn't matter. Very few people know the details of this scandal. Break off the engagement quietly and pretend it never happened. I can listen to you on almost anything else, Yan Yuntian insisted, his jaw set. But not this. Fang Xuan didn't yield. She narrowed her eyes. I am guaranteeing her safety. If you touch her, don't blame me if I turn my back on you. Yan Yuntian recoiled, stunned by her intensity. He had assumed she would eventually concede for the sake of their friendship. Instead, she had drawn a line in the sand. He weighed the pros and cons, his face shifting through a dozen different emotions, before he finally let out a frustrated sigh. Fang Xuan held a high status within Fengzi Mountain. He couldn't afford to turn against her over a disgraced woman. He suppressed his bloodlust, though curiosity remained. Fine. But tell me, Auntie, what actually motivated you to protect her this much? Justice for a fellow woman, she repeated. Yan Yuntian didn't believe a word of it, but he knew better than to press. He kept the question locked in his heart. I won't trouble you further, Fang Xuan said, turning to leave. I will see you out, Miss Xuan, Yuning said respectfully, escorting her to the mansion gates. Once she was clear of the property, Fang Xuan pulled out her phone. Haoran, I did what you asked. Yan Yuntian promised not to pursue her. Good. Thank you, Wang Haoran replied over the line. Are you still being so formal with me? A touch of shyness crept into her voice. She quickly cleared her throat. If you have time, I'll take you to dinner, Haoran said, moving the conversation forward. I'm free now, she answered, a note of joy surfacing. I have a class this afternoon. Let's make it another day. That's fine. Just remember to call me when you're ready. I will. Haoran hung up and left his villa. It was noon. Since his afternoon class was approaching, he decided to walk toward the Qingling campus. He reached the main road leading to the school and found a crowd gathered. The air was thick with the sound of hushed, frantic discussion. There's been an accident. Shuai stood in the center of the throng, her voice calm as she spoke into her phone to emergency services, though her face was as white as a sheet. A young man lay not far from her, covered in blood and gasping for air. If I'd known, I wouldn't have picked a female driver for a scam, Lu Chen thought as he lay on the hot asphalt. Regret pulled in his chest. His grandfather was hospitalized and they were broke. In a moment of desperation, he had tried to stage a car accident to collect medical expenses. He hadn't counted on a novice driver who would panic and slam the accelerator instead of the brake. As his consciousness began to fade into a blur, a voice echoed in the back of his mind. I am the ancient fairy doctor of Tai Chi. You are my descendant. Inherit my power, heal the world, and save those in distress. On his chest, a jade pendant carved in the shape of a bloody Tai Chi fish emitted a faint, imperceptible light. Lu Chen's eyes drifted shut. Chapter 338. Inheritance of Ancient Medicine. As those voices echoed in his mind, Lu Chen's fading consciousness sharpened into sudden clarity. A warm current surged from his chest, radiating outward to soothe the jagged, tearing pain of the impact. The heat ebbed, taking the agony with it. His mind cleared, functioning with a precision he had never felt before. What was happening? Was it the pendant? Lu Chen sat up and touched the Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish hanging from his neck. The voice he had heard in the haze was no illusion. Along with that voice, a massive influx of information poured into his brain. He sifted through the mental clutter and realized he had been gifted a high level of medical knowledge. The volume of data was immense, requiring time to fully integrate into his memory. A blessing in disguise. He had obtained the inheritance of the immortal medicine. Lu Chen remembered his grandfather's stories about an ancestor who was a genius doctor. He had dismissed them as family myths, but the proof was now etched into his mind. Isn't that Lu Chen from the medical school? A student in the crowd whispered. That was a brutal hit. There's no way he survives that. The driver was Professor Ji, the goddess of the biology department, another added. She is in serious trouble. It's Lu Chen's own fault for not looking. He just rushed out into the street. He's ruining her life along with his own. The surrounding students from Qingling University continued to speculate, their voices a low hum of morbid curiosity. Suddenly, Lu Chen stood up. The astonishment on their faces was immediate. He stretched his arms and twisted his torso like a man who had just woken from a nap. The crowd stared, jaws dropping in unison. He had been tossed several yards by a car, yet he was standing. Shuai hurried toward him, her breathing shallow and frantic. The students say you are Lu Chen from the medical school. Lu Chen, are you all right? Talk to me. What hurts? Looking at the goddess professor, Lu Chen felt a surge of excitement. As a medical student, he knew Shuai well. In the confusion of the crash, he had only realized the driver was a woman. Now he realized he had been hit by a legend. Professor Ji, Lu Chen started to smile, ready to tell her he was fine, but he caught himself. He remembered why he had stepped in front of the car in the first place. He pointed to the bloodstains matting his clothes. Look at me. Do I look all right? But you're standing, Shuai noted, her eyes wide with confusion. His voice was spirited, and his posture was perfectly straight. It might look that way, but the pain inside is incredible. My internal organs could be shredded. Lu Chen winced, leaning into the performance. Don't move then. The ambulance is on its way. Lu Chen realized that going to the hospital for a formal checkup was a waste of his new life. He needed to get to his grandfather. He dropped the act and regained his composure. My grandfather is scheduled for surgery at the university hospital. I have to get there right now. Give me some cash for the emergency, and we can discuss the final settlement later. Are you sure you can walk there? Shuai asked. I'm sure. Seeing that he truly didn't seem to be in critical condition, Shuai didn't argue. She reached into her bag and pulled out a thick stack of bills. I only have 10,000 yuan in cash. Take this for now. She handed him the money along with a sleek business card. Contact me at any time. We will discuss the full compensation once your grandfather is stable. Lu Chen took the cash and the card without hesitation. He looked at the goddess professor, and a dark thought crossed his mind. Money was a start, but it wasn't enough. He wanted her to pay him back in a different way. Before this moment, he was a struggling student with no prospects, someone who could only admire a woman like Xiao from a distance. Now, he carried the inheritance of his ancestors. It was only a matter of time before he rose to power. His perspective had shifted. He wanted to possess the woman every student on campus dreamed about. The thought of bringing the high and mighty professor to her knees made his blood boil. However, his grandfather's life was still on the line. He pushed the desire aside, shoved through the crowd, and began to run. As he broke away from the onlookers, he nearly collided with another student. It was a man Lu Chen recognized instantly, Wang Haoran. He was the most influential freshman on campus, a wealthy heir with movie star looks. Even as a sophomore, Lu Chen knew the name well. A deep sense of disgust rose in Lu Chen's chest. He knew Wang Haoran spent his time with the three campus beauties Yan Yuntian, Su Muian, and Mu Zhaozhao. Lu Chen had seen them eating together once, and at the time, he had been paralyzed by envy. Now that envy was gone. He had the medical skills of the immortals. He had leaped over the dragon gate. In his eyes, a rich second-generation heir was nothing. No matter how much money a man had, he could still fall ill. Lu Chen didn't stop. He sprinted past toward the hospital. Wang Haoran watched the blood-stained student run off with a look of mild surprise. He had been passing by and hadn't intended to stop for the spectacle. As the crowd began to disperse, Xiao's striking figure caught his eye. She was leaning against her car, her face pale and her hands shaking. Wang Haoran walked toward her. Professor Ji, did you have an accident? Xiao looked up. She offered a weak smile of recognition. Yes, I only recently got my license. I didn't want to hit anyone, but it happened so fast. It was strange. The man was thrown 7 or 8 meters. He was covered in blood, but he got up, took some cash, and just ran off. Chapter 339. Familiar routines. Wang Haoran watched the retreating figure with narrowed eyes. His heart stirred. A normal man does not get tossed 7 meters by a car only to spring up and run away as if he had merely tripped. It was a blatant violation of physics. Xiao was a primary heroine. Any major event centering on her likely served as a catalyst for a main plot. When he combined the impossible survival with the presence of a heroine, the conclusion was obvious. The man she hit was almost certainly a protagonist. An ambulance and traffic control officers swarmed the scene. Xiao offered a frantic explanation, waved off the paramedics, and cooperated with the police to record the incident. Even after the official business concluded, she remained restless. Haoran, it is almost time for class, Xiao said, her eyes fixed toward the distance. Go on ahead. I need to go to Qingling Affiliated Hospital to check on that man, Lu Chen. I'll go with you, Wang Haoran suggested. Your studies are important. I don't want to be the cause of you missing a lecture. The class isn't nearly as important as you are. The sweet words tumbled out of habit, practiced and smooth. If something like this happens to you, of course I will stay by your side. A flash of delight crossed Xiao's face. She maintained a professional distance, at least on the surface. Don't talk nonsense. If Wei finds out, it will be bad. Precisely because of my relationship with Wei, I view you as a sister. How could I sit back and ignore your trouble? Besides, do you really think those finance courses are useful to me? Xiao felt a prickle of secret disappointment at being called a sister, but she quickly nodded. Then come with me. She was well aware of his scientific genius. She had also heard from Lu Yui that his financial acumen was so sharp it made even the fifth sister admire him. A finance lecture was indeed a waste of his time. More importantly, she craved the contact. Despite her guilt toward the seventh sister, she couldn't resist the draw of his presence. Do you want to drive, or shall I? Wang Haoran asked as they reached the car. You should drive. Xiao stayed back from the driver's side. The trauma of the accident had left a lingering shadow on her nerves. The drive to the affiliated hospital took less than 10 minutes. Wang Haoran parked and escorted her into the building. As a professor at the medical college, Xiao moved through the halls with familiar ease. She used her credentials to bypass the usual bureaucracy, quickly locating the ward where Lu Chen's grandfather was staying. As they approached the inpatient wing, Xiao suddenly faltered. She clutched her lower abdomen, her brow furrowing in a sharp grimace of pain. What is it? Are you unwell? Wang Haoran reached out to steady her. It's nothing. She shook her head, her face flushing with embarrassment. You're clearly in pain. Tell me the truth. Xiao glanced around the busy hallway. She leaned in, her lips brushing against Wang Haoran's ear as she whispered the cause of her discomfort. He understood immediately. Her monthly relative had arrived, likely exacerbated by the stress of the accident. Her tension eased slightly after the confession. I had an iced drink yesterday. I should have known better. I'll be fine in a moment. Wang Haoran knew better. If Lu Chen was a medical protagonist, this was a classic setup. The heroine falls ill just as she meets the doctor, providing the perfect opportunity for the protagonist to display his miraculous skills and earn her eternal gratitude. He had seen this routine before. Being fine in a moment isn't good enough, Wang Haoran said firmly. Let me help you. You know how to treat this. She looked at him with genuine shock. I've read about the theory in a few texts. It should be effective. He didn't need to be a doctor. His mastery of the Supreme Poison Sutra gave him an intimate understanding of human meridians and anatomy. He could simply use his chi to warm her system and clear the blockage. Are you sure? Trust me. Seeing you suffer like this makes my heart ache. The honeyed words hit their mark. Shuiyao's heart swelled. She wouldn't object now, even if she were merely a guinea pig for his experiments. Wang Haoran led her into a vacant ward and closed the door. A few minutes passed. Ding. Host has successfully intercepted protagonist Lu Chen's opportunity. By treating Shuiyao, the host receives 1000 villain points. Protagonist Lu Chen's halo -50. Host's villain halo +50. A soothing warmth spread through Shuiyao's body, replacing the sharp cramps with an indescribable comfort. That is incredible, she breathed, her face turning a deep shade of crimson as she remembered the intimacy of the treatment. You learned that just from a book? Let's keep that between us, Wang Haoran whispered. I know. I won't tell the seventh sister. It will be our secret. She nodded earnestly. She paused, then added shyly, if I feel this way again in the future, I'll come find you. I've treated the root cause. It shouldn't recur. Oh, a look of visible disappointment flashed in her eyes. Wang Haoran caught the hint and corrected himself smoothly. Actually, I can't be entirely certain. There is always a possibility of recurrence. Then I'll count on you next time. She looked down, her blush deepening. Wang Haoran smiled but remained silent, pretending he didn't see the desire in her eyes. She turned away, tidied her clothes, and took a deep breath to steady her emotions. Let's go. They stepped out into the hallway, almost colliding with a young man. Professor G. Lu Chen stood there, staring at the two of them emerging from a private, vacant room. His eyes were wide with astonishment and a growing, dark suspicion. What were you doing in there with him? Chapter 340. Stealing the jade pendant. Shuiyao's heart hammered against her ribs as she faced the question. A wave of guilt washed over her, though her years as a scientist provided a shield of professional composure. She calmed her breathing and offered a perfunctory explanation. We were just discussing a few matters. She quickly steered the conversation away from the private ward. How are you? Are you truly all right? While Shuiyao had been occupied with the traffic officers, Lu Chen had been busy. He had scrubbed away the grime and changed out of his blood-soaked clothes. Standing there now, he looked like any other student on campus. I went for a checkup. Everything seems fine for now. Lu Chen shook his head, but a realization struck him. If he made a full recovery too quickly, his connection with Shuiyao would vanish. He added, the doctor wants me to wait and check again soon. We need a more detailed judgment before I'm cleared. Shuiyao nodded, her worry lingering. Beside her, Wang Haoran watched the exchange. Once he confirmed this was the same Lu Chen who had survived the collision, he activated his system to scan the boy. Protagonist, Lu Chen. Combat Strength, 96. Charm, 67. Protagonist Halo, 3026, Rising. Skill Tai Chi Yin-Yang Jade. This artifact contains the inheritance of ancient fairy medicine. It generates the breath of life and death at set intervals. The inheritance includes medical skills, martial arts, magical techniques, and immortal cultivation. Current progress, 10%. Ancient medical skills. The breath of life treats all ailments, while the breath of death induces serious disease. Wang Haoran drew a sharp breath. He had pegged Lu Chen as a simple genius doctor, but the reality was far more dangerous. The inheritance even included the path to immortality. It was a stroke of luck he had discovered this early. Currently, Lu Chen's halo of 3000 was lower than Yan Yuntian's, but the rising status changed everything. Once the inheritance was complete, Lu Chen would become an unstoppable force. Wang Haoran reached into his mental arsenal. He hadn't used the flying cloud questing hand since he swiped the War God's bank card, but the time had come to play that card again. Professor G, what were you really talking about? Lu Chen's voice cut through the air, returning to his suspicion. Why hide in there? It all seems very mysterious. Shuiyao looked away, her gaze flickering toward the floor. She had no ready answer. What we do behind closed doors is none of your business, Wang Haoran interjected. Do you think you control her? Lu Chen took in Shuiyao's dodging eyes and turned his glare toward the rich heir. He recognized the type, a wealthy second-generation brat who clearly up to no good. Professor G, did he offend you? Lu Chen asked, his voice rising with protective indignation. The word offend sent a flush of shyness to Shuiyao's cheeks. She remained silent, which only fueled Lu Chen's fire. Why won't you speak? Lu Chen pressed, his face pale with anger. Are you being coerced? Don't be afraid. You have to fight back against these people. Swallowing your anger only fuels their arrogance. Wang Haoran stood by, suppressed amusement bubbling within him. It was the classic protagonist mindset, no evidence, no logic, yet he had already been labeled the villain. It was technically true of course, but the leap in logic was still impressive. Shuiyao found the outburst more intrusive than helpful. Concerned for her professional reputation, she kept her voice level. Classmate, you are overthinking this. There is nothing wrong. Lu Chen didn't believe her. He convinced himself that Wang Haoran held some sort of leverage over her. He suppressed his questions for the moment, deciding to watch the boy closely. You mentioned your grandfather's surgery, Shuiyao said, falling back into her role as a concerned teacher. How is he? He's doing well now, Lu Chen replied. He had already used the breath of life from his jade pendant to heal the old man, rendering the surgery unnecessary. Where is the ward? I should visit him. Follow me. Lu Chen turned to lead the way. I'll head to the restroom, Wang Haoran told Shuiyao, opting not to follow. Once inside the privacy of a stall, Wang Haoran opened his palm. Resting there was the Tai Chi Yin-Yang Jade, snatched from Lu Chen's neck so swiftly the boy hadn't even felt the air move. The quaint, ancient stone thrummed with power. If he could claim this inheritance for himself, including the immortal cultivation techniques, his power would skyrocket. He fiddled with the stone, searching for a way in, but the jade remained cold and inert. It seems this thing has already recognized its master, he muttered. He knew the tropes well enough. If he couldn't use it, he wouldn't keep it. He moved toward the toilet, intending to flush the artifact into the depths of the hospital sewer system. The jade reacted. A sudden, piercing pain lanced through Wang Haoran's skull. He tried to hurl the stone away, but it clung to his palm as if fused to his skin. Ding. A lingering will within the jade is attacking the host's mind. The host will lose all mental faculty in 30 seconds. Ding. Sufficient villain points detected. Host can purchase the intermediate soul attack immunity, aura for 30,000 villain points. Keeping a surplus of points was a habit that had just saved his life. Wang Haoran didn't hesitate. He authorized the trade. A cool sensation washed over his mind, and the agonizing pressure vanished. The jade in his hand went still once more, but Wang Haoran was far from calm. His balance of 90,000 points had plummeted to 60,000. A 30,000 point loss stung. Venting his frustration, he flooded his hand with true chi and slammed his fist into the jade. He struck again and again until the artifact shattered into a dozen jagged fragments. He tossed the pieces into the bowl and hit the lever. The swirling water sucked the remains of the ancient inheritance into the dark pipes below. Ding. Host has destroyed Lu Chen's Tai Chi Yin-Yang Jade. Obtained 6,000 villain points. Protagonist Lu Chen's Halo minus 300. Host's villain Halo plus 300. The reward did little to soothe his temper. Lu Chen had only received the medical portion of the inheritance. Without the jade, the martial arts and immortal cultivation were lost to him forever. His rising halo had been clipped at 3,000. Wang Haoran could have finished Lu Chen then and there, but death was too easy. He had lost 24,000 net points today. He intended to squeeze every single one of them out of Lu Chen before the end. Chapter 341. Where is my jade? Xiao Ye stepped into the ward and stood beside the bed where Lu Chen's grandfather lay sleeping. Professor Ji, there are no outsiders here now. You can tell me the truth. Lu Chen leaned in, his voice low and heavy with concern. Is that Wang Haoran threatening you? Is he using something against you to force your hand? Classmate, you are overthinking this, Xiao Ye replied. She felt a growing agitation, but her professional training kept her voice polite and even. Truly, there is nothing like that happening. Don't be afraid. I can help you, believe me. In his heart, Lu Chen had already convicted Wang Haoran. To him, the boy was a predator, and a goddess like Professor Ji would never associate with such a person by choice. He convinced himself she was being coerced. If he could solve this trouble for her, he would surely earn her undying gratitude. With that foothold, winning her heart would only be a matter of time. You don't need to do anything. Just help yourself, Xiao said, her tone sharpening with insistence. Lu Chen fell silent, stunned by her rejection, but his resolve didn't waver. He assumed she simply saw him as a poor student, someone too weak to challenge a wealthy heir. She was trying to protect him from getting involved. It seems I'll have to act in the shadows, he thought. His Tai Chi Yin-Yang Jade held the powers of life and death. While the breath of life was temporarily exhausted from healing his own injuries and his grandfather's ailment, the breath of death remained fully charged. Using it on Wang Haoran would strike the boy down with a debilitating, mysterious illness. It was an extreme measure, but Lu Chen didn't care. To him, Wang Haoran was a plague that needed to be eradicated. Once the rich boy was terminal and out of the picture, Professor Ji would naturally turn to him. A dark, confident smile tugged at the corners of Lu Chen's mouth. The door opened and Wang Haoran entered the ward. He glanced at the sleeping old man before his eyes settled on Lu Chen. For a fleeting second, he felt the urge to end the boy with a single strike, but he suppressed the impulse. He needed to squeeze every last villain point out of this protagonist first. Lu Chen masked his disgust behind a veil of forced enthusiasm. Come in, sit down. Thank you for coming to see my grandfather. Wang Haoran didn't miss the act, but he played along, offering a friendly nod. No thanks necessary. Are you the only one taking care of him? Do you have other family? My parents passed away long ago, Lu Chen answered truthfully, maintaining the facade of a friendly acquaintance. It's just my grandfather and my sister now. Is your sister beautiful? Wang Haoran asked, the question slipping out almost involuntarily. Yes. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed. The rich brat was already sniffing around his sister. Tell me, is she related to you by blood? How did you know that? Lu Chen's voice cracked with shock. I've seen this script 1,000 times, Haoran thought. Out loud, he simply shrugged. You said she was beautiful, so I just guessed there was no blood relation. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, the implication that he was the plain one stinging his pride. So, how old is she? 18. 19. She's a freshman. Lu Chen forced the words out, his hands trembling slightly with suppressed rage. 19, beautiful, a freshman, and unrelated to the protagonist by blood. The markers were all there. Wang Haoran concluded that Lu Chen's sister was almost certainly another heroine. She would be the perfect target to help recoup his lost villain points. There's nothing else to see here, Xiao interrupted, clearly wanting to leave. Shall we go, Haoran? Professor Ji, it's still early. Why don't you stay a while longer? Lu Chen moved to block their path. Wang Haoran saw the hungry look in Lu Chen's eyes. He decided to end the protagonist's delusions right then and there. We actually made an appointment to see a movie together. We can't stay. You too? A movie? Lu Chen froze. Oh, look at my mouth. It just slips out when I'm not paying attention. Wang Haoran feigned a look of annoyance before turning to Lu Chen with a serious expression. Since you've seen through it, I won't hide it anymore. Professor Ji and I are in a relationship. Because of our sensitive positions at the school, we've kept it private. I trust you won't spread this around. Professor Ji, is he telling the truth? Lu Chen turned to her, his lips pale and trembling. Xiao was momentarily stunned. She looked at Wang Haoran, who gave her a subtle, quick wink. Yes, she said, choosing to cooperate even though she didn't fully understand his plan. We are together. Ding. Host caused the protagonist Lu Chen's mentality to shatter. Obtained 1000 villain points. Lu Chen's Halo -50. Host's villain Halo +50. Let's go, we'll miss the previews, Wang Haoran said, pulling Xiao closer. And after the movie, we have that hotel reservation. Xiao's face flushed a deep scarlet, but she couldn't expose him now. She bit her lip and nodded. Right. Let's go. Ding. Host caused the protagonist Lu Chen's mentality to shatter. Obtained 1000 villain points. Lu Chen's Halo -50. Host's villain Halo +50. By the way, Wang Haoran added, looking back at her. Did you bring that thing? What thing? Xiao asked, genuinely lost. You know, the protection. You forgot it once before, and we can't risk another accident. It would be a disaster if you won the lottery again. The implication was a hammer blow. Xiao finally understood. Her face turned as red as a boiled crab as she played her part. Don't worry, I brought it. Ding. Host caused the protagonist Lu Chen's mentality to shatter. Obtained 2000 villain points. Lu Chen's Halo -100. Host's villain Halo +100. Wang Haoran gave a satisfied nod. Professor Ji, have you really gone that far with him? Lu Chen's voice was a ragged whisper. Classmate, please just keep this a secret, she said solemnly. Lu Chen staggered back. His heart burned with a toxic mix of regret and blinding fury. To him, there was no way she had done this willingly. She had to be under his thumb. This rich boy was a dead man walking. He forced his features into a rigid, terrifying smile and stepped toward Wang Haoran. He extended his hand. I really admire you. To catch a goddess like the professor, you'll have to teach me your secrets sometime. Experience doesn't matter much. Wang Haoran laughed, reaching out to meet the grip. Being this handsome is usually enough. Lu Chen's jaw tightened, but he kept grinning. Laugh while you can, you bastard. Soon you'll be rotting in a hospital bed. He prepared to channel the breath of death through the handshake, focusing his will on the artifact beneath his shirt. But as he reached for the power, he felt a strange, hollow lightness against his skin. Where is my jade? Lu Chen clawed at his chest through his clothes. There was nothing. His eyes bugged out like copper bells as he realized the pendant was gone. Chapter 342. Selling medicine to make money. Lu Chen froze as the realization set in the jade pendant was gone. He yanked his hand back from Wang Haoran's grip and began to frantically grope at his chest. He clutched at a desperate hope that he had simply tucked the jade into a pocket or forgotten it in his haste. He searched every inch of his clothes, nearly stripping himself bare in the hospital ward, but the ancient artifact had vanished. His face twisted, turning a sickly shade of gray. It was the feeling of winning a multi-million-dollar lottery only to realize the ticket had been lost to the wind. Watching from the side, Wang Haoran savored a secret smile. He had stolen the jade minutes ago, and it was only now that Lu Chen finally noticed the empty string. It was a telling delay. Lu Chen clearly intended to use the pendant's power just now. Wang Haoran understood the jade's capabilities perfectly. Since Lu Chen was physically unharmed, he wouldn't have been reaching for the breath of life. The intent was clear. The protagonist wanted to use the jade to cripple him. This genius doctor had a black heart. The urge to strike Lu Chen down right there flickered in Haoran's mind again, but he dampened it. He still had 30,000 villain points to claw back from this boy's destiny. Let's go, Haoran said. He had seen enough. He took Xiao's hand and led her away before she could offer any more sympathy. Once they were settled back in the car, Xiao pushed past her shyness to ask the question burning in her mind. Why did you tell him we were dating? That Lu Chen was looking at you the wrong way. He's obsessed with you, Professor. I said that to kill his delusions before they could grow. Wang Haoran kept his expression serious, the life flowing with practiced ease. Oh, I see. A faint shadow of disappointment crossed her face, though she hid it quickly. By the way, tell me about the accident. How did it actually happen? Who was really at fault? Haoran asked, already plotting his next move to tighten the screws on the protagonist. He suddenly rushed into the street. I panicked and hit the accelerator instead of the brake. It's entirely my fault, she admitted, her voice thick with shame. Do you have a dashcam? I'm a novice driver, Haoran. Of course I have one. She turned on the recorder, pulled up the footage, and they watched the impact together. Haoran played the clip several times, his eyes narrowing at the screen. Look at his timing. This Lu Chen was clearly trying to scam you. This is a classic touching porcelain setup. He's a medical student, Xiao countered, though her voice lacked conviction. Why would a student try to scam a professor? And who would risk their life for a settlement? 2 reasons. First, he didn't necessarily know it was you. He just saw the Porsche logo and saw a payday. Second, no matter how clever he thinks he is, he never expected a Porsche driver to mistake the gas for the brake. The logic was airtight. Xiao nodded, the realization dawning on her. Don't contact him again for now, Haoran instructed. Let a lawyer handle the discussion. He wasn't injured, yet your Porsche's front end is totaled. It's not settled yet who owes whom for the damages. I understand. Xiao didn't object. She was a kind woman, but she was rational. Attempting to scam drivers was a parasitic drain on society. If she let him off the hook, she would only be encouraging him to do it again. The cycle had to be broken now. They arrived back at the university campus shortly after. I have a lecture this afternoon. I should get going, Xiao said. Go on. She turned to leave, but after a few steps, she stopped and spun back around. Seeing that the sidewalk was empty, she lowered her voice. If I feel unwell again, you can help me with another treatment. She didn't wait for a response, turning and running toward the science building with a bright red face. Wang Haoran watched her go, a smirk playing on his lips. He pulled out his phone and dialed Ren Jiaojiao. Lu Chen was a protagonist, which meant he would inevitably try to clash with the villain. Wang Haoran wanted to strip the boy of his luck as quickly as possible. Usually, he would use a more delicate, medicinal approach to ruin a rival, but he wasn't sure how deep Lu Chen's medical knowledge went. If the boy could sniff out poison, the plan would backfire. Worse, Lu Chen might even be able to cure himself. Ancient medicine was a powerful variable. Physical, systemic pressure was the safer bet. The business with Xiao Ye can be put on hold, Haoran said as soon as the call connected. I have something else I need you to handle immediately. After the Jade vanished, Lu Chen spent 2 days in a manic haze, retracing his steps and scouring the hospital floors. Eventually, he had to face the truth: it was gone. He managed to steady his nerves by focusing on what he still had. The Jade was missing, but the vast library of ancient medical knowledge was still burned into his brain. That alone was a golden ticket to a better life. He pulled out Xiao's business card, intending to call her under the guise of discussing the accident. He wanted to get her alone and convince her to leave the arrogant rich kid. Before he could dial, however, a courier arrived. It was a formal lawyer's letter. He was being sued for damages and insurance fraud. Lu Chen stared at the document, his blood boiling. Professor G is too kind for this. This isn't her doing. This has the rich dog's fingerprints all over it. He vented his rage at the empty room, but reality was a cold mistress. The amount claimed for the Porsche's repair was astronomical. He didn't have a cent to his name. He wasn't panicked though. His mind was a treasure trove of miraculous prescriptions. He took the 10,000 yuan he had managed to get from Xiao earlier and headed to a traditional pharmacy. He spent the afternoon buying raw herbs and grinding them down, meticulously forming them into small, round pills. As night fell, Lu Chen set up a small folding table on a busy pedestrian street. These weren't ordinary pills. They were potent, side effect-free stamina boosters, a literal godsend for men. He had even given them a catchy, if aggressive, name: the Wastebreaker. For the first hour, he was ignored. Passers-by treated him like any other street-side quack. One young man, looking frustrated and sickly, even threatened to kick the table over. "You fake drug dealers are all the same," the man yelled. He looked like he had been ruined by inferior products in the past, his vitality clearly depleted. Lu Chen didn't blink. He looked the man in the eye with total confidence. "Try one. If it doesn't work, my life is yours to take." The man, having nothing left to lose, swallowed a pill on the spot. A few minutes passed. The color returned to the stranger's face. His eyes widened as a miraculous heat surged through his body. He nearly fell to his knees in front of the stall, grabbing Lu Chen's arm. "I'll take them all. Every single one. Name your price." Lu Chen caught sight of the Ferrari keys dangling from the man's belt. He didn't hesitate. 5,000 yuan a pill. Chapter 343. Free labor. Moonlight spilled across the pavement as Lu Chen made his way back toward the school dormitory. He walked with a rhythmic bounce, his eyes glued to the screen of his phone, mesmerized by a high-value transfer notification. 500,000, a full 500,000 yuan. He had produced 100 medicinal pills and sold the entire batch to the man in the Ferrari for 5,000 each. Looking at the balance on the screen, Lu Chen felt a sense of daze. It had taken a single afternoon to process the herbs. With the cost of materials barely reaching a few thousand, his profit stood at over 490,000. The money came so easily. After a moment of disbelief, a look of uncontrollable joy flooded his face. This was merely the beginning. With the endless library of ancient prescriptions in his mind, the future was a golden path. The Wastebreaker pill was common, a mere entry-level recipe. Beyond wealth, his mind drifted toward the prospect of a girlfriend. He had spent his life as a poor man, relegated to the sidelines of romance. Now, everything had changed. With this level of ability, what woman was beyond his reach? He thought of the 3 freshman school beauties he had seen on the campus forums: Yan Yuntian, Su Muyan, and Ning Aoxue. He found himself tangled in a pleasant dilemma. All 3 were stunning, each possessing a unique charm. Which one should he pursue first? A shadow flickered. Lu Chen saw a shape on the ground of the alley, a dark silhouette rapidly approaching from behind. He startled, spinning around to look. A coarse burlap sack expanded in his field of vision. Darkness swallowed him, accompanied by a foul, musty stench. Before he could cry out, a sharp, heavy blow struck the side of his neck. Lu Chen collapsed, his consciousness slipping into a void. He drifted back to wakefulness hours later. A searing, white-hot agony radiated from between his legs. Panic flared. He reached down to touch the area, but his hand met a sticky, bandaged void. The sensation was a lightning strike to his soul. Ding. The host has manipulated events behind the scenes. Protagonist Lu Chen has become a prisoner and a eunuch. Obtained 3,000 villain points. Lu Chen's Halo minus 150. Host's villain Halo plus 150. Wang Haoran, leaning against his headboard and scrolling through his phone, watched the system prompt materialize. Less than a minute later, his phone vibrated with a call from Wang Haoran. Respected Lord, the task is complete, Wang Haoran reported. You have done well, Wang Haoran praised. A slight concern crossed his mind. The parts you removed. Where are they? Wang Haoran knew that simple poison or drugs might fail against a medical protagonist like Lu Chen. Physical removal was the only way to be certain. However, modern surgery was capable of miracles. If the parts were preserved, they could be reattached. Your lord's instructions were to ensure the transition was permanent. After the work was finished, I took the remains with me. I spotted a stray dog barking in a nearby alley and threw the pieces to the animal. I watched with my own eyes as the dog consumed them. Wang Haoran was stunned for a moment. He wanted to tell Wang Haoran that he was truly cold-blooded. Maintaining his villainous persona, he kept his tone frostily appreciative. Excellent. I do not forget those who serve me well. If you encounter any trouble in the future that you cannot solve, I will step in for you. I am honored, Lord. I shall return to monitoring Xiao Ye immediately. Go then. During the days under Wang Haoran's surveillance, Xiao Ye's live streams had been blocked repeatedly, yielding a steady trickle of rewards. While it paled in comparison to the points earned from Yan Yuntian, it added up. Besides, Wang Haoran was free labor. There was no reason to waste the resource. Not long after the call ended, the doorbell rang. The visitor was Fang Anna. Her engagement with Yan Yuntian had been terminated peacefully. Over the past few days, she had returned home to repair the fractured relationship with her parents and reclaim control of the family company from her former friend. She was once again the princess of the Feng family, yet her heart was no longer in the ancestral home. They had disappointed her. She had returned to Qingling to keep her promise. More accurately, she was too terrified to break it. She could not fathom the consequences of missing this appointment. Fang Anna walked into the villa, her movements cautious and stiff. She stood in the center of the hall, not daring to take a seat. You mentioned previously that you were close with another of Yan Yuntian's fiancés, Wang Haoran said, bringing up their earlier conversation. You claimed you could control her thoughts. Tell me about her in detail. Fang Anna's face turned pale. A flicker of raw panic crossed her eyes. Wang Haoran noticed the shift. He frowned, his eyes narrowing. You lied to me? I didn't mean to, she said, her head bowed as she trembled. At the time, I was desperate. I had no other way to negotiate. Wang Haoran's displeasure was palpable. If it hadn't been for that final promise, he might not have intervened for her at all. I cannot influence her thoughts, but I know her, Anna said hurriedly, sensing the onset of his anger. I know her movements and her history. Speak, Wang Haoran commanded. Her name is Ning Aoxue. She is the daughter of the Ning family, a powerful martial arts clan in Kangzhou. Her talent is legendary, perhaps the greatest in Jiangbei. A few years ago, she went into deep, secluded cultivation. There has been no news since. She took a breath, trying to steady her voice. Ning Aoxue feels exactly as I did regarding the engagement. She refuses to be dominated or treated as property. Because we shared that philosophy, we became close friends. However, since she entered seclusion, we haven't spoken. I don't know her current status. This is public information I could find with a simple search, Wang Haoran said. Do you think this has any value? Fang Anna didn't refute him. She stood in silence for a long moment, her shoulders slumped in resignation. Whatever you want to do with me, do it. I came here of my own accord. I am mentally prepared. She closed her eyes, bracing herself to be a silent victim of whatever storm he unleashed. Wang Haoran looked at her, his brow furrowing. Do I look like a cannibal? He asked. Perhaps she was simply too confident in her own beauty. While he certainly had thoughts about her, being looked down upon as some predictable beast was irritating. Her sacrificial lamb act killed any lingering interest. Wipe the floor, he said. Fang Anna opened one eye, looking at him in a daze. Wipe the floor. The villa is usually cleaned by a professional service, but I have free labor now. From now on, the rough work belongs to you. Without another word, Wang Haoran turned and walked back to his room, leaving a bewildered Fang Anna standing alone in the hall. Chapter 344. Kangzhou Ning family, Ning Aoxue. Night fell over the city. In a quiet, expansive estate, Yan Yuntian sat in the courtyard, admiring the moon and sipping wine. Several days had passed since he dissolved his engagement with Fang Anna, and his mind had finally settled into a stable, quiet state. Yuning entered the courtyard, her footsteps light. The intelligence we gathered on Fang Anna a few days ago was incorrect. Yan Yuntian frowned. He set his wine cup down. What do you mean? I saw her today. I discovered that she is innocent. Yuning possessed a rare, specialized ability. She could identify a woman's physical history at a glance. Yan Yuntian was well aware of this talent, and his eyes widened in surprise. Didn't your previous report say her private life was indulgent? That she was reckless. It appears that information was a deliberate fabrication, Yuning explained. I suspect Fang Anna created the rumors herself. She likely wanted you to view her as a woman of poor character so you would take the initiative to break the engagement. A cold, dangerous light flashed in Yan Yuntian's eyes. The woman has courage, I'll give her that. Miss Suansu said. Yuning began, offering a soft reminder. Yan Yuntian stiffened. He suppressed the rising heat of his anger, forced to comfort himself with logic. Forget it. The engagement is terminated anyway. It doesn't matter now. Besides, she wasn't my only fiancée. That is true. But she is exceptionally beautiful. It's a pity. Some other man will eventually benefit from your loss. Ning spoke from his perspective, feigning a sense of regret on his behalf. A sharp pang of irritation twisted in Yan Yuntian's chest. Ding. The host has manipulated events behind the scenes. Protagonist Yan Yuntian has suffered mental damage. Obtained 800 villain points. Yan Yuntian's Halo -40. Host's villain Halo +40. Ning, I've noticed you are becoming increasingly unreliable, Yan Yuntian said, his voice dripping with displeasure. First, the information on Qin Yunhan was wrong. Then, your investigation into Fang Anna was a complete disaster. Not just slightly off, but outrageously incorrect. I will correct my methods in the future, Ning said. She bowed her head, pretending to be frightened, but her apology was entirely perfunctory. Correction was impossible. Every word she spoke about Fang Anna had been dictated by Wang Haoran. She was simply following the script. If Yan Yuntian assigned her another task, and Wang Haoran ordered a different outcome, she would continue to deceive him without hesitation. Leave me, Yan Yuntian said. Ning vanished into the shadows. Yan Yuntian watched the direction she had gone, his brow furrowed in thought. He pulled out his phone and contacted Yun Suan, who was still stationed at Fengzi Mountain. He ordered her to Qingling immediately. Ning had failed him twice, and he could no longer rely on her. Yun Suan was the only one he truly trusted to get results. The same night, deep in Kangzhou, Jiangbei. Centuries ago, this region was the heart of the martial world. While time had eroded much of that ancient glory, the heritage remained. Centuries-old martial arts families still held sway here, and the landscape was a tapestry of preserved ancient architecture, largely untouched by the modern sprawl of other provinces. The Ning family mansion blazed with light. A large crowd stood outside a quiet, secluded courtyard, their eyes fixed on a set of heavy, closed doors. No one spoke. Even their breathing was shallow and cautious, as if the slightest sound might disturb the occupant within. Half an hour passed in this strange, heavy silence. The doors groaned, the sound of ancient wood complaining after years of being shut. The heavy gates swung open slowly. A shadowy figure stepped out into the light. She appeared to be in her early 20s, dressed in a moon-white robe that shimmered under the lamps. Her long, black hair hung down her back like silk. Her face was a perfect, snow-white oval, featuring delicate features untouched by makeup. A single, light cinnabar mark sat between her eyebrows, giving her the appearance of a beauty stepped straight out of a classical painting. But the people gathered there knew better than to call her delicate. She was strong, stronger than any of the younger generation in Kangzhou, stronger, perhaps, than any young talent in the hidden world. Aoxue, you. A middle-aged man stepped forward. This was the head of the family, Ning Aoxue's father. His voice trembled with anticipation. Ning Aoxue didn't offer a verbal reply. Instead, she extended her pale, slender fingers. Wisps of visible, substantial airflow condensed at her fingertips. The air swirled, transforming into a small, translucent flower that bloomed slowly before dissipating into the night. The miracle lasted only seconds, but it left her father in a state of shock. Condensing gas into physical form was a feat reserved for great masters of the Huajin stage. While Aoxue hadn't reached the pinnacle of that technique, her ability to create a visible object meant she possessed 80 or 90 years worth of true qi. In 2 years, perhaps less, she would be a true great master. A great master in her early 20s. Good. Excellent. Her father's excitement broke through his composure. My Ning family has produced a real phoenix. The rest of the clan didn't possess his level of martial insight, but they understood his joy. A wave of celebration swept through the crowd. After a moment, the elder Ning raised his hand for silence. From this moment forward, Ning Aoxue is the head of the Ning family. Does anyone object? Not a single voice rose in protest. Even the most respected elders of the clan bowed their heads in agreement. We greet the new patriarch. More than 200 voices roared the greeting, the sound soaring into the night sky. When the echoes finally died down, Ning Aoxue's eyes flashed with a cold, clear light. I am the head of the Ning family. From this day on, I take total control of my own destiny. Her father understood her meaning perfectly. He glanced at a clansman responsible for gathering intelligence from the martial world. The man stepped forward and bowed. I have news regarding your fiancée. Yan Yuntian is currently in Qingling. Qingling was not far from Kangzhou. Ning Aoxue nodded, her expression unreadable. And who currently holds the top position on the Hidden Dragon and Young Phoenix list? Zhang Jiaoxuan. He is also in Qingling at the moment. They are both in the same city. A small, sharp smile touched Aoxue's lips. That is convenient. It saves me an extra trip. Dissolving the marriage with Yan Yuntian was her first priority. Claiming the top spot on the martial rankings was her second. Since both targets were in the same place, her work would be simple. Ning Aoxue took a single step forward. Her figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, she reappeared nearly 100 paces away. The clan members stared in horror and awe. Was this the true power of one who approached the great master level? Before another thought could form, Ning Aoxue vanished into the darkness of the night. Aoxue is impatient, her father murmured, his face glowing with pride and excitement. But that drive has fueled her practice for years. Once Zhang Jiaoxuan and Yan Yuntian fall to her blade, she will be the undisputed leader of the younger generation. The name of the Ning family will resound through the hidden world very soon. Chapter 345. First encounter. 2 in the morning. The rhythmic click of the power switch echoed through the silent apartment building. Zhang Jiaoxuan pulled the lever again, severing the connection to prevent Xiao Ye from continuing his live broadcast. Xiao Ye proved remarkably stubborn. He rushed to the stairwell time and again to force the switch back up. Yan Yuntian felt a sharp prickle of irritation. This constant commotion was becoming a nuisance. After killing the power once more, his patience finally hit its limit. He made a silent vow if Xiao Ye emerged one more time, he would be knocked unconscious. Yan Yuntian retreated to the rooftop, crouched low, and monitored the movement in the stairwell. He waited to strike. A movement caught the corner of his eye. A figure drifted through the air behind him, silent as a ghost. Yan Yuntian spun around, heart hammering. Standing before him was a woman of striking beauty, a small cinnabar mark gracing the space between her eyebrows. Under normal circumstances, a woman of her caliber would have sparked immediate desire. However, the medicine had left Yan Yuntian pure of heart. He cared only for cultivation. Women were nothing more than scenery. Who are you? Yan Yuntian asked, his voice tight with caution. A primal sense of danger radiated from her. Ning Aoxue, of the Kangzhou Ning family. She had moved through Qingling with predatory speed. After making contact with the Ning clan's local intelligence network to track Yan Yuntian's location, she hadn't wasted a second. I know the name, Yan Yuntian said, masking his unease with arrogance. What do you want with me? I am here to take something from you, Ning Aoxue replied. What? The top spot on the Hidden Dragon and Young Phoenix list. Yan Yuntian felt a cold bead of sweat on his neck, but he maintained a defiant sneer. I suspect you lack the ability. We shall see. Ning Aoxue offered a light, effortless smile under the moonlight. Wait, Yan Yuntian barked. It is perfectly fine to admit defeat now, Ning Aoxue said, her tone smooth. Just remember to announce the outcome to the martial world tomorrow. Who said anything about defeat? Yan Yuntian pouted. He had held the top position for a long time. He relished the vanity of the title. Losing it would be a bitter pill. Yet, the pressure emanating from Ning Aoxue was undeniable. Her true chi cultivation felt vast, far superior to his own. If they fought, he would lose. He scrambled for a solution until a desperate idea took hold. Ning Aoxue, I advise you to stay away from the top of the list. If you take it, my respected lord will surely stand up for me. Your position won't last a day. Your lord? Ning Aoxue paused, her interest piqued. My lord is young, under 25, and fully qualifies for the Hidden Dragon and Young Phoenix list. He is incredibly low-key and rarely acts in public, so few know of his existence. Is that so? Such a person exists in the hidden world. A mocking arc touched Ning Aoxue's lips. She clearly didn't believe him. Yan Yuntian saw the doubt and doubled down. It's the truth. I'm not lying to you. Then tell me, what is his background? Which family or sect? Give me a name. Ning Aoxue threw the questions like daggers, intent on exposing the bluff. Yan Yuntian faltered. His master preferred the shadows and had no interest in rankings. Revealing the lord's true identity would lead to severe punishment. But the top spot on the list was too precious to surrender. His mind raced. He needed another name, someone with status, background, and undeniable power. Yan Yuntian, Yan Yuntian said, his chest puffing out with pride. The young master of Fengzi Mountain. Have you heard of him? He had heard his master mention that Yan Yuntian was powerful, far beyond normal standards. He had even been ordered not to provoke the man without permission. Yan Yuntian wouldn't dare reveal his actual master, so he used Yan Yuntian as a shield to scare her off. Yan Yuntian. Ning Aoxue's eyes widened slightly. She had been planning to seek out Yan Yuntian next. She never expected the two men to be connected, let alone in a master-servant relationship. Since you know the name, you should leave, Yan Yuntian threatened, gaining confidence from his own lie. If I call for him, it won't be so easy for you to get away. Call him, Ning Aoxue commanded. Tell Yan Yuntian to come here. You aren't afraid? This was not the reaction Yan Yuntian had anticipated. My patience is limited. Do not waste my time. Her voice turned ice cold. Yan Yuntian looked for an opening to flee, but her chi was locked onto him like a predator. Escape was impossible. He pulled out his phone and dialed Wang Haoran. My lord says I should bring you to him, Yan Yuntian said, hanging up. Ning Aoxue frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the arrangement, but the prospect of settling both matters at once won out. Lead the way. They walked in silence until they reached a park square within a nearby villa district. Under the silver moonlight, a tall figure stood in the center of the square, his back turned to them. Yan Yuntian, Ning Aoxue whispered. Her voice carried a complex weight. Wang Haoran had heard them approaching. He turned slowly, his brow furrowed in confusion. On the phone, Yan Yuntian had begged for help, claiming a woman named Ning Aoxue was looking for trouble. Wang Haoran had agreed instantly. After all, Ning Aoxue was Yan Yuntian's fiancée. But as he faced her, she spoke Yan Yuntian's name. Young Master Yan, I've brought her to you, Yan Yuntian shouted, trying to sound helpful. Wang Haoran understood the game immediately. Yan Yuntian had used Yan Yuntian's name to hide his true allegiance. Ning Aoxue truly believed she was standing before her fiancé. What Yan Yuntian didn't realize was that these two were actually engaged. The marriage had been arranged by the elders years ago. Ning Aoxue had never seen a photograph. She had no idea if Yan Yuntian was short or tall, handsome or plain. This was their first meeting. As a martial artist, her vision was keen even in the moonlight. She took in the man before her. He was tall, his silhouette defined by perfect lines. His facial contours were sharp, his features impeccable. He possessed the effortless, refined temperament of a highborn noble. Just one look, and her heart skipped a beat. She had never expected her fiancé to be so breathtakingly handsome. Ding. Heroine Ning Aoxue's favorability has increased by 40. Total favorability 40. Very friendly. Ding. Host has influenced the plot. Obtained 3000 villain points. Yan Yuntian's Halo minus 150. Host's villain Halo plus 150. Wang Haoran stood there, his mind momentarily blank. What? Chapter 346. Gap. The sudden system notification left Wang Haoran momentarily stunned, followed by a rush of genuine surprise. Given his experience with Fang Anna, he had expected Ning Aoxue to be a difficult heroine to manage. Fang Anna was practically immune to good looks. Despite his overwhelming charm, he hadn't gained a shred of her favor initially. He had assumed Ning Aoxue, a woman dedicated to the rigors of martial arts, would be even more stoic. Instead, she was a secret member of the Appearance Association. Just one look at his face and her favorability had skyrocketed to 40. A large part of this surge stemmed from a massive contrast in expectations. Ning Aoxue had spent years dreading this arranged marriage, imagining her fiancé as a lackluster, or even ugly burden. Seeing a man who looked like an aristocratic immortal shattered those preconceptions. For Wang Haoran, this was a perfect opening. Since she insisted on the mistake, he decided to play along with a smirk. So, you are Ning Aoxue, coming to see me so late, what is the matter? Are you in a hurry to marry me? The comment broke her trance. Ning Aoxue quickly retracted her scrutinizing gaze, forcing her heart back behind a mask of cold indifference. Who wants to marry you? Ever since I learned of this contract, I have felt a boulder weighing on my heart. I have spent years working hard specifically to remove that weight. She fixed him with a sharp, determined stare. I came here to defeat you and break this engagement. A man weaker than me is not qualified to be my husband. Another divorce attempt. Wang Haoran raised his eyebrows. Both Fang Anna and Ning Aoxue wanted to sever ties with Yan Yuntian, and in a normal story, their arrival would just be more food delivered to the protagonist's doorstep. However, the intervention changed everything. He could feel the true chi radiating from Ning Aoxue. It was significantly stronger than Yan Yuntian's current level. In the original timeline, Yan Yuntian would have been at the height of his power by now, but the secret drugging had stunted his growth. If Ning Aoxue found the real Yan Yuntian now, the protagonist would be in for a miserable experience. Actually, I am not Yan Yuntian, Wang Haoran explained. He still preferred her to go harass the actual protagonist. The system pings followed immediately. Ding. Heroine Ning Aoxue's favorability has decreased by 10. Total favorability 30. Very friendly. Ding. Heroine Ning Aoxue's favorability has decreased by 10. Total favorability 20. Friendly. Ding. Heroine Ning Aoxue's favorability has decreased by 10. Total favorability 10. Ordinary acquaintance. Ding. Heroine Ning Aoxue's favorability has decreased by 10. Total favorability 0. Stranger. The messages hit him in a rapid-fire sequence. Across from him, the spark of appreciation in Ning Aoxue's eyes vanished, replaced by biting contempt. It turns out Yan Yuntian is a coward, she said, her voice dripping with irony. A man who doesn't even dare to compete with me. I told you, I am not Yan Yuntian, Wang Haoran repeated. Your name was given by your parents, yet you lack the courage to admit it. You truly are the most pathetic man I have ever encountered. Her mockery had turned into a sneer. That is true. Yan Yuntian is a man without a backbone. Since he wasn't the man in question, Wang Haoran felt no pressure belittling the name. Stop this nonsense. Fight me. If you lose, the contract is void. Ning Aoxue's martial nature flared. Her obsession with the contract demanded a resolution through strength. I am tired of talking to you, Wang Haoran muttered. His patience was wearing thin. He turned around, intending to go back to the villa and sleep. If you won't take the first move, then be offended. She didn't finish the sentence before her figure blurred, appearing behind him in an instant. Her fair hand, wrapped in majestic, dense true chi, surged toward his back. Wang Haoran's perception was flawless. He had been ready the moment her stance shifted. Just before her palm made contact, he spun on his heel. His eyes flashed with a bright, predatory light as he met her strike with his own palm. The collision froze the air for a heartbeat. Then, the energy exploded. A visible ripple of distorted air expanded from the point of impact, creating a vacuum zone that sent a gale screaming through the square. Trees and flowers swayed violently under the pressure. Ning Aoxue groaned as her body trembled from the feedback. She was forced back, her feet skidding across the pavement. Before she could recover her balance, a strong hand clamped around her slender, snow-white neck. She stared up at him, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had spent years in bitter penance to rid herself of this marriage. She believed she was the undisputed leader of the hidden world's younger generation. She never dreamed her fiancé would be a great master of the Huajin stage. Even though she was close to the threshold, the gap was a chasm. Reaching the great master level meant a qualitative shift in reaction time, perception, and strength. She had lost in less than 2 moves. A great master under the age of 20. Such a talent was unheard of in the history of the hidden world. A monstrous genius who looked like a god. Half the women in the martial world would throw themselves at him. It felt ridiculous to her now that she had spent so much time trying to run away from such a fate. Ding. Heroine Ning Aoxue's favorability has returned to 40. Very friendly. Ding. Heroine Ning Aoxue's favorability has increased by 10. Total favorability 50. Love from the heart. Ding. Host has influenced the plot. Obtained 2000 villain points. Yan Yuntian's Halo -100. Host's villain Halo +100. Chapter 347. Ning Aoxue's mind. I said I was too lazy to care about you, yet you insist on being entangled. Do you have a death wish? Wang Haoran felt a secret surge of joy after the system prompt chimed in his mind, but his outward expression remained a mask of cold, frightening indifference. Ning Aoxue's face burned with embarrassment. She struggled to organize her thoughts, her lips trembling as she searched for the right words. Finally, she managed to force out 3 small words. I was wrong. As the apology left her lips, the hand gripping her neck slowly loosened. Wang Haoran never truly intended to kill her. After all, her real target was Yan Yuntian, and more importantly, she had developed feelings for him. He had no reason to hold a grudge. Besides, if he truly wanted to vent any lingering frustrations, there were far more private settings better suited for that than a public square. Listening to Ning Aoxue beg for mercy in a different context would certainly be more comfortable. I told you before, I am not Yan Yuntian, Wang Haoran declared again, his voice steady. Even though he knew she had a crush on him, the fact that she mistook him for his rival made him slightly uneasy. He felt a natural urge to clarify the situation. Ning Aoxue panicked at his words, wanting to argue the point, but the weight of her shame kept her silent. Wang Haoran watched her, unsure of her internal monologue. He had done his part by explaining the truth. If she took his words to heart, she would likely go looking for trouble with the real Yan Yuntian. Since Yan Yuntian's cultivation had hit a plateau, he was no longer a match for her. It seemed a very entertaining show was about to begin. Go and finish your business, Wang Haoran said, turning toward Ren Jiaojiao. The subordinate stood nearby with clenched fists, his eyes shining with pure adoration. He snapped out of his daze and nodded vigorously. Thank you, Your Highness, for taking action. Thank you for helping me keep the top spot. Excited and energized, Ren Jiaojiao took his leave to settle the score with Xiao Ye. Wang Haoran didn't linger. He spared one last glance at Ning Aoxue, who remained rooted to the spot in a trance, before his figure blurred. He flickered across the square and vanished into the distance. Ning Aoxue finally blinked, her gaze fixed on the spot where he had disappeared. A look of profound sadness washed over her face, deliberately denying his identity. Maybe he just doesn't want to recognize me as his fiancée, she sighed to herself. Very few people knew of her engagement to Yan Yuntian. Yet this man had teased her about the marriage contract earlier. To her, this was the ultimate proof. How could a stranger know such a private detail? She convinced herself that his denial was simply a result of lingering anger over her attempt to cancel the engagement. She found even stronger evidence in his behavior. During their brief clash, even while he held her by the throat, his eyes lacked any genuine killing intent. Would a powerful, unrelated martial artist truly forgive her so easily? It was impossible. The conclusion seemed obvious to her. Her fiancé was angry, but he still cared for her. He had honored the bond of their contract and spared her. Shame began to eclipse her sadness. She had been aggressive and determined to break the engagement, even resorting to violence. He had dominated her easily, yet he hadn't caused her a scratch, or even uttered a truly cruel word. Compared to his restraint, she felt like a woman who had lost her mind. When his anger cools tomorrow, I'll take the initiative to apologize to him. With that vow, Ning Aoxue turned and walked away. Wang Haoran returned to the villa. The clock neared 2 in the morning. Lights flickered in several rooms, illuminating Fang Anna as she worked. The villa was expansive, but it wasn't particularly dirty. A quick cleaning should have sufficed, but Fang Anna had lived a life of luxury. She was clumsy and unaccustomed to manual labor. After hours of effort, she had barely finished a small section of the house. She didn't dare cut corners. The fear of punishment or a harsh scolding kept her scrubbing. Her back ached, her arms felt like lead, and a heavy, persistent sleepiness tugged at her eyelids. She was used to being in bed by 10 for her beauty sleep. When she saw Wang Haoran enter, she opened her mouth to ask if she could finish the chores in the morning. She hesitated. First impressions were vital. She was the newcomer, and if she failed her first task by being lazy, her future here would be miserable. She redoubled her efforts the moment she felt his eyes on her. To her disappointment, Wang Haoran didn't even acknowledge her presence. He walked straight past her and headed to his room to sleep. The next morning, a phone call from Yin-Yang woke him. Yan Yuntian doesn't trust me like he used to. Her voice sounded small and dejected. He's been avoiding me. He even called Yun Suan to Qingling. Yun Suan? The maid you mentioned before? Wang Haoran asked, sitting up. Yes. I saw her arrive this morning and I was stunned. After I pressed for answers, I found out Yan Yuntian called for her secretly. What does this Yun Suan look like? She's beautiful, honestly no worse than me. Even though she's a maid, she has a very innocent aura. A smile tugged at the corners of Wang Haoran's mouth. He had planned to make good things happen in pairs, but he hadn't expected Yun Suan to arrive so conveniently. What Ning perceived as a setback was, in his eyes, a stroke of perfect luck. I want to see her. Can you bring her out alone? I'm afraid not, Ning replied. She traveled in a hurry and just arrived this morning. She's exhausted and went straight to sleep. Wang Haoran frowned. The night felt too long to wait. He wanted to see this new player as soon as possible. Since she couldn't come to him, he would go to her. He didn't plan on sneaking around in broad daylight. Instead, he decided to visit Yan Yuntian's mansion openly. He wasn't worried about a confrontation. Times had changed. With Fang Xuan acting as his protector, he had nothing to fear. Given how Yan Yuntian had already backed down regarding Fang Anna, it was clear that Fang Xuan's presence was a powerful deterrent that the other man couldn't ignore. Chapter 348. The Artist's Ruse. Wang Haoran ended his call with Ning and immediately dialed Fang Xuan. Are you calling to invite me to dinner? Fang Xuan answered in a heartbeat, her voice bright with excitement. I don't have time today. Let's aim for another day, Wang Haoran replied. He pivoted to his scripted excuse, spinning a lie on the fly. I've taken up drawing recently, and want to find an ancient house to sketch. Since you're staying at that estate, do you know of any historic buildings in Qingling suitable for an artist? The reason was absurd. Wang Haoran had grown up in Qingling, while Fang Xuan was a newcomer. Logically, he should know the city far better than she did. Fang Xuan, however, didn't notice the flaw. Her mind was occupied with a single thought, a chance to spend time with him. Everything else was noise. Yes, my nephew has a massive mansion, she responded quickly. I'll accompany you there. It's perfect for sketching. I wouldn't want to trouble you, Wang Haoran said, maintaining a polite, distant front. It's no trouble at all. Truly, Fang Xuan urged. Where are you? Let's go now. I need to prepare a few things first. I'll contact you shortly. If he was going in the name of art, he actually needed the tools to prove it. Wang Haoran prepped for his departure. Sunlight streamed into the villa, highlighting a very exhausted Fang Anna. She looked drained after her late-night cleaning spree. I've finished everything. Can I rest now? She asked, her voice weak. Go ahead. Wang Haoran noted her thorough work and decided not to push her further. Fang Anna didn't wait for a second invitation. She disappeared into a bedroom immediately. Wang Haoran left the villa in his high-end Daniel, stopped near the Qingling campus to buy a professional sketching kit, and then picked up Fang Xuan. They headed straight for Yan Yuntian's estate. On the way, Fang Xuan tried to call her nephew, but Yan Yuntian didn't pick up. She settled for contacting Ning instead. Ning was already waiting at the gates when they arrived. Miss Xuan, Ning greeted with a smile. She looked at Wang Haoran, perfectly playing the part of a stranger. And who is this? A good friend of mine. He's looking for historic architecture to sketch, so I brought him here, Fang Xuan explained. Ning nodded and gestured for them to enter. Please, follow me. As they walked through the courtyard, Fang Xuan asked, where is Yan Yuntian? He's been in a poor mood lately and stays up late. He rarely stirs before noon. Since it's still morning, he should be asleep. Ning spoke naturally, hiding her true allegiance. Fang Xuan nodded, unconcerned. Given her status, she didn't feel the need to ask permission to bring a guest onto the grounds. Wang Haoran wandered the mansion for a few minutes before selecting a scenic corner. He spread out his drawing paper and began to go through the motions of sketching. Fang Xuan stood quietly by his side. To an outsider, watching someone draw in silence would be tedious, but she looked content just to be in his presence. Wang Haoran felt a prickle of discomfort. He wasn't there to draw, he was there for a mission. Drawing on his master-level skills in calligraphy and painting, his sketches were actually quite impressive, even if he was just killing time. After a few minutes of focused work, he set his charcoal down. Nature calls. I need to find a restroom. I'll go with you, Fang Xuan said instantly. Wang Haoran's eyes widened. That might not be appropriate. Fang Xuan blushed, realizing how it sounded. I only meant that the layout is confusing. I should show you the way. No need. I saw a place when we walked in. I can find it myself. All right then, she relented. Wang Haoran slipped away. Once he was out of her sight, he doubled back toward the garden. Ning was already there, waiting in the shadows. Yun-Suan hasn't woken up yet, Ning reported, having anticipated his arrival. Still resting? Wang Haoran's disappointment was evident. He had come specifically to charm the maid and flip her loyalty. If she was unconscious, his plan was stalled. Let me know the moment she wakes. I will, Ning promised. Wang Haoran returned to his easel. Fang Xuan was still there, waiting patiently like a devoted wife for her husband's return. On the other side of the estate, a servant approached Ning with news of a new visitor. Ning walked to the main gate and found a beautiful woman standing there. She wore a moon-white robe and had a distinct cinnabar mark between her eyebrows. She held a decorative gift box. I am the housekeeper, Ning. May I ask your business here? Ning Aoxue, of the Ning family from Kangzhou, the visitor replied. Ning's heart sank. She knew the name. Ning Aoxue was one of Yan Yuntian's fiancés. What brings you here, Miss Ning? I've come to visit Yan Yuntian, Ning Aoxue said, a soft, kind smile playing on her lips. Ning noted the warmth in the woman's expression. It wasn't the look of someone coming to break an engagement. It was the look of someone in love. This was bad news. If Ning Aoxue and Yan Yuntian reconciled, it would only make Wang Haoran's job harder. Please wait here, Ning said coldly. She turned and walked back into the mansion, her mind racing. Ning Aoxue frowned at the blunt treatment, but swallowed her pride. She was here to apologize to her fiancé, after all. Inside, Ning quickly dialed Wang Haoran. Sir, Ning Aoxue is at the gate. She brought a gift and seems very eager to see Yan Yuntian. What are your orders? Should I drive her away? Chapter 349. Mistaken Identities. Ning Aoxue came to visit Yan Yuntian? Wang Haoran stepped out of Fang Xuan's line of sight to take the call from Ning. He sounded genuinely surprised for a moment, but a strange, knowing smile quickly spread across his face. He hadn't expected the drama he'd been anticipating to unfold quite so rapidly. While the situation had shifted slightly from his original calculations, the core conflict remained perfectly intact. Let her in, Wang Haoran replied, his voice dripping with a meaningful edge. If she wants to see Yan Yuntian, give her what she wants. Yes, sir, Ning answered. She hung up and returned to the front gate. Miss Ning, please follow me. Ning Aoxue nodded and followed Ning through the sprawling mansion to the main living room. As they entered, Ning signaled a servant to prepare tea before turning back to her guest. Miss Ning, please make yourself comfortable. Master Yan is still resting. I will go and inform him of your arrival. Is he still asleep? Ning Aoxue's tone was remarkably gentle, devoid of any arrogance or frustration. Then please, do not disturb him immediately. I don't mind waiting. I can stay as long as necessary for him to wake naturally. That simply won't do. If the master finds out I neglected a guest of your stature, he would surely blame me, Ning insisted. Though she wasn't entirely certain of Wang Haoran's endgame, she knew he wanted these two in the same room as soon as possible. She turned and headed toward the sleeping quarters. Ning Aoxue didn't protest further. While she was content to wait, a part of her was eager to see her fiancé and offer the apology she had rehearsed. Ning reached the bedroom door and knocked firmly. Master, you have a visitor. No, came Yan Yuntian's cold, muffled voice from behind the door. It is Ning Aoxue, of the Ning family from Kangzhou. Are you certain you wish to turn her away? Ning Aoxue. The voice inside shifted from cold to suspicious. After a brief pause, a note of irritation crept in. What is she doing here? Has she come to break the engagement as well? Ever since his previous setbacks, Yan Yuntian assumed any visit from a fiancé was a harbinger of bad news. Miss Ning's attitude is quite pleasant, actually, Ning countered. She arrived with a bright smile and a gift box that looks incredibly valuable. I suspect she's brought you something quite precious. What does she look like? Yan Yuntian asked, his curiosity piqued. Beautiful. Truly stunning. She easily rivals Fang Anna, but she possesses a more ethereal, out-of-this-world temperament. Even as a woman, I find her quite captivating. Really? Yan Yuntian's tone shifted instantly. The gloom evaporated, replaced by a surge of excitement. Indeed. Though her exact intentions remain a mystery, Ning added. Go and receive her properly. Do not neglect her for a second. I'll be out shortly. The sound of rustling fabric and hurried movement echoed from the room. Yan Yuntian was clearly scrambling to get dressed. Ning smiled to herself, wondering exactly how this encounter would explode once the truth came out. She returned to the living room to wait. Inside the bedroom, Yan Yuntian scrubbed his face and straightened his clothes with meticulous care. He wanted to project the image of a confident, powerful young master. Based on Ning's report, it seemed Ning Aoxue had traveled all the way from Kangzhou just to see him. Could it be she was eager for their union? It made sense to him. As the young master of Fengzi Mountain and a martial arts prodigy, it was only natural for a woman to be smitten. His only lingering regret was his current physical limitation in certain departments. If not for that, he might have invited her to stay the night. He pushed the depressing thought aside. He could find a doctor. He'd heard rumors that the little medical fairy of medicine Immortal Valley was currently in Qingling. With her skills, he would be back to normal in no time. Full of newfound confidence, he finished grooming himself and headed for the door. I just can't seem to find the inspiration, Wang Haoran sighed, looking down at his sketchbook. Don't force it, Fang Xuan said with a comforting smile. Just relax. Perhaps it will come to you if you take a break. You're right. Let's head to the living room for a cup of tea, Wang Haoran suggested. He knew the timing was perfect to catch the opening act of the show. Whatever you like, Fang Xuan agreed, leading him back toward the center of the house. At the same time, Yan Yuntian burst into the living room, his eyes scanning the space until they landed on Ning Aoxue. She sat there with an air of refined elegance that took his breath away. She really is beautiful, he thought, his heart racing. He stepped forward with an enthusiastic grin. Aoxue, forgive me. Your husband was caught in a nap. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Ning Aoxue's face instantly darkened with rage. You idiot. What nonsense are you spouting? Yan Yuntian's smile faltered. He realized they had never officially met in person, so his familiarity might have seemed abrupt. Forgive me, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Yan Yuntian, your fiancé. Impossible. Ning Aoxue snapped, her voice cold as ice. I met my fiancé last night. Even in the moonlight, I'm not so blind that I wouldn't recognize him. You are not the man. Miss Ning, there must be a mistake, Ning interjected smoothly. This is indeed Yan Yuntian. Ning Aoxue froze. She remembered the man from the night before repeatedly telling her he wasn't Yan Yuntian. She had assumed he was lying out of spite, but looking at the stranger in front of her, the reality began to sink in. She had hunted down the wrong person. If the man from last night wasn't her fiancé, then who was he? Just then, a man and a woman walked into the room. Ning Aoxue looked up, and her cold expression vanished instantly. A smile like a spring breeze lit up her face as she hurried toward Wang Haoran. We only said goodbye last night. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. In her joy, Ning Aoxue didn't realize how her words sounded. To her, it was a fated reunion. To everyone else in the room, the phrase farewell last night painted a very different, very scandalous picture. Yan Yuntian's face turned as black as a scorched pot. He felt a heavy, metaphorical weight settle on his head. Ding. The host's behind-the-scenes manipulation has damaged the protagonist Yan Yuntian's mentality. Gained 1000 villain points. Yan Yuntian's protagonist Halo -50. Host's villain Halo +50. Chapter 350. The broken contract. Wang Haoran felt the rush of rewards flooding his mind. He stole a glance at Yan Yuntian, whose face had twisted into a mask of pure misery, and allowed himself a private, silent smile. He quickly smoothed his expression and turned his attention toward the woman standing before him. Ning Aoxue was beaming, her eyes bright with an intensity that bordered on adoration. Her previous remark had been so loaded with implication that it hung in the air like heavy perfume. Wang Haoran matched her enthusiasm, his voice projecting a warm, almost intimate concern. I might have been a bit too forceful last night. Tell me, does your neck still hurt? Ning Aoxue blinked, startled by his sudden shift in tone. Her surprise rapidly dissolved into a giddy relief. He wasn't angry anymore. If he could ask after her with such specific care, it meant he had forgiven her for their clash. It was this little girl who offended you first, sir. You possess a generous heart to overlook my transgressions. I am truly grateful. She spoke with a humble softness, her fingers tracing the smooth, pale skin of her throat. It no longer hurts. Thank you for your concern. She finished the sentence with a shy, lingering smile directed solely at Wang Haoran. Ding. The host's behind-the-scenes manipulation has damaged the protagonist Yan Yuntian's mentality. Gained 1000 villain points. Yan Yuntian's protagonist Halo -50. Host's villain Halo +50. Every word of their exchange felt like a physical blow to Yan Yuntian. His skin took on a darker, muddier hue as his blood boiled. Who do you think you are? Yan Yuntian took a heavy step forward, his voice trembling with suppressed rage. What exactly did you do to my fiancée? The air around him hummed as his true energy surged, causing the hem of his robes to flutter violently. He glared at Wang Haoran, demanding an answer. Before Wang Haoran could even draw breath to respond, Fang Xuan stepped firmly between them. She shielded Wang Haoran with her own body, her gaze fixing on her nephew with ice-cold authority. This man is my friend. You will not touch him. Besides, the situation is perfectly clear. There is no reason for this display of temper. Auntie, what is there to figure out? Yan Yuntian pointed a shaking finger at Wang Haoran, his eyes wide with disbelief. Just listen to the way he speaks to her. I have every right to deal with him. You are being far too overbearing. Fang Xuan's brow furrowed, her voice hardening. I don't care how you treat the rest of the world, but I will never allow you to lay a finger on my friend. Even if he truly does have a connection with your fiancé, my protection stands. Do not test me, or you will find me very unpleasant to deal with. Wang Haoran watched the exchange from behind her, genuinely impressed by the depth of her protective streak. Her tolerance for him was significantly higher than he had calculated. Perhaps her upbringing in the hidden world had left her with a more relaxed view of a man's romantic entanglements. Ding. The host's behind-the-scenes manipulation has damaged the protagonist Yan Yuntian's mentality. Gained 600 villain points. Yan Yuntian's protagonist Halo -30. Host's villain Halo +30. Auntie, you are placing far too much importance on this friend, don't you think? A fresh flame of jealousy licked at Yan Yuntian's heart. My personal affairs are none of your concern. Focus on your own problems. Fang Xuan dismissed him with a sharp wave of her hand. She had no desire to explain herself. Since she and her husband hadn't officially recognized their bond in public yet, she preferred to keep the truth veiled. Yan Yuntian inhaled deeply, fighting to steady his pulse. He shifted his glare back to Ning Aoxue. As my fiancé, you owe me an explanation for your conduct with another man. I don't think that will be necessary. Ning Aoxue's voice was a cold sneer. The desire to sever her ties with him had returned, sharper and more urgent than before. I came here today for one reason, to break off our engagement. Yan Yuntian shot a look of pure displeasure at Ning. He remembered her earlier report. She had said Ning Aoxue was friendly and had brought gifts. This was hardly the behavior of a friend. I told you only the truth as I saw it, Ning said, her voice a calm defense against his silent accusation. I saw her smile and her gift. I also explicitly told you that I did not know her true intentions. You cannot blame me for her change of heart. Yan Yuntian found himself speechless. Ning was right. The fault didn't lie with her. It was Ning Aoxue who was acting erratically. If you want to dissolve the contract, you should discuss it with the elders of your family, Yan Yuntian said, trying to preserve a shred of his dignity. He had just lost Feng Anna. If he lost Ning Aoxue immediately after, he would be the laughingstock of the hidden world. The young master of Fengzi Mountain could not afford to look like a man whose women were fleeing from him. People might start to whisper that there was something physically wrong with him. I am the current head of the Ning family. The decision is mine alone to make, Ning Aoxue countered. Yan Yuntian's eyes widened. Even so, a contract requires two parties. I do not agree to the termination. You don't agree? Ning Aoxue took a step forward. Suddenly, her hidden true chi erupted. The atmosphere in the living room vibrated under the pressure of her power. The air seemed to compress, sending a sudden, sharp gust of wind whistling through the room, whipping against Yan Yuntian's face. A man weaker than me has no right to call himself my fiancé, she said, her voice rising to a commanding pitch. If you refuse to break the engagement, then prove your worth. Show me your ability. Yan Yuntian's angry expression froze. He hadn't been able to sense her cultivation level while she was suppressing it, but now it was laid bare. She was strong, significantly stronger than him. The silence stretched as he weighed his options. His chances of winning a fight were non-existent. Finally, his voice came out dry and strained. If you are truly this persistent, then do as you wish. The marriage contract is terminated. He felt the sting of humiliation and quickly tried to pivot. It doesn't matter. You are mediocre at best. I never truly wanted you anyway. I have plenty of fiancés, and losing one like you is no great loss. Ning Aoxue's initial joy at the freedom of the breakup flickered at his final insult. Her smile vanished, replaced by a gaze of chilling intensity. Since the feeling of mutual disdain is shared, the contract is dead, she said. Then, her tone turned razor sharp. However, I've heard the young master of Fengzi Mountain is a martial arts genius. I find myself in need of a little instruction. Please, advise me. She didn't wait for his consent. Ning Aoxue lunged, her palm striking out with the force of a battering ram. Yan Yuntian threw his hands up to block, but a muffled groan escaped his lips. The impact sent him stumbling backward across the room. He didn't stop until he slammed into the thick stone wall of the living room. The floor tiles beneath his feet shattered, and a deep indentation formed in the wall behind him. His face turned a ghostly pale. He tried to hide his hand behind his back, but the blue veins were bulging, and the limb shook uncontrollably. The young master of Fengzi Mountain, Ning Aoxue said, her lips curving into a proud, mocking arc. It seems that is all there is to you. Yan Yuntian ground his teeth so hard he thought they might shatter. Ding. The host's behind-the-scenes manipulation has altered the plot, causing the protagonist Yan Yuntian to be ridiculed and humiliated by the heroine Ning Aoxue. Gained 1000 villain points. Yan Yuntian's protagonist Halo -50. Host's villain Halo +50. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update tomorrow. See you then.